Red alert. Red alert. Red alert. Breaking news. We have breaking news. All right, we're going to go through all the info. We've got it right here. All the 911, the 411, it's right here. It's happening right here. Blazing Press is now covering the war that is now happening in Israel. War happening now. Breaking news. Everybody pass on the links. Share the feed everywhere you can. Get it out there. We're going to have the best coverage right here at Blazing Press Channel. As you know, we will be covering this as this unfolds here. Okay, so let me get you the latest right now and see if we can get some feeds up. We're going to try to get some feeds up, but I'm sure Israel's going to be attacked as well in response. Okay. Here we go. Israel was told that by the U.S. that the U.S. will not participate in an Israeli strike on Iran. So I told you Trump would betray Israel's trust or thought, their faith that we would come and help them. This is why they've been putting in the news, the Israelis, that they've been seeding our media. Oh, Israel won't make it. If the United States doesn't help, they're going to be overwhelmed. Their defenses are going to be completely fail, and Iran is going to take them down. This is what you've been hearing in the last 24 hours, right? That's because Trump has just stated, this is exactly what I thought, he would not help them. He would give them logistical supports or whatever as an ally, but he's already made a deal with Iran. And that's why Iran is so bold, because they would never even think about coming against the United States and Israel at the same time if we were truly united. Iran has been speaking way too boldly, way too confidently. They have made a deal with Trump, and Trump said, go ahead, we're not going to get in the middle of this. It's between you and Israel. How much you want to bet? And then he says, we'll talk to you about nuclear weapons in your program after it's all said and done. How much you want to bet that that's what they're doing? However, something terrible is this way coming to the United States. I think that Israel is going to be so pissed off that, and it's not that they're pissed off. I just think that they already have a plan for the United States anyway, because we facilitated their regathering. You know, America, and especially American Christianity, evangelicalism, has facilitated that whole idea of the chosen people, the chosen land, and the rebuilding of the temple, et cetera, et cetera. But this is all part of prophecy as well. If you look at prophecy, that's what was predicted would happen. However, is that God's ultimate plan? Is God really blessing the nations through the rebuilt temple, as many Jews say? No. Is God blessing, and is truly Trump the Messiah to Israel? Because a lot of Israelis thought Trump might be another Cyrus. And Cyrus, even though he wasn't a Jew, was considered a Messiah, because anyone who rebuilds or helps to rebuild the temple is considered a Messiah in Judaism. It's not the way Christianity thinks. Christianity thinks it's total different. You know, when they say the redemption of Israel is drawing nigh, they're not talking about their Messiah. They're talking about their temple. Well, the temple is what facilitates the rule of Israel on earth. So they believe the temple symbolizes and or embodies the rulership of the state of Israel in the Israeli relation or historic understanding of what it means to be right with Hashem or God, that the whole world now is subject to God's rulership through them, through their nation. So it's really a physical thing to the Israeli, but to the Christian, it's not. So the Christian has a totally different view of the old covenant as it morphed, as it transitioned into the new covenant, or as it as it metamorphosis, I should say. It did literally transform the new covenant. Was a transformation of what the seed of what was the old covenant. It was the flowering and the coming, the metamorphosis of the seed. Out of it came what we called Christianity today. It's the fulfillment of Judaism, really. It's just that the Jews don't recognize it. But anyways, we're going to get into this right now. So here we go. Okay. I'm not going to get into all this other stuff that we're looking at. There's so much other stuff going on here with that Palantir thing. And that's a part of what's going on right now. They're using AI software to do all this stuff. Okay. So Israelis' new home front command guidelines restrict all educational activities, gatherings, work, and exemptions for essential sectors. This is what was just preceding what just happened. Tehran just got hammered with more additional airstrikes. Okay, so we're looking at, we got video. All right, we got video. Let's go ahead and get this video on. We got video. Hold tight. I'm going to put this on right now. We probably have a lot of video, actually. I just got to get my viewer up here. Okay, here we go. These are the sites now coming right out of Iran. And it is night right now. A big explosion. A very big explosion there. That's a very large explosion. Okay. We have another one here. Massive explosions now happening in Tehran. Let's put this one down here. See it a little bit better. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got here. We got some more video? Okay, we do. We have some more footage here. It's a drone footage, or a drone is up there. You can just see three massive explosions, it looks like. Three very large explosions that I can see there. There's one, there's two, maybe three, and then another one over on the other side. Okay, so it's three explosions you can see right there. Three explosions. Dozens of individual impacts can be seen in just this single footage. Tehran, Iran. Reports now suggest 15 airstrikes have hit Tehran. More strikes are reported across the country. Israel is targeting Tehran's air defenses for a possible larger wave later. Senior Israeli official says, we are now preparing for days of battle. Days. They're preparing for days of battle. Here's another picture of some of the sites of what it looks like. These are pictures. It looks like maybe some kind of an oil refinery is burning there. Okay, so it says Israel's targeted Iran's air defense missiles, likely paving the way for a larger strike. The alarms that sounded across the country to wake the public up to the attack from Iran. What? The alarms that sounded across the country to wake the public up to the attack from Iran. This is Shot. I'm not sure if that means that Israel is now being awakened for what's to come, because Iran is going to retaliate. Loud explosions are still being reported across Tehran, Iran. The strike likely hasn't ended yet. Iran's jets went airborne as soon as the Israeli projectiles were launched, likely to avoid jet losses. Here's something else here. There's another picture of some kind of a fire going on in the background there. So they said, what they said was that Iranian jets went airborne as soon as the Israeli projectiles were launched, likely to avoid jet losses. So Iran had scrambled their jets at the time of the launches. Scenes from Maraba in Tehran, Iran. A direct impact is seen. Look at this. Wow, this is right on a building. Look at that building. You have a massive gaping hole, and that may in fact be a residential building. It looks like a residential building, but I wonder if there was some kind of targeted attack there. If they were trying to target somebody. That was right there in... Yeah, so it says some of the Israeli attacks were assassination strikes. Okay, so that was an assassination strike. Breaking, large number of projectiles have been seen over Iraq. Here we go. Let's try that again. All right, that was visuals from Iraq. That was visuals from Iraq. All right, here's some more. Iranian aircraft airborne over western Iran. These are Iranian. Let me just see if I can get this here. Number 3. Okay, that's it. Let's just see if we can pull that down so you can see that better. All right, so let's try that one more time there. Tell me if you can see that. What did it say? Iranian aircraft airborne over western Iran. I don't see anything from that. That doesn't even look like a video. Do you see anything there? I don't see anything either. My eyes are bad, or that's just a weird video. There's nothing there. Okay, here we go. President Trump has convened an emergency cabinet meeting. Insane. Multiple assassination strikes by Israel in Tehran. Multiple assassination strikes. There's another one there. And look at that. Look at that building there. That building just came crashing down there. It just split that building in half. Wow. That's right there in Tehran. That is absolutely crazy. Crazy footage there. Okay, that was an assassination strike. Those are assassination strikes. Israel is provoking Iran into a massive retaliation. Breaking. Israeli Channel 12 reports that the strikes in Iran were carried out in coordination with the United States. What? Are you kidding me? Conflicting reports now. So Trump is going to, how much you want to bet Trump comes out and says, no, we didn't even know? Because Trump and the administration put out a statement today that the Israelis should not attack Iran until we've gotten done with negotiations, because there's still a negotiation ongoing with Iran. Now, this could have been to throw off Iran, to thinking that the Israelis would never dare attack before negotiations were finished with the United States. Now, this was opening the window for an attack on Monday after the 14th, because Israel said it would wait. So they lied. They said they would wait until after either that, or they're very pissed off at Trump for basically backing out and not helping them. This could also be, or this could be just, their way of trying to throw Iran off and not know when the attack was coming. So they did not expect it maybe to happen right now, is what I'm thinking. That could be, or they're pissed off. The Israelis are pissed off at Trump, and they're just going at it alone. So Israeli forces says military operation against Iran is expected to last for several days. At the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat. So there will be no nuclear threat because Israel has said And they're going to have to put boots on the ground. Israel is going to have to send in troops into Iran. This is what's going to have to happen. They're going to have to go into those tunnels. This is the only way it's going to happen. How much do you want to bet this is a ground operation? Special forces are going in, because I don't think that they can just bomb these underground bases. There's no way. They would have to have some kind of an operation. And if they have the intel on how to do it, maybe they've been studying this for a long, long time, and now they're executing their plan. This may have been in the works for years. This war has been in the works for years. I can probably assure you on that. Urgent. The homes on top of Iranian political and military officials were targeted in Israeli strikes against Tehran, a senior Israeli political official told pro-opposition media, Iran International, adding that the targets are not civilians. All right, we have all of these links at our Telegram page. If you want to go and do the deeper dive on this, we got a Telegram page, Blazing Press, over on Telegram. You can find it by going at Trumpet News, the number 1. So at Trumpet News 1, or just search Blazing Press. It has 2 red dots, and it's got 20,000+ subscribers. Make sure you get the right channel. All right. This might be a live feed here. Let's see. Let's see if we got a live feed here.
In New York, we're coming on the air.
Okay, let's listen in and see what mainstream is saying.
Just launched airstrikes into Iran. The Israeli defense minister is saying in a statement that they are, quote, preemptive strikes. The strikes come ahead of a 6th round of talks on Sunday between the U.S. and Iran. Yesterday, Iran threatened to target U.S. military bases in the region if conflict broke out, prompting the State Department to order non-emergency government officials to exit Iraq due to heightened regional tensions. The Pentagon has also authorized military family members to voluntarily leave locations throughout the Middle East. Let's bring in now Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent for CBS, Mark.
Okay, so you guys make sure you share the feed everywhere you can. Get it out there on your social media. Let's make this channel blow up here. We have very important news to share with everybody, and we need everybody to be here. Loved ones, family, friends, let everybody know what's going on. Okay, so let's get into the Iranian army is putting its offensive forces on alert right now. The Iranian army is now putting its offensive. You guys know, offensive forces means retaliation. Iran is going to retaliate very soon. Urgent. Israeli media reports that Iranian Chief of Staff, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Mohammad Bagheri, is among the targets. He was probably taken out. Breaking. Israeli official confirms attack targeted Iran nuclear sites. What? According to the AP. Wow. This is according to Associated Press. Official statements now confirming from Israel that they targeted nuclear facility. Did you see the smoke? That might have been, I thought it might have been an oil thing, but it could be something else. There could be actually targeted against the nuclear sites. But from what I understand, a lot of what they're doing is underground. So I don't know if they have the bunker busters out there or what, but breaking. Iran's air defense at 100% operational capacity after blasts. State TV. Iran's air defense at 100% operational capacity after the blasts, says State TV. All right, here's some video right now coming in.
ورودی ساعت الان 3:37 دقیقه ورودی فرحزاده پایین یه ساختمان مسکونی زده شده.
Wow, that's pretty telling there. That's a big fire. All right, we got breaking. U.S. had no role in Israeli strike on Iran. Fox News. The United States had no role in Iran's or Israel's strike on Iran. So the United States is now claiming it had no knowledge and or role. So conflicting reports. Israeli media claims that the U.S. assisted, and the U.S. has made it clear that they had no role in the attack. I knew this was going to happen. This is exactly what I thought. Exactly what I thought would happen. Trump is turning on Israel before the whole world. Okay, so look at this. Here's some more video. All right. Yeah, that's some pretty amazing footage there. All right, we have buildings in Tehran, Iran on fire after Israeli strikes. All right, we have some more video coming in. Israel launches airstrikes on Iran's capital, Tehran. Here is the video.
امید نیاوران الان صدای
اینجا رو زدن، اینجا رو هم زدن، این لویزانم زدن، پشتم زدن، پشت لویزانم زدن.
Okay, so we had that. We got that. IDF spokesman says the IDF launched a preemptive strike to damage the Iranian nuclear program. The IDF spokesman announces that a short time ago, the IDF, under the guidance of the political echelon, launched a precise and integrated preemptive strike based on high-quality intelligence with the aim of damaging the Iranian nuclear program and in response to the Iranian regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. Dozens of Air Force aircraft recently completed the opening strike. Wow. So they had the Air Force in there too, huh? Which included attacking dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets, in various areas of Iran. The public must obey the Home Front Command's instructions, which will be updated as needed, and act responsibly and patiently. This is the IDF warning the public of incoming missiles. The IDF and relevant bodies are prepared for many scenarios in defense and attack as needed. For years, Iran has been directly and indirectly promoting terrorism against the state of Israel, financing and directing terrorist acts through its proxies throughout the Middle East while advancing towards nuclear weapons. The Iranian regime is the primary perpetrator of all terrorist acts committed against the state of Israel since the beginning of the Iron Sword War, including arming and financing the Hamas terrorist group or organization responsible for October 7th. During the Iron Sword War, Iran even attacked Israel directly twice, firing hundreds of missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles into the country. The Iranian regime has a stated goal of destroying the state of Israel. Senior Iranian regime officials declare this and are working to realize it with their envoys in the Middle East. Iran is today closer than ever to obtaining nuclear weapons. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are a threat to the state of Israel and a significant threat to the entire world. The state of Israel will not allow a regime whose goal is the destruction of the state of Israel to possess weapons of mass destruction. The IDF has been conducting a lengthy process of assessments and preparations for the campaign at the front and in the rear. Civilian resistance will be an important component of the campaign. Civilian? The IDF is prepared to continue to act as necessary. The state of Israel has a duty to act to protect its citizens and will continue to do so wherever required, as it has done in the past. The IDF is conducting an ongoing situation assessment and will update on any developments. Here's some more video, or here's some more pictures. These are some more pictures here of some of the visuals of what happened in this recent attack. We showed you that one. That one's just an amazing picture there.
بالای میدان نوبولیت همین الان دخترش زیر آبونه 4 طبقه.
Oh my gosh, did you see that? That's inside the building right next to where the whole thing collapsed. Look at that. Look at this.
بالای میدان نوبولیت همین الان
Look at this.
دخترش زیر آبونه 4 طبقه.
Wow. That is absolutely crazy footage. Can you believe that? Wow. Israeli Army radio is quoting a military source. Quote, Israel carried out its operation in a neighborhood where senior leaders of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard reside inside of Tehran. You would think that the Revolutionary Guard would be aware that there are going to be targets. If they were there, then that's their stupid fault. They should know they were on the eve of war. They should not be in their apartments. The Iranian regime, this is the Israeli Defense Forces, has stated, the Iranian regime has developed a plan to destroy the state of Israel by using widespread and precise fire from the entire Iranian axis, a ground invasion using pickup trucks from all borders, and undermining the regimes in Jordan and Egypt. We are at the point of no return. This is a strategic window of opportunity. Wow. That was a statement from the Israeli Defense Forces. Breaking, Iran declares nationwide state of emergency. Let's look at a few more of those videos. It really just destroyed that whole building. That building looked like it's going to fall. Look at that building up there at the top. It looks like it's ready to fall. I mean, look at that. It's that building is very compromised. If you can see right there, it's just, there's a big old chunk right there taken out. I mean, it's pretty unstable with that whole area being taken out there. Okay, breaking, oil prices surge up 6%. Okay, here we go. Remember, we told you guys oil would go up. Gas prices skyrocket overnight. We gave you guys heads up on things to get ready for before they happen. So I hope you guys have done your due diligence there if you were able. Okay, explosions in Baghdad, Iraq right now. Explosions in Baghdad. Now that might be Iranian response, maybe going after our. This is why they evacuated all of our embassies all over the Middle East, North Africa, and Eastern Europe, because the Iranians have missiles that can hit every one of those bases. And these are hypersonic missiles that there's no way that they could ever defend against. So our troops would be sitting ducks. Now, another thing that we would have to be conscious of, and this is why maybe Trump pulled all of our, I think that a lot of the Navy ships that were in the Gulf there and up and down the straits were pulled back. From what I understand, they pulled back one of the destroyers for our southern border into Gulf of California. I don't know if we're expecting some kind of major military operation right on our coast or on our borders, but we've got 3 destroyers, 3 U.S. Navy destroyers now in the Gulf of California. But one of them they just pulled out of the Red Sea. So I don't know if they're trying to protect assets, because they say they have missiles that can hit aircraft carriers and ships that can't be defended against. If that's true, I pray that none of our ships get hit. Boy, I'll tell you, that would be it. That would be it. We would probably nuke Iran if that ever happened. Israel military has detected missile launches from the Islamic Republic of Iran. So missile launches now incoming. Breaking news. Missile launches now incoming into Israel. We will be hearing this very soon on the feeds on Telegram. Let's see. Interceptors are now in the skies of Israel right now. Per Mossad Christian channel with Mossad Front Group on Telegram, masquerading as a Christian channel. We have interceptors now in the skies of Israel. Oil prices are surging. Iran suspends flights. This is breaking. Iran suspends flights at Imam Khomeini Airport, state TV. All right, we may have some feeds here, some live feeds here. Let's see if we have any live feeds here that we can post. Live cams, live cams. We have some live cams. Okay. I'm looking to see which one we should put in there. Northern Israel, Beirut, Lebanon. These are all Beirut. Okay, the Tehran ones are very small. You can't see. I don't see anything really significant. These are really black and white. They're very hard to see. Honey. I don't know if it's even worth watching. Yeah. All right, so let's see. If we had some better better feeds, I think I'd put them. Okay, we have some more updates. We got a lot of updates right now anyway. There's so many updates right now. Okay, so it says Netanyahu says, we targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. All right, these might be better feeds here. Let's see. Yeah, these are better feeds. These are better feeds. Yes, much better. Okay, so let's take a look at these feeds here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of monitor these feeds here, and I'll just kind of hang out here with you guys on this feed here. There's a Jerusalem skyline, there's a Haifa skyline, there's a Bethlehem skyline, and then Tel Aviv. Oh, good. We got all 4. Amazing. Okay, so we've got all 4 here. Let me pull myself in there really quick. Let's get that in there really quick here. And if anything happens on any of these feeds, we will zoom in. Obviously, there is responses that is going to be an incoming response from Iran at any time. There are projectiles, I'm sure, in the or are ongoing and coming in. And while we're watching this, I will start updating more of the. We'll show you guys some more footage here. Hold on. Okay, what is going on here? Let's see. A MiG-29 fighter jet takes off from Tehran. Okay, so here's a MiG getting ready to come. Going. I think it's just basically doing what they said, coming off the tarmac so it doesn't get targeted. Let's see if I can pull that one up. Let's pull that one up really quick. Hold on. Okay, so here's the MiG taking off from Tehran Airport. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of the end, my friends. This is the end. Doon, doon, doon. All right, so this one says Israel has begun bombing nuclear research sites in Natanz, Iran. This is also Iranian and Israeli fighter interceptors have been scrambled over their respective airspaces. Syria has closed its airspace. Breaking, Prime Minister Netanyahu has confirmed strikes against the Natanz nuclear facility. This is in Iran. Breaking, Shin Bet has escorted all Israeli officials into hiding. Shin Bet is the Secret Service or something like CIA, maybe Secret Service, I think. Netanyahu says dozens of Israeli jets are in the air. Dozens. Second wave of Israeli strikes against Iran have ended. This was 6:02, 2 minutes ago. Here is another picture of what we say is an attack on one of their buildings. Scenes from Tehran, another Israeli assassination strike. This was an assassination strike, if you didn't know. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, quote, "We have no choice but to act quickly. If we do not act now, we simply won't be here. We won't exist." They believe this is an existential threat. And this is why they didn't wait, supposedly, for Trump. They don't trust Trump. I'm sure that they were hoping that they could trust Trump, but they realized Trump wasn't going to come through. They woke up. But what's Israel all about anyway? They're about, their own interests. Are they really about the interest of the U.S.? Probably not, as much as their own. So maybe that's what Trump's doing, is he's just being selfish. He's not, and I say that in a, because really what has America been all about? Israel. Really, America's main interest is promoting Israel, and it has been for I don't know how many presidents. But maybe Trump is different. Maybe Trump will be the one that turns on Israel, as we had said he would. How many of you guys remember me telling you this was coming way, 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 way before anything happened? Anybody remember? As we've told you a number of things before they happen. Okay, so here we go. Disclosed TV says a batch of 54 declassified. Okay, that was something else. Okay. Let's see if we got something else here. All right, we have some. Whoops. A third round of strikes. A third round of strikes has begun against Iran. Multiple explosions at Iranian nuclear facilities is happening right now. Explosions are reported in Ahav, western Iran. Multiple Iranian oil industries are located there. So we have some new strikes now coming in. Okay, we're gonna put the feed, the sound on this feed up a little bit so you can hear, just in case something happens. Now, what's crazy is I'm not seeing a whole lot of this on mainstream media yet. Are you guys seeing that? Not a whole lot is being talked about yet. Let's turn this down just a little bit. So if anything happens here in Israel, you're going to see it. You're going to hear it. These are all audio cammed views of the city. So if any missile comes in, you will see it right there. You'll hear the sirens. You'll see the flashes if they take them out of the sky. And if they hit their targets, you'll obviously see that as well. Now, I do believe Iran is going to start using their hypersonic missiles. And I don't think they're going to be able to be batted out of the sky like a Katyusha rocket. The Katyusha rockets that Hezbollah was firing off and some of the little short-range missiles are nothing compared to what Iran possibly is going to be sending now. All right, so we have some more footage of northern Tehran right at this moment. This is northern Tehran. Try that again. Whoops. What did I just do? Well, there you go. Let's see. We've got some more updates here. Oh, what just happened there? A strike on Tehran. Here we go. Look at this. Here's some footage of the strike on Tehran right here. There's some video here. Wow, that was just absolutely crazy. Did you see that? Let's look at that again. Wait, let me pull this down just a little bit. Make it fit on the screen there. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Jeez. That is amazing.
C_M donated 60 Israeli new shekels through Super Chat. Thanks for everything you do. As always,
Is that somebody for me? Somebody donated 60 shekels. That wasn't me though. That was one of the feeds. But hey, if you donated a shekel, that'd be okay, I guess, as long as it's real. Shekel, and just don't heckle. When you send a shekel, please don't heckle. Okay, so here we go. Let's see what else we got here. I think we have some more footage here. Prime Minister Netanyahu, we attacked the senior officials of the nuclear program. Okay, we've got some pretty good footage there. Iran still has the ability to strike us, and we are prepared for it. This is Netanyahu. I ask our people to cooperate in the coming days. Okay, first, a non-stop chatter on an imminent attack. When you talk about it a lot, it becomes seemingly less of a violent event. The meeting scheduled for Sunday between the Iranians and the Americans, because when there is a crucial meeting on the nuclear issue, who will attack? Netanyahu's regular agenda, endless meetings with Argentine President Malal, Trump's warnings and public statement, I prefer diplomacy, Israel will not attack immediately, etc. To summarize, it's impressive that even on days like this, such ingenuity can be done. So they totally and completely blindsided, supposedly, the Iranians. Among the targets of the assassinations, Chief of Staff Bagheri, the commander of the Revolutionary Guard Salami, Secretary of Supreme National Security Council Samkhani, and scientists on the nuclear program itself. Okay, so this is visuals from Natanz right now. This is where the nuclear site is. Let's take a look at that. It's just a visual of it. A third wave of attacks has begun, as we told you. They're just now reporting this just now. We had already told you that about, 7, 8, 10 minutes ago, huh? Let's see. All right, we have some more video. Okay, I think we already showed you that. Let's see what else we got here. It appears that the uranium enrichment facility in Natanz no longer exists. Ben Gurion Airport in Israel is closed. El Al flights were all canceled. This is in Iran. Several missile bases in Tehran and Kermanshah were attacked. This is what Iran has stated. Okay, we got some more updates here. Let's see what this is. All right, so we have Iranian air defenses active. This is video showing the active air defenses right now as we speak. Oh wow. Yep. Okay. All right, well, we got some more here. This one is that a video? Something is falling out of the sky there. I'm not sure what that is. The drone? Another one. Those got to be missiles. And this was in, I believe that was in Iran. Iranian air defenses. Okay, Israel is now striking Iran's nuclear site of Natanz. All senior Israeli officials have been moved to bunkers underground. We targeted Iran's main uranium enrichment site. Okay, we already told you all that. The White House for immediate release. Statement from the Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Quote, tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran. and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region, Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. So Marco Rubio confirms that the U.S. was not involved in Israel's attack on Iran, contrary to what Israel posted in their media. Iraq closes airspace, suspends flights at all airports. This is Iraq. Netanyahu says Israel struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. All right, we got some more video footage here. This is Natanz nuclear enrichment facility inside of Iran. It does look like it's a burning. This is the Natanz nuclear enrichment facility inside of Iran. I wonder if that's a toxic plume. Wow. Oh, wow. That's crazy. A fourth wave of airstrikes against Iran. Explosions reported in Hamdad and Karaj. You can post all this too. Post this on the main page. Full statement by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following tonight's strikes. Let's see if he spoke in English or in Hebrew.
Moments ago, Israel launched...
Okay, so Netanyahu spoke in English, so let's take a listen and see what he had to say here.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies try to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons.
Okay, so we have some more updates here, guys. We'll finish up what he had to say there in a little bit here, maybe. We've got some more updates here that are coming in fast and furious. Let's look at that right now. The Wall Street Journal reports that President Trump will not be speaking to the press tonight. He will not be speaking to the press. Iranian outlets are starting to acknowledge that several other nuclear and energy facilities were struck by Israel. So the Iranian outlets are starting to acknowledge several other nuclear and energy facilities were struck by Israel. Israeli outlets are claiming that Israel has eliminated the entire Iranian security apparatus in tonight's strikes. Israeli outlets are now claiming that Israel has eliminated the entire Iranian security apparatus in tonight's strikes. Breaking, another wave of Israeli airstrikes are now being reported against Tehran in Iran at this very moment. More airstrikes happening now in Iran. Wow. Okay. Hold on. Israeli military official, quote, Iranian regime has enough fusion material to make 15 nuclear bombs within days. Multiple senior nuclear scientists were assassinated in the initial strike by the IAF, Israeli Air Force, says source in Israeli army. Israeli chief of staff says we launched raids against the Iranian nuclear program and targeted dozens of sites across Iran. Follow the Blazing Press channel for more breaking news, whether it's Twitter at the Blazing Press or on Telegram at Trumpet News 1, the number 1. You can also just search Blazing Press right on Telegram, and you should see us there. We should have there's links in the description below if you want to follow us. We've got all our social media in the description below the video. I'm hearing some prayers in the background. Now, let me ask you this. A serious question right here. How many of you guys out there are listening? Serious question here. Are you ready? Where else on the internet are you going to find coverage like this? Just tell me. In the comment section, I want to know. Where else are you going to find coverage like this? Get some gas. Get to your gas station right now. Get your gas. Fill up your cars. Fill up your extra tanks. Get everything all squared away. Yes, it's time to get yourselves all situated with your gas, with your preps, making sure that you're ready for what's to come down the pike here in America, because I think there's going to be some trouble domestically. It's going to be hitting our supply chain. You missed the bunker in the background. Fig beater, you did? You went and got gas? Good. That's very good. You know, Rumble was having lots of issues with streaming. In fact, they acknowledged that they had issues, and I was like, you know, that's the only reason I can't stream with you guys. You got way too many streaming issues, so we had to move it over here to YouTube. President Donald Trump is going to make a statement shortly. Well, there was a statement that said he wouldn't, so maybe he's contradicting himself. I don't know. This is interesting if he is. Oh, there was an ad when I asked the question. The question was, where else are you going to find coverage like you're finding right here? Anywhere on the internet. Even mainstream media doesn't go through the information like this. We will break it down and show you everything in a very short period of time, and also give you a heads up on what's coming. All right, let me see. We got some more interesting updates here. Okay, so Air India's pilot said they lost thrust. They're losing power, and they were unable to lift. Their airplane just fell back to the ground. Did you see that there was one guy that walked away with just a few scratches? Everybody else on that airplane died in a huge ball of fire. There was probably 230, 240 people died, and only one guy just got up and walked away. How in the world does that happen? Did you see the fireball that came when that thing hit the ground? How in the world does somebody just walk away? He said he had bruises all over his face and in his chest from the impact, but that was it. No major broken bones, nothing. I mean, how does that happen? The guy needs to go out and get some lottery tickets. Okay, so that's 629. Natanz, multiple explosions are happening right now. I think that he's a little bit late. Southern Lebanon has been having some strikes here as well. This guy's way off. He's way late. Another one of our sources, a little bit late. You're coming late to the party here, brother. Okay, so let's see what we got here. All of the Israeli launches are being carried out from Iraq airspace. Uh-oh. Iraqi airspace is where they're being carried out from. Look.
حاليا قريب على جسر الرعد شوي. اوقف خفف لا ما يدك هاي تطفل اوقف يا طفت قريب على ذراع دجلة توجهات بهاي الناحية. هاي ايضا من باقيات. جاي يتحركن الواء يشتغلون يطفن بالجسم. قريب على العدو كان.
Okay, sorry about that. I was muted there. I didn't know it. Sorry about that. Sorry, so sorry. Okay, so basically, the Iranian opposition media is now claiming that indeed Ahmadiyyan, the Secretary General of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, has been the target of an assassination by Israel. So the Israel believes that the chief of Iran's military and senior nuclear scientists were all eliminated in IDF's opening strikes on Iran. Wow. That obviously is pretty big news. Sorry about that muted mic there, guys. Maybe we were supposed to just meditate there for a minute. How long have I been off sound here? Sorry. So sorry. Sound, I'm so sorry. Prophecy is definitely unfolding, for sure. All right, I'm back in my deep military underground base, monitoring the situation on the monitors here to make sure that no zombies can get in my secure location. The bay doors have been shut and tightened down. We've tightened down the little wheel. It's like a wheel tightening. And if we hear pounding and claws, we know zombies have approached our perimeter. We do have things out there waiting for them. Zombies. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we got some more updates here. Hold on. Israel's Ben Gurion Airport began evacuating the planes on the ground by taking them out of the country, says Israel's N12 channel. Wow, really? Taking them out of the country. Amazing. Isn't that amazing? The headquarters of the IRGC, or the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Command in Tehran was struck. Emergency services are rushing to the scene. So this must have just happened. There is another wave of attacks. This is the fourth wave, I think. The fourth wave is now happening. Are the Israelis or are the Iranians going to be even able to mount a response if they don't have their hierarchy even alive anymore? I'm just so surprised that people underestimate what's going on there with the Israelis, that they can just sit there and go to bed at night and go back to their hotel room and think that they're not going to be targeted. It's just, especially in the heightened tension in the moments preceding, I just amazed. They should have been in their underground bunkers. Okay, so a U.S. defense official says that this attack, which Israel says will continue over multiple days, will provoke a significant Iranian response that the Israelis will then ask the United States to help counter, despite the fact that it just blew up the delicate U.S. diplomatic talks. Washington Post. That's WAPO, Washington Post. So Israel is now going to beg for us to get involved and help out, even though they didn't listen to what supposedly Trump told them not to do, and that was to attack Iran before the talks. And what did they do? They attacked Iran before the talks. Maybe Trump's going to be upset at this. Maybe Trump's going to be very uptight about this. A new wave of Israeli strikes in western Iran. Israel launches second wave of this. They're so far behind. We're already on the fourth wave, and Disclosed TV is saying it's the second wave. They need to be monitoring our channel. All right, well, we got the cams on in case of any responses from Iran. And these are all Israeli, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. What else do we have here? We got the Tel Aviv skyline. We've got the Jerusalem skyline, Haifa skyline, and Bethlehem and West Bank. Bethlehem and West Bank. It looks like it's just now dawning. The day is now dawning, I think. Is it about time when the sun rises? What time is it in Israel right now? Let's see. Time in Israel. It's so amazing that so many people that normally cover stuff pretty quick are really far behind on this. They're just now catching up. It is 4:39 a.m. in the morning in Israel right now. 4:39 a.m. The sun is just now rising. Sunrise in Israel is sunrise is at 5:50 or 5:34. So in about less than an hour, sunrise should be happening. Okay, we got some more updates. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Reports of Israeli strikes hitting Iranian radar systems are happening right now. Reuters confirms the death of Iranian chief of staff of the armed forces. Wow. Mohammed Bagheri is dead. He's dead. Is now being confirmed by Reuters. CENTCOM reportedly planning contingency evacuations, U.S. military bases in Kuwait, Iraq, and Syria. CENTCOM, this is the U.S. Central Command, is reportedly planning contingency evacuations of U.S. military bases in Kuwait, Iraq, and Syria. Oh no. I guess I had got disconnected there for a second there. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. It says here that this is footage of a ballistic missile strike on a footage of a strike on a ballistic missile depot. Check this out. Check this out. Wow, this is amazing. Amazing footage. Listen to this. Look at this. So those were probably secondary explosions, I guess, from the munitions depot, missile depot. Okay, Israeli jets reported due east over Damascus, likely indicating another round of airstrikes on Iran. We got real-time intel, guys. We got the real-time intel right here at the Blazing Press. You're not going to find it anywhere else. Right here. Steve Luckner actually copied what we were doing. He did a good job, but we're just going to start doing it over again. Show everybody how it's done, right? We got to be on top of this stuff, you know. So get out there and share it. We want to make sure we give everybody a heads up anyway. I don't know where that car is coming from. I'm hearing a lot of peeling out here. Where is that coming from? Is that one of my other feeds? All right, so hold tight here real quick. Make sure I got this up here. Okay, yes, Israeli jets are reportedly over Damascus as we speak, likely indicating another round of strikes. Revolutionary Guard headquarters in Tehran has been hit by Israel. state TV. Fire, smoke at Iranian Revolutionary Guard command site in Tehran. State TV is now reporting. Wow. A federal judge has just ordered President Trump to return control of the National Guard to California Governor Gavin Newsom. Did you just hear that? Oh boy, that's going to make Trump really happy. Now, he's got federal troops in there. That's why he probably brought the military in. See, Trump probably back-ended it here because he knew that this would happen and brought in the Marines because they're still subject and under the control of Trump. So the state of California is going to have to somehow get the military out because Trump is probably going to funnel more troops, military troops in there if something bad happens. Wow. Okay, so breaking. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is being moved to a secure location. You would have thought that he would have already been in a secure location, but I guess not. IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir says, quote, "We launched the strike because the time had come. We reached the point of no return," unquote. He goes on to say, "We cannot wait for another time to act. We have no choice. History, both distant and recent, has taught us that in the face of ambitions to destroy us, we must not bow our heads, and so we fight to preserve our existence. Freedom is granted to those who are willing to fight for it." Israel now closes its airspace 6 minutes ago. Iran just posted that Iran will surprise the world in the next few hours. Iranian state media. Iran will surprise the world in the next few hours. Did you hear that? What does this mean? Oh. It's got to be some kind of nuke. It's got to be some kind of a dirty bomb. Or a nuke or something, or an EMP. Maybe it's going to be some kind of asymmetrical, destabilizing kind of attack, an asymmetrical attack on Israel, or who knows who, maybe even the U.S. They can blame it on Iran. They'll just say Iran did it. This is all the big Satan's fault, the little Satan's fault. They're going to say Trump lured us into this, making us think that Israel wouldn't attack us, and said that we would have a nice little meeting and hopefully try to resolve this one more time. But no, they get attacked, and it's a very deep wound. Iran will surprise the world in the next few hours. Okay, so what is this one here? Let's look at this. Just posting some here really quick here. Wow, look at some of these visuals here. Look at some of these visuals here. Check this out. This is some video coming out of Iran right now. That's TFD, Tehran Fire Department. Tehran Fire Department. Targeted attack. Targeted attack. That's that building I told you, man. That thing looks like it's about to fall apart. You see that? That building looks like it's about to just split right in half. Suburbs of Tehran. Something's going on there. Dead. They're saying he's dead. They say he's dead. They say he's dead. Dead Jim, dead Jim, dead. Dead, dead, dead. What? That is crazy. Fig beater, you know what I'm talking about. Dead, dead, dead. You're dead, little bunny rabbit. That's Zootopia, by the way. My kids. They love that little movie. But yeah, they're all dead. Is that crazy? Did I show you that, or was I on the screen there? I hope I had the right screen up. I guess I didn't. Did I have the right screen up? My goodness. Let me make sure I got the right screen up here.
Matthew Bowser has become a member.
Oh, cool. Right on. We got a new member? That can't be me, though. That's got to be somebody else. Let's see what we got here. By the way, make sure you do become a member here on our YouTube channel. We're about to give away $500 worth of stuff to any member that's a part of us, part of the BP News channel. So get on board right now. Become a member of BP News. $500, or not $500, but $500 worth. It's a bug out bag. And the reason why we're giving out bug out bags, because they call it a go bag or a bug out bag, but it's really a go bag for when and if there is a natural disaster or some kind of a situation, they call it a situation, begins to happen where you got to move. You got to get out of Dodge. You got to have some food, maybe 30, what do they say, 72 hours worth of food, 3 days. You want to have a little stove to warm water or purify water, or, get a cup of hot coffee or cold, turn some water into tea or soup, right? So we have those 3-stage, or it's a 2-stage stove where you can put anything in it to start it, any kind of fuel. And we've got all kinds of stuff in there. Fire starters, we got ferro rods, we've got, I think there's a Faraday bag in there. There's 3 or 4 different bags of food that are really good freeze-dried foods, or the Peak Refuel. We got the backpack. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there. At least $500 worth of stuff. So just so you know, we're giving that away to the one lucky member here real soon. So get ready for that giveaway. It'll be on the spin dial. So right now we've got about 20 members. So a pretty good chance. We just started this, so our channel is just now getting on board here. So support what we're doing. Help us get this channel up and moving. Get it running. Get it smooth. We got to get it out there. And that's how we do it, through memberships. My mic is off. Did my mic go off? My sound keeps cutting out. I'm sorry. Sometimes this mic has a little bit of a short. I'm going to have to, once I get a few more members, I'll go out and get a new mic. How's that? There you go. So become a member. We'll have a better audio feed. We need some support. Only for the members. McGrath, yes, we want to give back to the members because they're supporting what we're doing. They're helping us monthly. They're committed to what we're doing on our channel. Obviously, we're giving away a lot of free content to every day, and but the members, because they're doing something extra, we're going to give something extra back. So, like I said, we do these giveaways periodically, maybe twice a month. So, become a member. You get a chance to get back some of your money if you're putting out money. But, times are tough. I know that there are people that are struggling and they want to, they want to be a part of everything. And I know I try not to think about things that I'm not supposed to be doing it anyway. Just focus on the things that you can do right now. Do them the best you can, and you'll get blessed. That's the way I say it. Try to bless as many people as you can, and it'll come back. So it says here, breaking video, the entire Iranian general staff, including the head of the general staff of the military and several senior Iranian nuclear scientists, all eliminated tonight, Israeli intel says to CNN. That is absolutely crazy. Look at this. Here is the CNN report of that.
First, Caitlin, something I just heard from a senior Israeli official who says that according to Israeli assessments, there are very high chances that the entire Iranian general staff, including the head of the Iranian general staff of the Iranian military, and several senior Iranian nuclear scientists were all eliminated in the Israeli strikes tonight. I hear that again from a senior Israeli official who says that several senior top Iranian military commanders, including the head of the general staff of the Iranian military and senior nuclear scientists, have all been targeted in those strikes. And according to IDF assessments, there's a high chance that they've been eliminated.
I mean, that is really striking intelligence, if that is accurate.
Striking intelligence, absolutely. It was because it was a surgical strike, maybe? That's why it's striking intelligence? Right, striking intelligence. All right, so we got more updates, guys. More updates, major news updates coming down the pike. Iran has said that they will surprise the world in the next few hours. Are you ready for that, everybody? The whole world is going to be surprised. All right, so here are the videos or the screenshots of the men that were just eliminated. Once again, why is this not on my screen? Here we go. These are the men that were eliminated. The names of these men are Chief General Hossein Salami, General Gholam Ali Rashid, Dr. Taran Nakshi, and Dr. Faradun Abbas. These two are the doctors they look like, and these two are the generals, as you would say. Right? Can you tell the difference? You can't see my cursor. Okay. There you go. There's the four top ones that were eliminated from the program there. Okay. There have been strikes on nuclear targets. Yep. All right, we got some more updates here. Yeah, they took out the nuclear scientists. Iran outlets claim that Iran will declare war on Israel and retaliate, quote, soon. Iranian outlets are now claiming that Iran will declare war on Israel and retaliate, quote, soon. This is just now hitting the fan. This is why Israel has been, and the United States, for that matter, have been pulling back. See, this is, to me, this doesn't make any sense. You know, either the Iranian intelligence is just totally, completely incompetent, or this is not legit, because the United States was pulling back its forces out of, listen, we were pulling out all of our diplomats out of all the embassies in Northern Africa, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East. All of them. We reported this hours ago, earlier today. I made an emergency report early in the morning about this intel. If that were the case, you would think that Iran would be expecting something huge, and that they were assessing the situation as things were developing, that it could portend something bad happening before the talks with the Americans. Why would we be doing that? Israel was hiding their planes, not keeping them on the tarmac, but flying them to other countries, on top of the fact that they're telling their citizens to prepare for war and all the other contingencies that they're getting ready for. You would think that the Iranians would not have just gone back to their, cozy little apartments that were leaders. That just doesn't make sense. Especially in the technological age where we have AI drones and, the ability to track every little detail of people that are needing to be tracked. And if they have been paying attention to how Hezbollah fared and how Hamas fared and how all of Gaza fared, they would have already been, putting two and two together to say that would equal the same thing happening to us. So maybe we should not go home in our cozy little apartments or whatever, and maybe get into our deep bunkers in preparation for war, because it looked like war was coming this morning. So why wouldn't they have been taking cover? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense to me. Don't make any sense. Unless they're just that unaware. Maybe they just can't read English. Maybe they just don't have anybody that interprets, U.S. media posts and intel. That their intelligence community isn't up to speed on what's happening. They don't have AI to help process things very quickly like the Americans and the Israelis do. That's the only thing. I mean, the Israelis and Americans are probably chronicling what we're saying right here in real time through quantum computing and AI and Palantir. This is all being listened to in real time. As of just within the last few months, this technology has now been rolled out. It was probably not possible before, but right now, yeah, they're probably listening to Blazing Press on a monitor. Someone's probably sitting there listening, or the AI is chronicling it, giving it priority. Yep, this one is needing priority. Somebody needs to listen in, see where they getting this intel from. By the way, all you out there that are listening, it is coming from the Most High God, okay? So this is why we're on top of everything, because we got a heads up from the Lord Most High. This is not the kingdoms of the world. We're not getting intelligence just from people here on the ground. It's all being put together by Lord Most High, just so you know. Demonic AI has to hear it from the Most High. The demonic AI has to hear it from the Most High. There we go. I think I'm going to coin the phrase, because I'm going to tell you what, God Most High is above all of this AI. He is. He's way above it. Nothing can compare with God's intelligence. And it's not alien. It is supreme. It is Most High, creator of all things. Amen. Okay, so Iran has no choice but to carry out the inevitable. Iranian state media is now stating Iran has no choice but to carry out the inevitable. What does that mean? Do you know what that means? That sounds to me like nukes. That's what that sounds like to me. Guys, I hope you're ready for what's coming down the pike. Are they still capable of launching nukes? You better hope that they took out all their top level people that pressed the buttons. Oh, wow. Look at this. Wow, wowee. Look at this. Look at the somebody was like, they're not going to do anything. Look at, there's all these planes in the sky over Tehran. No, there's not. Not anymore. There ain't. That was all there just for the heck of it. They didn't know what was coming. I guess Iran was completely blindsided. I just still don't understand how they could have been. I was aware this morning that this was coming. Weren't you? You guys listening to me, you knew this was all coming, didn't you? By listening to what I said this morning? I made an emergency alert and let everybody know. You would think that Iran might know. By just listening to the Blazing Press, they would have gotten their guys in a bunker. Hey, Blazing Press just disclosed all the information right there on YouTube. Maybe we should be getting in our bunkers. It looks like Israel's about to attack us. It's like, serious. Come on now. This is Israeli airstrikes against the countryside of Olam. Iran attacks targeted isolated areas in the mountains, which are typical for Iranian military bases. So there you go. That's probably a military base right there in the background. Uh-oh, I'm hearing something. Listen up, listen up. Oh, I heard a boom. Did you hear a boom? I thought I heard a boom. I thought I heard a boom, boom, boom. Oh, that was somebody that's got a cam. We got the cam audio on high, so you can hear it. I'll just keep it up so you guys can hear it in the background while I'm talking. We could play that song, Boom, Boom, Boom. Let me hear you say, way-ho. All right, here we go. We got some more updates. Israeli airstrikes in Tabriz, northern Iran. Tabriz, northern Iran. This is as day breaks. Continual strikes are ongoing. Iran is to declare war against Israel and Iraq. Okay, because Iraq was where they launched their attack from what I understand. Israel to declare war on Israel and Iraq. You know, there's been a history of war against the Iraqis, Iranians and the Iraqis. So there's some very bad blood there still, I'm sure. Very bad blood there still brewing. But the Shiites have definitely gotten involved and taken over a lot of what's going on in Iraq. Several Israeli strikes against Qom, Iran, QOM. Tabriz nuclear facility was just targeted by Israeli airstrikes. That was probably the fire that we saw up in the mountains. Somebody is saying, I doubt Israel has struck Iranian underground facilities. I don't know. There was a big fire up there in the mountains. Maybe they did. Pretty big fire going on up there. Maybe they did. Continued strikes on Iranian nuclear sites are being reported. The IRGC Aerospace Commander, Brigadier General Amir Ali Hazada, is safe. This is according to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Aerospace Commander. Chief of Staff of all Iranian forces, Major General Mohammad Bagheri, is safe. So he's not dead. The high command is operational. This is all propaganda. See, I think that the Israelis are putting out propaganda saying that he's dead. How do they even know he's dead? They don't know he's dead. Come on. In fact, the general probably put his cell phone somewhere so that, because he knew they were going to target it, and he probably just left it somewhere where they thought he was at. I just don't think that they're that stupid. The Iranians are not that stupid. I'm just telling you, I just don't think they were that stupid. So it's being reported now that General Mohammad Bagheri is safe. Breaking, Mossad source told Israeli army radio, quote, "The list of assassinated Iranian leaders is long and unprecedented." Long and unprecedented. Really? Well, I guess it remains to be seen. To see who's telling the truth here. Israeli assessment. Okay, assessment now presented to the Prime Minister. Breaking, an Iranian response is possible within hours, with the assessment being that in the first strike, hundreds of ballistic missiles will be launched toward Israeli territory. Hundreds of ballistic missiles is what the Iranians are now saying, toward Israeli territory. April 12th, Political reported that Trump gave Iran 60 days to demonstrate progress in nuclear negotiations or face potential military consequences. Today is day 61. Today is day 61. There you go. Now we're watching for incoming missiles from Iran right now over Bethlehem, West Bank, Tel Aviv, Haifa, and what is this? Jerusalem. Breaking, Iran is reportedly on the verge of declaring war on Israel as it prepares to launch. Okay, they already did. The general, you're way behind. So we got people that are posting that are way behind on this. We are out on the front lines of communicating the intel of what is unfolding right now in the Middle East. There are no signs of nuclear contamination at Natanz enrichment site. No sign. Is this lies or is this the truth? Over 240 plus Israeli airstrikes against Iran so far, according to Yair Altman, Israeli military journalist for Channel 14. So the public in Israel says following the situation and according to the Home Front Command's directive, the underground stations of the Red Line have been opened to the public. Alabi Station, Tel Aviv. Yehudit Station, Tel Aviv. Shaul Hamalek Station, Tel Aviv. These are probably all underground stations or subways. Abal Hillel Station. Balik. Okay, there's a whole list of them. I can't read them all. These are all in Tel Aviv. These are here in Okay, breaking news. Jack Placebo. Jack Placebo. Jack Placebo. You guys know who I'm talking about. Jack Placebo is now reporting that the FBI reportedly is mobilizing. Listen carefully. This is what we told you was coming. The FBI reportedly is mobilizing counterterrorism task force on alert status for potential Iranian sleeper cell activity. This is in the United States. In the United States. Airspace over Syria, Iraq, and Iran is completely empty right now. Completely empty. There is operations probably going to be ongoing in this area and location for a while. And Israel as well. There's nothing over Israel as well. Israel is empty as well. Security alert, State Department security alert on Israel. As a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. That means underground, get into your bunkers, find a safe space because missiles are coming from Iran. They will be incoming. Nine minutes ago, Israel attacked at least 6 military bases around Tehran, including Parishin and residential homes at 2 highly secure complexes for military commanders and multiple residential buildings around Tehran in what appears to be targeted assassinations. Okay, Iranian state media announces the martyrdom of IRGC's chief of staff, Hossein Salami, General Gholam al-Rashid, and the nuclear scientists, Dr. Tarachi and Abbasi. So the one general that they said they had killed in the beginning, that he's not on the list. So he's probably still alive. He's probably the one that's going to direct and direct the war, and he's probably the one that's going to be calling the shots. He's still alive. Israel was probably hoping that they got him, but all right, here's some unidentified jets over Tehran. I don't know if you can see that. Kind of hard to see, but that's crazy. Oh, man. All right, listen to this. Iran to declare war against Israel and the U.S. both. This is according to Aquila. Wow. This is why Placebo Jack Placebo has stated that the FBI is now in preparation for sleeper cells on the homeland, and this is what we told you would happen if there was a war. If there was a war that broke out, that it would begin to happen here on the homeland. In every major city where there's an Islamic population, you need to be aware. You need to be aware of what's coming, guys. I've tried to alert you guys for the last week now with heads up on what to expect, and this is it. This is it. Preparations have now started for retaliation against Israel. Reid statement on Israeli strikes on Iran, Washington, D.C. Tonight, after Israeli carried out large-scale strikes throughout Iran, U.S. Senator Jack Reed, Democrat of Rhode Island, and the ranking member of the Senate Armed
99 has become a member.
and the ranking senator member of the Senate Armed Services Committee issued the following statement. Quote, Israel's alarming decision to launch airstrikes on Iran is a reckless escalation that risks igniting regional violence. These strikes threaten not only the lives of innocent civilians, but the stability of the entire Middle East and the safety of American citizens and forces. While tensions between Israel and Iran are real and complex, military aggression of this scale is never the answer. I urge both nations to show immediate restraint, and I call on President Trump and our international partners to press for the diplomatic de-escalation before the crisis spirals further out of control. We already told you this is where it was going. We told you this for a week. And if you haven't been listening to me for the last week, you're surprised right now. But if you've been listening to what I've been telling you for the last week, I told you how it was going to unfold exactly to what's been going on. You need to listen carefully now to where it's going. Where is this going to go from here on out? I want to tell you, keep on paying attention to what we talk about here every day, because it takes a lot of time to unfold and unpack the big picture. Okay, this is a big picture of intelligence that is overarching of the whole of not only biblical prophecy, but of geopolitics and how it all connects. And this is biblical prophecy unfolding right before your very eyes. So what better place to find out all these things than right here at Blazing Press, right? It says Iran could launch about 300 to 400 missiles accompanied with drones. Iranian state media says most of our nuclear assets are safe. Oh boy. And what are those surprises that we're supposed to see? The whole world is going to be surprised, Iran says. I hope that America's not surprised. I'm not going to be surprised. I know what's coming. This ain't going to surprise me. I already know what's coming. I got my eyes wide open. I'm not in the dark here. Hello. We are very aware of what's going on here. Iran reports of possible bunker-penetrating missiles that were used in strikes near Kermanshah, Iran. Continued strikes on Iranian nuclear sites are being reported. Okay, that was like about 15 minutes ago. Sorry about that. That was a little bit older. Okay, so right now, Israel's entire Air Force is now in the air implementing the operation it has been preparing for since 2015. Is that not what I told you? They've been preparing for this for years. This is everything that they've been preparing for. U.S. Department orders all employees and family members in Israel to take shelter now. State Secretary, Department of Secretary alert on Israel says, as a result of the current security situation, as a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. Never in its history has Israel attacked that strongly, that far. Okay, he needs to use better English. Somebody needs to tell Amir he's not using his grammar needs a little fixing there. I had to correct it right there for him. So what he's saying, and this is what Amir is saying. So for anybody that knows who Amir is, he's kind of one of our just like, sources that we look at when we look at Israeli stuff, but he's kind of the mouthpiece of what's happening in the military there. It says, for anyone who mistakenly thinks that the United States has not coordinated with Israel, on April 12th, Trump gave 60. Okay, so he's doing the 60-day thing. It's the 61st day. Okay, we know. Breaking, Iran is planning to give a harsh response to Israeli attack. Iranian security source to Reuters. Iran's going to hit a lot of bases in the Middle East, not just in Israel. It's going to probably be a lot of U.S. bases. I can confirm now that Iran will be hitting U.S. bases in response. Where did that one come from, honey? We need to put the sources on those. We're not the sources on any of that. As when you post, make sure you post the source. Israeli Air Force is currently conducting another wave of attacks across Iran, according to Israel's Channel 12. Israeli official states, we are just getting started. Oh, jeez. I had a feeling that that's what they were doing. They're just going to be, it's going to be one wave after another. Iran could launch 300 to 400 missiles accompanied with drones. Most of our nuclear assets are safe. Both Natanz and Fordow underground nuclear facilities are safe, Iran state media. 2 minutes ago, Israeli security forces tells IDF military radio, if this opening strike succeeded, then the decapitation strike we carried out against Hezbollah in 10 days, we executed against Iran in 10 minutes. Oh, that was Aquila? Okay. Okay, so that was Aquila. That's what I thought. The entire Israeli Air Force is busy with waves of attacks, which makes the Iranian response very hard to prepare. That's what I was thinking they were going to do. Just one wave after another, and it's going to basically not allow them to respond. Israel is still bombing Natanz nuclear site. They haven't penetrated the structure yet. They are bombing that site, trying to penetrate the structure. I'm sure that the Iranians can launch something very quickly if they have it all set up already. They already, I'm sure, are aware of this type of thing happening. When they're in an all-out war situation, they've already probably war-gamed this out themselves. They've been planning this for a long time, too. It hasn't just been the Israelis. I guess we're going to find out whose plan is actually going to succeed. Is it possible that many have stated that Iran is, in the prophets, Iran is spoken of as Elam, or the bow of Elam that's broken in the last days? Is it possible that Iran is talked about as having a bow broken? Its military is destroyed and its country itself. There's many people that interpret that as the destruction of Iran. U.S. nuke sniffers are active right now. U.S. nuke sniffers. Light crude oil has just gone up hugely, 9% now, almost 10% at NYMEX. Now, if you need to get gas, I would say leave right now, go get your gas. If you haven't got gas yet and you want to fill up, you want to get your gas at least 50 cents cheaper, get it right now, because tomorrow I'll bet it'll be up at least $1, 50 cents, $1. It'll just keep going up. It'll go up. Maybe it'll go up $2 overnight. I don't know. With what is coming down the pike, guys, your gas prices are going to skyrocket. Skyrocket. Just saying. I told you guys, prepare. Trump convenes National Security Council meeting on Friday at 11 a.m. U.S. President Donald Trump warned Netanyahu to not carry out any military action. Now, this could be plausible deniability. This may have been exactly what Trump knew he would do anyway. He didn't really care because this is all playing into Trump's ultimate hand of controlling the situation. He thrives in an environment like this. This is important. I told you guys maximum chaos would become unfolding before his military parade, because it's going to make Trump look bad, because there's 1,500 protests all across America. And I said that something big was going to come to distract away from that. Something huge. And I speculated and actually said I believed it would be an attack that would be so huge going on in Israel and Iran that it would totally take away the attention away from his military parade, or not just the military parade, but away from all of the protesting, all of the chaos that's happening here on American soil. Everybody's eyes would be riveted to what's going on in the Middle East. Make sure you share our Telegram page and our YouTube page and get connected in every way through our social media with your friends and family. In the days to come, we are going to be covering a lot of information, and you don't want to miss not 1 minute. So with a response from Iran, we will be hearing in the background here air sirens, if they're able to have a response, because my thought is that Israel would do this, a wave after wave after wave of attacks, until they just completely wear down the Iranians. Now, if the Iranians are deep in a military underground mountain, I don't know if they can break through. And if they have the ability to just launch their hypersonics or their supersonics right from these mountains, then they could be literally launching their response, and it will be coming within hours. Okay, so we're expecting it to happen anytime. Anytime you're going to hear these sirens going off, you're going to hear the Kumta alerts going off the charts on my Telegram page. Kumta alerts going to be going off the charts, and we're going to be seeing and hearing a lot of things in the background here on these cams. Most likely the Haifa cam and the Tel Aviv cam. I don't know if they actually would attack Jerusalem. They might. They might attack Jerusalem, but it would be most likely Jerusalem. Haifa and Tel Aviv. Jerusalem's kind of more of a symbol of holiness that they might not touch. The U.S. Embassy in Israel is, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, security fencing and increased police presence are being set up near the Israeli Embassy in Washington, D.C. Okay, wow, this is interesting. Thank you, Dee, for sharing that. Okay, so we're going to look at this right here. Look at this. Let's put this on a different page here. All right, so that's interesting. Yeah, if you send me something, just send it to at Blazing Press on Telegram, at Blazing Press on Telegram, or DM or send it to The Blazing Press at The Blazing Press on Twitter. Maybe we'll start using Twitter a little bit. Okay, so here we go. This was coming from Parallel Universe. Look at this. So there's some kind of an attack that is being recorded, and people are showing this on social media inside of Iran. I'm not exactly sure what happened here, but it's a massive attack. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me get this up. Let me get this off here really quick. Let's just pull that off there. That's kind of distracting. All right. Let's take a look at this really quick.
موشک همین الان اسرائیل حمله کرد موشک زدن و احتمالاً کشته داده اینجا مردم داشتن
They're shell shocked. They're all shell shocked.
موشک همین الان
Those people are shell shocked. They are literally they just a massive bomb went off right there and literally just shocked the whole area. I'm sure people that were close by probably died, but I mean, you see women and children running around in there. Look at that. I mean, look, there's little kids in there. That's a massive area. Look at how far that goes back. Those fires and that smoke goes way back there. So something huge went off there. Look at that. Look at how far back it goes. People are running from way back there. What could that be? Wow, that's just absolutely crazy. All right, we're getting some more updates here. Uh-oh. Hold on. Did I lose my feed here? Holdy. Okay, here we go. All right, what else we got here? All right, so they're starting to hoard gasoline. The Iranians now are starting to prepare for gas shortages. There is just all kinds of information coming out right now. Iranians are starting to hoard gasoline. Many are leaving the city by car to travel to family members in the countryside. That's what I'm telling you is coming to America. If you live in a city, you better prepare. This is why I'm giving away a bug out bag right now. If you're a member, I'm giving out a bug out bag, $500 worth of stuff, because people are going to need to get out of Dodge. This is what the Iranians are doing right now. Look at this. Look at what they're doing. This is coming to America as well. I'm telling you, this is not going to just stay over there. Iranian opposition media reports new Israeli airstrikes on the Natanz reactor. Israel chose to strike against Iran on its own, ignoring Trump's advice to pursue more diplomatic options. CNN. Security fencing and increased police presence are being set up. Okay, I already gave you that. Breaking. U.S. will pay a heavy price, Iranian official says. Wow. The U.S. will pay a heavy price, Iranian official says. Israel has imposed a full blockade on all Palestinian territories, including the West Bank. All Palestinian entry into Israeli territory is now banned. All right, we got Jackie Barr to a new member. God bless Jackie Barr. Any new members? Anybody else? New members? We're going to spin that dial here in just a moment. We're going to give away that $500 worth of go bag stuff. 70. Oh shoot, there goes my connection. My connection went off there for a minute. And anything that you might need in a 72-hour period of transition, if you're having to get out of Dodge or go somewhere, especially if you're in a city, you're gonna need water purifier. You're gonna need a little stove, a little bug out stove. These are great stoves too, by the way. You can use any kind of fuel, even if you have little sticks or like leaves or something. You can actually use that as fuel too. But there's all kinds of little fuel things that you can use. Alcohol, anything. I mean, it's just great. We'll put some fire starters in there as well. Let's see, what was the other things that were included? We got the 3 bags of freeze-dried food that are going to be included. Fire starter kit, fire starters in themselves. You can actually cook with the fire starters. And they last like 10 minutes, each little briquette. We'll give you a bunch of those briquettes. What else? There's a few other things in there I can't remember now, but it's up there. Oh, so what do you call it? A solar panel is going to be in there. A solar panel, Faraday bag. We might have a radio in there. I'm not sure if we have that radio still. We're going to put it. We'll put together a nice package there. We've already got something. A bag of eggs. You got to have a bag of eggs, right? One of these. Freeze-dried 50 eggs. The best kind of protein you can get right here. Freeze-dried, fresh, natural eggs. 1 bag of that's going to be in there. Here's your bug out bag. We might put some walkie-talkies in there or radios. Hello, hello. Anybody home? We need some help. Come and get us. What else? We'll find some other things to stick in there. Israel has opened underground hospitals. There you go. Brittany has become a blazer as well. Super blazer. Welcome, Brittany. Brittany Templeton. God bless. Super blazer. All right, I think I'm going to give that pack away in about an hour. How's that? We'll do it in an hour if it's not too crazy. If it's not too crazy, it'll be in the next hour. Christina Smith, welcome to the Blazer channel. We are going to give away that bag in about an hour. Let's just give it an hour. Whoopee! You've been a Patreon member for a while. Patrons, we'll what's your name in there, Patron? What Patron are you there, Jenny? I'll put you in there, Jenny. What Patreon number are you? If you're a Patron, we'll put you in there too. You just click that join button, I think. It's right down there, McGraw. Josh, welcome. Welcome, Josh. Uh-oh, we got some big news going. Uh-oh. My wife is saying, wow. That means it must be big. What is reality? A-Dub is in the house. All right, A-Dub. Gas prices are going to spike. Food is going to become more expensive. Gas to get that food to your local supermarket. Hacks on our critical infrastructure are going to be taking place. Did you see the hack that happened yesterday on the top food distributor in America? Now shortages are being seen in local supermarkets, including Whole Foods. Did you see that? That's in preparation for what's coming, guys. They are going to hit our... We had a hack today on Google. Did you see that? A big hack that shut down Amazon, Google, a lot of Google, Cloudflare, everything. Dude, everything is going to be hitting the fan. Scott, you're a patron? Scott is a patron. Let's see. We're gonna have to add everybody in here. Now, the people that are over here. Let's see here. All right, I got to keep up on these alerts, man. They're just coming in fast and furious here. All right, hold on. We got some big time stuff going on here. Uh-oh. High alert at Dimona nuclear facilities. I think that is in... Israel is preparing for retaliation that would come from multiple fronts, namely Iran, Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria. What about Egypt? Egypt's not happy with Israel either. Wow. Dimona nuclear facilities. Where is that? Isn't that Israel? That's Israel, right? Dimona, isn't that Israel? Yeah, that's in the Negev Desert. Negev Desert. Dimona nuclear facilities. BB, thank you. Welcome to the Blazer community. All of you new Blazers, welcome. You guys get some perks. We definitely do some informational updates here that are just for you guys that are supporting what we're doing here, just as a thank you. But, you know, we don't withhold any information from the general public, but we do give you guys a special kudo, thumbs up, hangout. And we did one the other day. You can go check that one out. Really good. Don't forget to check it out. It was just posted 2 days ago. Trump is reportedly infuriated with Netanyahu. Yeah, right. He probably likes the fact that it's going to cause chaos now. He's pretending. I told you guys, the reason the chaos is here is to take the attention away from the thousands of locations across America that are going to be in protest on the 14th. And leading up to the 14th, because there's still protests happening in a lot of major cities. But this is all to take people's eyes off of what's happening here. This timing of what's going down. We told you guys that this was a big way to get our attention off of what's happening here, because under the cover of this is going to be coming military surveillance, implementation of this grid of control, And they don't want people to get all caught. They want people to be distracted with the big bangs and the big flashes over here. So America is in big trouble, and there's also going to be probably blaming a lot of this chaos and unrest on terrorists that let in by the Biden administration, right? It's all Biden's fault. This is the left-right paradigm. Everybody blaming each other, civil unrest, states seceding. You've got all these states now that are governors are saying, "Go ahead, arrest me, Trump. Arrest me, you dictator." You've got the governor of Illinois, the governor of Michigan, or is it New York? And then the governor Hutchell, I think it's Hutchell, and then the governor of California, all telling Trump to arrest them. Go ahead, arrest us. Literally, they are pushing for civil unrest and civil war. You're talking about blues against red against blue, the polarization. This is all coming to a head. It just seems so orchestrated. When I look at the big picture and as I've watched this thing unfold, I said this is all highly orchestrated. And it may, in fact, be the AI doing this. The AI is capable of these scenarios. That's why Elon said it's dangerous. It could destroy humanity because the AI will be in control. And they said singularity is already here. The singularity of the influence of AI in decision making has been with us for quite some time, but it's now taking over. I mean, there's been AI bots controlling BlackRock for I don't know how long, and they are basically controlling what, 20 plus trillion dollars in assets. I mean, all the major companies, corporations are under BlackRock, and that's an AI bot. It's called Aladdin. If you don't know anything about the AI Aladdin and all the decisions that are made in accordance with what Aladdin tells them, that's how they're controlling our markets, is by AI. And now all of this AI surveillance is now being unleashed on the public, and it's also being used in warfare. So this is all AI driven as well. I mean, the whole AI campaign against Gaza took place using Palantir. It was Palantir. Palantir was also used and is still being used in the Russian-Ukraine war. So Palantir is a software that's got a military application, and it's combining and basically channeling all of this information. It's like a hub for the whole system. It'll probably be right there in the middle of smack dab in the middle of the Everything app that is X. It'll be smack dab in the middle of the Everything app that is X. And this whole fake conflict between Trump and Elon is exactly what we told you. It was fake. It was to try to get you all distracted away from Elon, because Elon, there's a reason why. There's a big reason why. And I'm not going to go into all the details, but just so you know, what we're seeing is kabuki theater. It's WWE. Everybody thinks it's real or it feels real, but it's really not. It's fake. It's just the plan to herd you in a certain direction, to get you to do certain things by it's emotional manipulation. It is trauma-based control. It is. When you shake the world up like this, oh my gosh, it's World War III. People are going to listen more to what you tell them. Leaders are going to have more control when we're in a state of war. People are going to be more patriotic. They're going to fly the flag, like, oh, they're going to be like, holy is our country. They're going to be worshiping the power structure at that point. I mean, just look at what happened during Iraq I, Iraq II. All you saw everywhere was American flags. Everywhere. Every car had an American flag on it. Everybody went to church. The churches were filled, completely overflowing. After the war was over, no more people in the church. It all kind of died down. But what did we get for it? More surveillance, more of our freedoms taken away under the Patriot Act. They call it a Patriot Act because we're patriotic. In the process of taking something away, they're telling you that you're a patriot, right? Hey, you want a freedom city? Hey, you're going to be free. Here's a freedom city for you. You want to be healed of cancer? Here's some nanotechnology. We're going to put it in your body, in your brain, in your veins and arteries. It's got a little armada of digital nanotech swimming around in your veins, helping you be healthy, taking away the aging gene so you'll never die. Right. Come on. It's the devil serum. It's the devil juice. It's the devil venom. It's gotten into your blood and you're going to be possessed. You're not going to be able to. This is the mark. I'm telling you, this is the mark. You're being. Remember Trump's major, his big. He said it. I don't know how many times. He was in love with this poem, the snake poem. He's like, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. And the woman was like, why would you bite me? Why would you betray me? Why would you do that? And he said, because you knew I was a snake when you let me in. I was about to die. Yeah. Political warfare, political lawfare. Everything else was against me. I took all your slings and arrows. I deceived you into thinking, and now I'm going to cause chaos in the whole world and control everything because he's ruling the world, right? He even said it. I'm running the world, in his own words. I'm not just running America. I'm running the world. And I'm going to bring peace and prosperity to the whole world in 24 hours, along with a million other boasts that are all manipulated to get you to think something and make you think that he's going to help you. This is why he's betraying Israel. And this is why MAGA is freaking out right now, because they can't understand. It doesn't compute. Nothing makes sense anymore because he's not doing what they thought. They're kind of in shell shock. A lot of MAGA people are in shell shock. They don't know what just happened. They're like, what happened? Well, if you would have been listening to what we've been telling you, you wouldn't have been shell shocked. You would have been completely ready for what's happening. You would have seen it coming a mile away like we did. We chronicled it play by play before it actually happened. We even told you about Alex Jones, who says he's tomorrow's news today. No, he's not. He's not tomorrow's news today. This is the channel that has tomorrow's news today. We actually are telling you stuff that's happening before it happens. And we always have been on the cutting edge, way out in front anyway, right? I won't go into all the credentials there, but you guys that have been long timers, you know what I'm talking about. Spokesman for Iran Armed Forces says, quote, Israel and the United States will receive a forceful slap, and Iran's armed forces would be retaliating in force soon with counterstrikes, he said. A retaliation attack is definite, God willing. New York Times. This is Iranian Armed Forces spokesman. Just a slap? Just a slap? Is that it? Just a slap? What about a punch? Why not say a punch? I would think a punch would be better than a slap. A slap just sounds kind of sissy-like, if you ask me. And I just say it is Holy Spirit-led intelligence. I will say that. This is not anything that has anything special about me or this channel. It is just that we pray, we seek the Lord, we ask God for guidance on everything that we understand or looking at, and we ask God to show us what's coming. And God does that for a lot of his children, right? If you're a child of the King and you know your Bible and you know Jesus, because really the Bible is all about the whole plan of God for humanity from time immemorial till the end, till the actual fulfillment and the culmination of the age, which I believe we're right at the door of seeing. And that God would want to reveal these things to his kids, right? The Lord says, I will not do anything except that I not first reveal my secrets unto my servants, the prophets. If you're one of his children, you have the prophetic gift of the Spirit, right? That's the right and the inheritance of every child of the King. All right, breaking news. One of the targets in the Israeli airstrikes on Iran was Ali Shamkhani, a top advisor to Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Israel has opened underground hospitals. Breaking: Israeli strategic headquarters are being cleared in anticipation of possible casualties following a potential retaliation declaration from Iran. Okay, so the Ali Shamkhani, the senior advisor to the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, it says he's a member of the Expediency Discernment Council, okay, has been critically injured in Israeli airstrikes in Tehran. So he's been critically injured. The fifth wave of strikes is now happening in western Iran. It is now underway, according to Ynet reports. Israeli estimates Operation Rising Lion against Iran will continue for at least 2 weeks. Really? 2 weeks? Wow. Israeli Defense Forces is calling up tens of thousands of soldiers from reserves, says Channel 12, Israeli Channel 12. Oh, wow. Let me see. I think we got some video here. We saw that. Spokesman for the Iranian General Staff, quote, Iran considers both Israel and the United States equally responsible. Whoa, okay. Israel is preparing for a retaliation that would come from multiple fronts, namely Iran, Yemen, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria. U.S. officials have stated, we will do our best to protect our own as of now. Trump is reportedly infuriated with Netanyahu. Spokesman of Iranian armed forces, quote, Israel and the United States will receive a forceful slap, and Iran's armed forces would be retaliating in force soon with counterstrikes, he said. A retaliation attack is definite. God willing. Okay, I did share that. They put up that barrier and it looks just like a net. That's not going to stop anybody. It's kind of dumb. Iran's supreme leader has issued a statement He said, at dawn today, the Zionist regime committed a heinous crime on our soil, exposing its wicked nature by striking residential areas. It must now await a severe judgment or punishment. By God's will, the powerful hand of Iran's armed forces will not let this go unanswered. A number of our commanders and scientists were martyred in the attack. Their successors will immediately continue their mission. With this crime, the Zionist regime has sealed a bitter and painful fate for itself, and it will surely face it. This is coming from the Ayatollah Khomeini, I guess his name is. Hold on one second, guys. All right, I'm back. So we may be looking at the next few hours, or we could be looking at another day. I mean, I don't know how long it will take for Iran to mount a response, but they're going to have to do something pretty quick in order to not lose face. Okay, so drones are reportedly taking off right now from Iran. Iranian missile launches toward Israel right now. All right, everybody, tweet this out. Share it everywhere. Share it everywhere you can. Guys,
Richardson has become a member.
Everybody share this feed because the Iranians have launched missiles and drones as of now per Aquila. And they're usually pretty accurate on their intel. So we may be seeing these alerts popping off right now. Iranian missile launches toward Israel right now, as well as drones. I just told you that it has to be something that they do pretty quick, and there it is. Right when I said it, they posted. Okay, so get the message out. Share this on your feeds. Tell everybody that it's about to go down and that we're watching the cams. We got the cams right here. And if you want to see what's happening in Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa, these missiles will be incoming. Also, the United States needs to be aware, and this is why we're on heightened alert, as per Marco Rubio said, that they're looking at the sleeper cells inside of the United States. So if you're around a large Islamic community, you also need to be taking note in your city that these things are possibly going to happen. All right, so when these alerts pop off on Telegram, you know it's getting close. So if this intel is correct, who else is telling you that their missiles are in flight right now? Nobody, right? Do you see any other channels on YouTube telling you this? All right, so we're going to see, is this intel accurate? We're going to see right now whether these alerts go off. How fast does it take? How long does it take for a hypersonic? Because it has to be hypersonic. If Iran is just sending in regular missiles, they're going to be shot down. They have to be sending in these hypersonics. So these hypersonics don't take that long. If they truly do have hypersonic missiles, they will be incoming pretty quick. All right, U.S. Air Force and one British Signet aircrafts are scrambling from Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. So that means there's something going on. This just reported, flying west. And I'll just show you that really quick. That means there might be something happening right at this moment. All right, crude oil futures jump now 13%. 13% and rising. Last time we told you it was 9%. Now it's 13. All right. That's why I said go get your stuff now. Get your fill ups, because everything's going to hit the fan, and your local gas stations are going to take advantage of this. Okay, so now he's saying no missiles are fired yet at Israel. Okay, now why would he say that if he just said they were launched? Iranian missile launches toward Israel right now, and now he's saying no missile launches fired yet at Israel? How can he say that? He's usually pretty accurate, but maybe not. He was a little late to the party. What do you think, honey? Is this guy, is he got it off? Is he off? What the hell does that mean? How can he say two things opposite? And he doesn't explain. He just says no missile launches now. What's he talking about? U.S. is scrambling its imported air assets out of the Middle East. Only fighters and refueling stations to remain. You guys all need to be praying for America, not just Israel. We're probably going to be the main target, the soft targets. Israel's probably going to not have as much of an issue as America may have. I think we should be really focused on, our own house here. Scripture is really emphatic about doing good to the household of faith, and it says especially those who are of the household of faith. If you're not a believer in Jesus, I don't care what your history tells you. I don't care how old of a wineskin you have. The only true blessing is in the covenant that is truly a connected covenant. That is actually, how can I say this? Valid. When you have an annulled covenant, you're not chosen. All right, you might have been a part of that chosen generation that was unfolding and kind of unfolding that plan. But once you're off the train and off the plan, you're not the chosen anymore. Okay, there is only those who are chosen by God. They are the blessed. They are the ones that have the relationship. And some would say this is replacement theology, but no. Because if you're a Jew and you have the covenant of Christ through Jesus, then you're chosen. But it's not about nationality. It's not about statehood. It's not about politics. It's not about Zionism. That has nothing to do with the Bible. Okay? That has nothing to do with the Bible. The physical location and the temple in itself, Jesus said it was done. Okay, the Father seeks not to such to worship him in spirit and truth. No longer are you going to worship at this mountain or at that mountain. The Father seeks such to where the Spirit now is within the heart, and the temple is your physical body. All right? Jesus has become our Passover lamb. He's also become our Sabbath day rest. There is no need for a celebrated system and ritual of custom and tradition. It's all now a reality in Christ. He's fulfilled the law. He's not annulled it, he's fulfilled it. He's actually brought it to completion in the new birth. So if you're not a newborn, you're not born from above and you're not a follower of Christ, the true Messiah, then you're not the chosen. You're not chosen people. So this whole idea about blessing an old wineskin is a fallacy. It's something that was taught in the last 200 years under Darby Bibles and Schofield Bible Notes, that was funded by the Rothschilds in preparation for the reestablishment of the state of Israel. Yes, the reestablishment of the state of Israel is biblical prophecy, but it's not interpreted correctly. They're not going to be blessed until they repent. When they see him who is coming in the clouds, it says they see him whom they've pierced, and then it says they mourn for him, they repent, and then they're saved. At that point, they're saved. But until then, they're going through Jacob's troubles. They're going to have loss of life. They're going to be surrounded, and God is going to allow it to get to the point where they're almost annihilated. And at that moment, they're going to call upon him whom they see that's pierced, and they're going to receive their Messiah at that point. But until they receive their Messiah, they are not the chosen people. Yeah, historically they were chosen, but we're talking about who are the chosen people now, who are in right covenant with God now, people that know who Jesus is, that he is truly the Messiah that came, that was rejected, that was name was cast out and was crucified, and ultimately predicted the desolation of the temple, the destruction of Israel, and the diaspora. That's why the Jews don't like the Christian message. I mean, they don't care about nominal Christians and those who don't know their Bibles, but they don't mind you coming and spending money in the Holy Land, but they don't want you proselytizing or talking about this doctrine because they look at that as anti-Semitic. Okay, it's not anti-Semitic. The New Testament is not anti-Semitic. It's a chronicle of history. It's historic documentation of what happened and why the world is the way it is, and the reason why the Jews are in the situation they're in, and why the Gentile nations and those who believe in Christ are where they're at. So there's no disputation on anything that's there. This is not an anti-Semitic message. This is a message that chronicles true history. That's it. We got some more here. Let's see. Israeli defense monitors are reportedly having difficulty differentiating between Israeli airstrikes against Iran and potential Iranian missile launches. As of now, no Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched on Israel. Okay, so that was just posted. No missiles have been fired at Israel per Israeli Channel 13. Okay, so there were reports that Iran was launching missiles, but now they're walking it back. That wasn't our reporting. That was coming from an Israeli channel 13, and people were picking up on it and running with it. All right, so we're just basically correcting the record right now. And that was coming from the other reporters, not from us.
James Whiting donated $1.99 through Super Chat.
Yeah, pre-tribulation rapture is a Darby thing, and it's only the last few hundred years. Classic Christianity, classical, historic, Orthodox beliefs throughout the centuries, in the millennia, all the way up until the last, 200 or 300 years, did not believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. There was no such thing. It was a Darby invention. And this invention was created for the purpose of getting that evangelical belief system to hail and say that the Jews have a separate covenant with God and that they still have access to salvation without Jesus, right? There is no salvation. There is no other name under heaven whereby you can be saved. You have to come to Jesus as the door. So if you hear anybody say, well, the Jews have their own route to God and they have their own covenant, that's wrong. Error. False doctrine. Okay, so this guy had lost his contact with two of his sources in the Middle East. They are very likely on lockdown at their bases. U.S. is moving out. They're moving out of their bases. 2 U.S. Air Forces and one. Okay, so there's a new wave of Israeli airstrikes in central and western Iran. Are you guys hearing that right now? Carmen, Rick Wiles does preach it, but he preaches it in kind of an angry, he's kind of preached it in a very angry way, and he's kind of a little bitter. It sounds. You have to speak with the love of God, even for the Jews that may seem like they're, antagonistic to Christians, which they are. And I've spent time with Jews, and I know the Orthodox mindset, and a lot of Christians don't get it. And I understand why Rick Wiles is the way he is and why he gets a little hot under the collar, but you can't lose your cool, and you can't be angry at someone that's trying to undermine and or attack you. You still have to love them and pray for them and ask God to open their eyes. And if they do assault or, spiritually, mentally, politically, physically, you just pray for their salvation and ask God to protect you. That's all you can do, What a night, Carly. Amen. What a night. Yes, Josh. Amen. Right on, Lori. Chuck, what's going on? Chuck Peterson. Good to see you, brother. Chuck is in the house. Sounds like some angry crows. Some angry crows. So he's saying this is the 4th wave of airstrikes. No, it's already been the 5th. According to the Israeli according to the Israeli website Ynet, this is the 5th going on the 6th wave. Aquila has it at the 4th. I think I need some more coffee. So, looks like we've got morning sunrise. Hopefully nothing really major happens at this moment, but I think the Iranians are kind of reeling right at the moment. You just got to kind of wonder why they weren't as ready as they need. Maybe they were ready, we just don't know it. Here, I'm letting you listen to the crows here. It's time for coffee. This is coffee talk. We can always offer up the cool go bag right now. I'm gonna pack it really full too, so whoever wins it's gonna get all kinds of good stuff. I got these plasma lighters I'll put in there. Fire starter kit, two-stage wood burning stove, which also can be an alcohol stove as well. An alcohol burner. I'll put in a solar panel charger, so you can charge up all your devices off solar. We'll put a bunch of food in there, and what else? I'm trying to think of what else we got to put in there. There was some other stuff that we got. We got some other stuff. What's going on? ICE. Okay, so there is unrest going on right now, right? Is that what's happening?
One of my favorite guests to come on. Thank you for helping us talk through this very complex issue. Longburston staying up late with us tonight. Have a good rest.
Let's listen to some of the commentary on Fox.
Thank you. Have a good night. Hopefully there is calm news in the Middle East.
Yep, we'll be talking soon, I suspect. Alone, as always, such a great resource. A live look at the White House on this, what has become a very busy Thursday evening here stateside. 11:25 in the nation's capital, 8:25 out west. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side of that, the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy is going to be joining us. We're back with them in a minute.
Okay, so it's just a little break. All right. So, what else we got here? Wow. Oh, check this out here. Is that a cloud or is that an explosion? That's pretty big. Let's look at this here. Look at this. Look at that. Is that a cloud or is that an explosion? That's a very big explosion. Let's try that again. Wow. That was a big explosion. So it says these strikes are extensive. I'm getting reports. Wait, let me turn this down just a little bit. I'm getting reports of ground shakes near villages indicating bunker busters are in use. Bunker busters are in use. It says the IAEA is closely monitoring. This is the nuclear watchdog facility of the United Nations, I believe. It's monitoring the deeply concerning situation in Iran. Agency can confirm that Natanz site among targets. The agency is in contact with Iranian authorities regarding radiation levels. We are also in contact with our inspectors in the country. Information on the Iranian nuclear project. In recent months, accumulated intelligence information has provided evidence that the Iranian regime is approaching the point of no return. The convergence of the Iranian regime's efforts to produce thousands of kilograms of enriched uranium, alongside decentralized and fortified enrichment compounds in underground facilities, enables the Iranian regime to enrich uranium to military-grade levels, enabling the regime to obtain nuclear weapons within a short period of time. Additionally, in recent years, and more so since the beginning of the war, concrete progress has been identified in the Iranian regime's efforts to produce weapons components adapted for a nuclear bomb. The Iranian regime has been working for I love the way they say regime every few sentences there. The Iranian regime has been working for decades to obtain a nuclear weapon. The world has attempted every possible diplomatic path to stop it, but the regime has refused to stop. The IDF is revealing for the first time that the Iranian regime is advancing a secret Iranian regime plan. Now, I just added that. It's like they said it like 10 times. They are advancing a secret plan for the technological advancement of all parts of the development of a nuclear weapon. In the framework of this plan, senior nuclear scientists in Iran have been working to secretly develop all components needed for developing a nuclear weapon. In recent months, this program has accelerated significantly, bringing the regime significantly closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This is clear evidence that the Iranian regime is operating to obtain a nuclear weapon. This is clear evidence. The state of Israel has been left with no choice. The IDF has the obligation to act in defense of its civilians and will continue to do so. Attached is a graphic on the subject of the Iranian regime's attempts to develop nuclear weapons. Attached is a video on the subject of reports by the International Atomic Energy Agency on Iran's advancement toward a nuclear weapon. Okay, so if you want to watch any of that, you can come over and check it out on our page. Reports indicate that Mohammad Bagheri, chief of staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, was killed in the Israeli airstrikes. Really? This is per Far News. Fars News is an Iranian news agency. So Fars News agency is reporting that he has been killed. Really? Major General Hosseini Salamai, commander of the chief of the IRGC, was killed along with a number of his colleagues and guards in the Zionist attack. This is coming from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Okay, so hold on one second. Okay, this was just posted 3 minutes ago. Iranian retaliation against Israel expected within the next 2 hours. So we told you that about an hour ago, but I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe that's someone reading the same post an hour late. Where did you get that, honey?
Shark Tank investor.
Let's see what we got here. This is ABC News. Let's listen and see what they have to say.
And a failure of the administration to execute diplomatic initiative here and use leverage to deter Israeli military attack on Iran.
So when you hear the comment from the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying that Israel took unilateral action and emphasizing that the U.S. is not involved and, you know, what they care about is protecting American personnel in the region, what do you make of that statement?
It's disingenuous in at least two respects. One, the U.S. provided the necessary military equipment, the warplanes and munitions, for Israel to conduct this attack. If the United States had not provided that equipment, Israel could not have conducted this attack. Two, Israel conducted this attack with the expectation that the U.S. would come to its defense. So the U.S. provided a moral hazard here, encouraging such military action. Again, on both scores, the U.S. could have used leverage to deter such military action by making it clear that it would discontinue military support to Israel as mandated by U.S. law, and two, that it would not come to Israel's defense if it took such action. And apparently it failed to do that.
I mean, this is obviously, well, it's over a lot of things, but the advancing nuclear program in Iran is certainly the catalyst. And the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the first time in 20 years on Thursday, censored Iran over what it says was it not working with its inspectors. The nuclear talks didn't seem to be going anywhere. Doesn't Israel have a point when it says that it's pretty much now or never, as Prime Minister Netanyahu said, before Iran manages to enrich uranium and have a bomb?
I think we need to take a step back here and think about both the nature of nuclear programs and the nature of U.S. National security interests here. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle in terms of knowledge of nuclear weapons technology, nuclear fuel cycles, and all of that. The second, and more significant for the United States, is what is the U.S. national interest here? Is it being dragged into another unnecessary and unlawful conflict in the Middle East and fueling such conflict by a regional partner? Or is it stopping that and preventing nuclear proliferation? And I would think it would be the latter, and that is the stated objective of this administration. This president came into office saying that there would be no more wars, no new wars, marketing himself as the president of peace. That's failed. He has a chance to redeem himself. He should use U.S. leverage to bring about an end to the hostilities rapidly, de-escalate. So I hope he takes the opportunity.
Israel is preparing for a retaliatory attack from Iran. We are also hearing from the Reuters news agency, they're hearing from a senior Iranian official that Iran's leadership is holding a top security meeting right now, presumably to decide how and if they will respond to this attack by Israel. What do you think the danger is when it comes to an escalation?
Well, I think there are a number of dangers. It becomes harder to de-escalate if there are numerous fatalities in Iran, numerous fatalities in Israel from any Iranian counterattack, and harder to de-escalate in some respects if the U.S. gets involved. Militarily, I think in some ways the best case scenario is if the U.S. Urgently engages with both Tehran and Israel to tell them to stand down, and particularly using its leverage with the military partner it has in the Middle East and provides the critical military support to.
What about a confrontation between the U.S. and Iran? I mean, we do know that the U.S. has pulled some of its diplomats from the embassy in Baghdad, in Iran, in Iraq, and other diplomats across the region. But how dangerous do you think that escalation might be, regardless of what Marco Rubio says?
Well, clearly, the U.S. is concerned about that, and with good reason. There is some possibility that Tehran will retaliate against U.S. forces in the region, which is why the U.S. withdrew diplomats and urged military families to leave. And so that's one vector for escalation if there were to be attacks against U.S. personnel in the region. But also the U.S. may get sucked into defending Israel, as it did previously under the Biden administration, from Iranian counterattacks. And if there were to be U.S. service members injured or killed in such efforts, that could suck the U.S. further into a conflict. A conflict, by the way, that this U.S. president has said he doesn't want. And so that's why it's incumbent upon him to urgently engage with both the government of Israel and the Iranian government to de-escalate the situation and use the leverage the U.S. government has, particularly with Israel.
Obviously, all eyes have been on the region for almost 2 years now when it comes to the war between Hamas and Israel in Gaza. The animosity between Iran and Israel goes beyond what's happening in Gaza. But how do you think that impacts what we're seeing right now?
Well, in some ways, I think it's unfortunately accustomed the U.S. public and U.S. Lawmakers to ongoing tit-for-tat exchanges of fire and strikes in Iran and Iranian counterattacks, and the U.S. getting involved in the middle of it. When all of that is deeply abnormal and should not be normalized, and in many respects violates U.S. law. And so I think we also need to consider this from the perspective of the rule of law in the United States. If the U.S. is continuing to transfer arms in violation of the Arms Export Control Act, if the United States once again enters into hostilities in violation of the War Powers Resolution, what happens in the coming days with respect to Iran and Israel is also a rule of law matter for the United States of America.
What role, if any, do you think other countries, both in the region and the rest of the Western alliance, could have in trying to de-escalate the situation?
Well, I think one very important feature of decision-making in this administration is that the most important voices are not coming from within the administration, they're coming from without, and often from the region. And so I think regional voices from the Gulf and elsewhere urging de-escalation directly to the President of the United States and urging him to use his leverage that he has with Israel to de-escalate, calm things down, and find an off-ramp will be particularly important.
And that was Brian Finucane speaking to me a little bit earlier. Now, in the past 2 hours, we've also heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He confirmed that Israel had launched Operation Rising Lion, that's the name given to this operation, that he described as a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. And by that, he means a possible nuclear-armed Iran. Those are the latest pictures we can bring you of the Iranian capital, Tehran, that came under attack over the past few hours overnight. It is now it's daytime. As you can see, it's morning in Tehran, and so under the light of day, it is clear to see the damage that has been done by the Israeli strikes. Well, let's take a listen now at what the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, had to say when he spoke a little bit earlier.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Iranian Atomic Agency has stated, the Iranian Atomic Agency has stated that the Natanz nuclear reactor has been destroyed. This is huge. The Natanz nuclear reactor has been destroyed. An Iranian attack on Israel is imminent. This is also just now coming. We knew it was imminent, but it's really imminent. These feeds behind me should be lit up here in just a little bit. If this is true, we should be able to see something coming. Now, this particular feed went offline here.
Time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking there a little bit earlier, and we are getting some more lines from the Prime Minister. He's confirmed that strikes on Iran have hit senior commanders, and we heard from Iranian state TV that Hossein Salami, who is the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, has been killed. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard, of course, one of the main power centers of the regime, and crucially, they also control.
All right, so we have some more updates here. More updates here. Oh, wow. Kermanshah right now. I think this is a nuclear facility. Wow. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Look at this. That is absolutely crazy. Look at these videos. Look at this. Looks like a volcano. It looks like a volcano. Whoa. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is absolutely crazy. Did you post that? I got to post that. Hold on. You can find all this on our Telegram page, guys, if you're needing to see all this again. Everything is chronicled right there on our Telegram page. I believe that's got to be a nuclear reactor. It says here, the Natanz nuclear reactor has been destroyed. Israel's doomsday plane is preparing to take off. Massive smoke is rising after Israel struck multiple military targets in Tabriz, Iran. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, you got to see this one. Look at that again. That's Tabriz, Iran. That's where I believe another nuclear site is. Yeah, there's so much going on right now. China tells its citizens to leave Israel to stay highly alert after strikes on Iran. Unconfirmed reports of an earthquake in central Iran. Unconfirmed reports of an earthquake in central Iran. Let's look at this. Holy cow, that looks like a nuke. That looks like a nuke.
این زاقامات زدن. زاقامات کرمانشاه.
Israel's doomsday plane is preparing to take off, and it did. Iranian attack on Israel imminent. We told you that. Footage shows damage in turrets. I think we saw that. Let's see if we got that one. Yeah, we saw that. So Netanyahu to the Israeli public states, there are no free wars. You may very well be required to stay in protected areas for a long time, much longer than we have been accustomed to until now. Over 300 air attacks in the last 3 hours in Iran. Iran air defense system collapsed. Iran's air defense system collapsed. The Israeli Air Force has complete freedom of action, including missile launches and fighter jet strikes. So remember, I told you that all this stuff would start popping off with the anti-Israeli protests. You're going to see the Palestinians now protesting in the streets, not to mention the anti-ICE protests, not to mention the LGBTQP, ERSTWXYZ protests, and not to mention the left-right paradigm protests. Those who are for Trump and those who are against Trump, those are the left and those are the right. You're going to just see a huge amount of chaos breaking out inside of, inside of the United States. Let's look at this. See if I can go back and see that again one more time. All right, look at this. Check this out.
President to get into that national security room. I can tell you there are a whole lot of people in Washington right now who are doing a lot of work, and we're going to be up all night, as you are over in the UK right now, in an urgent situation, reaching out to their allies in the region, trying to determine the best way to tamp this down, probably trying to encourage the Iranians not to respond in kind and keep any peace conversations on track, and not to actually take the bait that the Americans are aware that that this Israeli attack could prompt.
I guess a lot of the reaction from Iran will depend on what's been hit and what the damage is. We know that a key nuclear site has been hit. We know that 2 high-profile nuclear scientists have been killed in that strike, also ahead of the Revolutionary Guard as well. So obviously it's an attack, it's a strike against Iran that is proving very painful for the Iranian regime. How do you think that sort of falls into the calculations that they're going to make, and I guess the American calculations as well?
Well, the Iranians are in an interesting situation. There's an irony in the timing of this attack, in the sense that in some ways they're in a weaker position than they have been since the October 7th attacks in 2023 of Hamas into Israel, when Israel decided not just to retaliate against Hamas, but across various different actors in the region, including Hezbollah, which is a key Iranian ally. Their effective campaign in the south of Lebanon greatly weakened the Iranian regime's position. So every conflict that Iran finds themselves in, and they have done everything they can to fight this battle through proxies, whether it was through Hezbollah or the Houthis or others, every time that they get closer to home, this becomes more of an existential threat for Iran. I would point out, though, that the attacks themselves on personnel are probably in a substantive way more important than the attack on the actual nuclear facilities. And I
Okay, so we got some more updates here. They're saying sleeper cells in the United States are going to be activated. U.S.-Iran talks will go on as scheduled on Sunday. I wonder how that's going to go. Just in, Trump says that the U.S. will defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. Oh, really? So now Trump's saying he's going to defend Israel and itself if Iran retaliates. Really? I guess we're going to see what they're going to do. You think Iran's is going to stand down and not retaliate? Well, they were pretty much, they were completely unaware of what it seemed was coming. They should have been more proactive, and they should have been aware of that there was an attack coming. I mean, if we were aware that an attack was coming, you would think that they would be aware. How did we know? And they didn't. I mean, they probably knew something was going to happen, but they didn't think it was going to be to that scale, maybe. I don't know, man. You would think that if you were in a kinetic war, that, and with the technology of today, if you're analyzing your enemy's use of technology, you would realize that they probably could zero in on, your commanders sleeping in a high-rise building, or especially on the eve of war, or what it could be potential war. Don't you think you should have your high-level leaders already secure in a bunker somewhere? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. Israel has declared a maximum state of alert at all Israeli embassies worldwide. Oh, Lord, this is just something crazy. Okay, so let's go and listen one more time to see the rest of this. Hold on.
I say that for the following reasons. The personnel that they are taking out are key leaders, as we understand from the reporting, across the military-industrial complex of Iran. They are key members.
And that was former U.S. Defense Department official Charlie.
All right, so there you go. Let's see. Let's see what these guys are saying.
If they have a bomb, then it's not just what they could do, but other countries in the region are going to get the bomb, and you have a nuclear proliferation. If you thought the Middle East was a tinderbox before, it'd be a lot worse. I think also there's something that's important for Americans to understand. Many U.S. presidents for the last every president for about the last 30 years has said, we will not allow a nuclear Iran. Democrat or Republican. And every president vowed to prevent such a thing. Well, when it came down to it, it was only Israel that was willing to do that. I think that, if I may, I think Israel also made these warnings. And I think they had to do something, not only because they had to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, and not only because of October 7th and to settle accounts, but to maintain their own credibility in an awful neighborhood. Americans should also think about that. And I actually would hope, so far the U.S. has acted like a bystander in this. You have Republican senators, some Democrats who've been supportive of Israel, but Secretary Rubio made it clear this is an Israeli thing, not an American. We can't act like a bystander. Our own credibility is at stake. And I think unless we're seen as standing by Israel, I think that it will be a terrible signal of the lack of credibility to the Chinese and the Russians and our other allies, that will be seen as not standing by a close ally on an issue that actually, as Steve Witkoff said, it poses an existential threat to the United States. So I'd like to see a change in U.S. policy on this. I don't know if you want to talk about that, but I think it's important for Americans to understand what's at stake for the United States. This is not an Israel-only issue. This affects our security and it affects our credibility and position in the world.
In your opinion, what changes are worth talking about?
I mean, what should we do differently? Well, look, I would have liked to see, and we still could do it. I'd like to see us, frankly, collaborate with the Israelis and hit some of the tougher targets that maybe that our bombers are more able to destroy than the Israeli bombers are. If we didn't want to participate in operation, so far it's clear the president doesn't want to, it seems like. But even if we don't, there are ways we could help the Israelis with intelligence, with air refueling. Certainly, we got to help them as much as we can with protecting their airspace. So the Iranians, as you mentioned earlier, they're going to seek revenge. So if they fire a lot of ballistic missiles, we need to be helpful to them.
All right, just real quickly, guys. I'm setting up the wheel of fortune, the wheel of spin, the wheel of win. Whoever's going to win the spin. I'm about to give away $500 worth of prepping material for the moment when everything hits the fan. If you're one of those people that have to run, I pray God gives it to you and you're going to make use of it. But all of the members, the new members included, I'll try to add as many people in there as possible that are supporters there. And I'll do the spin, okay? So hang tight.
Because it's in our interest, as the Israelis and our other allies in the region, that this has not become a regional war. And we have to make that abundantly clear to the Iranians. We're not going to tolerate. We're not going to allow that. And I think that might be one of the most important things we could do right now.
Michael Makovsky is the head of JINSA. We appreciate you staying up late with us. Take care.
No, thank you. Have a good night. Good talking to you. Yep. Bye.
So we have a live vantage point of the White House just past midnight in the nation's capital. It is time for us to take a quick commercial break. The Foundation for the Defense of Democracy is joining us when we return.
All right. Now they're saying within hours a response, but who knows? Maybe the Iranians are so discombobulated at the moment that they can't do anything. Hey, look, the Bethlehem Star is in the sky. Look at that. Bethlehem Star. Right there. Pretty crazy, huh? All right, so let me just set this up. I'm going to add the names here. Carmen, Christina, all you new people. All you new blazers in the house have become blazing members here. I'm just adding you in for the wheel spin. For the wheel win. I hope you win. Brittany Templeton. Are you in here, Brittany? I want to see how many people are actually here. And A-Dub, are you still here, A-Dub? I got you in here. A-Dub. I got Josh Lacey in here in the house. Josh Lacey. Adrian. BB and Adrian. BB and Adrian. I think I spelled that right. Adrienne, okay. Jackie Parr. Amanda, are you in the house too? Prepare now. Prepare now, Amanda. Let's see who else is in the house. Cammy, can't forget Cammy. She signed up last night. Cammy, Leah Storm, Dave in Canada. I'm just adding you guys to the list so that when I spin, you guys get a chance to get in. Heidi K. Did I get Heidi in there? Heidi, you're not in there yet. Heidi Ho. Heidi K. No, Heidi K. Amanda, Cammy. Let me make sure I got them all in there. Amanda, Candy, Cammy, Heidi K. Leah Storm. Or is it Leah Strom? Chris Cooper. Diane. Vaughn. I know I'm spelling some of these names wrong, so please bear with me if you don't get it right. Okay, Diane, I think I already have you in there, Diane. Diane and Sherry, let me make sure. Diane, Lori, and John. Magnolia. Magnolia Blossom. I don't have you in there yet. Magnolia. All right, let's see. We got 29. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. How could that be? There's got to be doubles in here. Hold on. Sarah. Okay, do I have Sarah in there twice? All right, so we got the names in the house. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do another one for the patrons separate. We'll do this one for tonight. We'll do another one for the patrons. We've got probably about the same number of patrons as we do here. So for tonight, we'll just do the new members. Is there any new members? Did I miss anybody while I was doing this? Let me see. If anybody else just became a member and I missed you, let me make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, so we got all the members in the house. Now, like I said, I'll do the patrons on another day here. We'll probably do a live stream over there on the patrons, if you're a patron. Yeah, when somebody's asking about how you got a green name. All right. Okay, are you guys ready? This is for the whole kit and caboodle. How many of you guys remember when I was giving stuff away during COVID and I would spin this thing and I said, this is the whole kit and caboodle? Does anybody ever hear that phrase? You got to be old to know what the kit and the caboodle is. So I'm going to give away the whole kit and the caboodle. A-Dub is a Patreon member too. Yes, A-Dub. He's a double tap. He's a double dipped. Are you guys ready? Woo! See, I'm going to pack a box full. I'm going to put it as full as I can too, because the more I can get in, the shipping, because the shipping is usually, at a certain point, it doesn't matter how much weight it is. Like there's about a 20-pound. So if you can get it into a box and stuff it in there, then it's not going to be that much more shipping. Some of the shipping, man, it goes up. It'll go up to like $20-30, for just the shipping. So I want to make sure that I can get the best amount in the size of a box that's not going to be way expensive. So good luck to everybody, Diane says. And here we go. Yes, everybody needs to be ready in every way. All right, so I'm going to put it on the screen here so you can see it. Oh wow, what is this? Supreme Leader. Yeah, they're threatening big time right now. Okay, let's see if I can get that up there. There we go. Oh, now you can see it. Did I do the wrong side? Okay, there you go. All right, let me pull it up so you can see it. Clearly. All right, so everybody can see their name on there, right? That's a member. You got to be this is just for the members on the YouTube channel. Like I said, I'll do the patrons on another day. So we'll plan on doing that here real soon. Okay, you guys remind me if I forget. I won't forget. But we're gonna do this right now for all the members. Here we go. I like the way it spins too, and it's totally random. It could be AI driven too. I don't know. Maybe the AI knows you. If you win, you're gonna win the A. Now let me look at the text. Is there anybody in there that doesn't see their name? I actually have more names in there than it says that I have as members. So if you're not in there, let me know. If you're not in there, just let me know. Ordinary subscribers, no. I've got 30,000 subscribers. Are you kidding? Ordinary subscribers? Molly, aren't you in the you're in the Molly? You subscribe to the patrons, right? Aren't you in the Patreon, Molly? You're somewhere. I seen your name before, Molly. I'm not sure. You're not a member here, are you? Are you a member on here? Because you would have a green name if you were. So I'm guessing that you're not on here. You're probably a patron. What did you say there? I know your name looks familiar. Oh, okay. This is for the members. Okay, if you want to get in like in the last minute, you got to do it right now because I'm going to spin it and I'm going to give you 2 minutes. I can add your name in there in 2 minutes, but you got to hurry. If you're the wildcat, the wild card, you're the wildcat. Okay. So hurry up if you want to do it. I'll give you 2 minutes. Let's play the Jeopardy music, okay? Boo 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 boo. Do 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 do. Did anybody ever used to watch that Jeopardy? Do 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 do. So you just bought your brother an EcoFlow power bank for his 50th birthday? Really? That's awesome. EcoFlows are awesome. I mean, they will help in a pinch. You know, if you get the one that's for the house that's huge, then that you can't really move that as much as easy. But a lot of them are on wheels and they pack a pretty powerful punch. And if you learn how to use it, it's a great unit, you know. Your brother bought Bitcoin at $600. Are you kidding? He's a rich man now. How many did he buy, Bane? Bane, how many did he buy? Because I actually thought when it was $700, I thought, man, that might be a good idea to buy some Bitcoin. It was $700. And it was about 2016, I think, or somewhere a little bit before 2016. And I was telling my wife, maybe we should buy it. And it went up to $1,200. We're like, no, it went too high. Look at how high it is now. It's $1,200. We should have bought it when it was $700. And then we were like, $1,200 is too high. What do you think? Nah, we won't buy any. We don't have that much money. We were pretty poor. But even $600 was a lot at that time, too. But now, what is it? $100,000? Shoot. I should have bought 10. You just buy 10 of them at $600. It would have cost you $6,000. And if you held on to them all the way till now, you would be a millionaire. Like a millionaire isn't nothing anymore, though. You can't. If you're a millionaire now, it doesn't mean anything. I just love the. Yeah, Jeopardy was pretty boring. I love the story about the dude that bought. He had hundreds of Bitcoin. He bought it when it was when they were just really cheap. Like pennies or dollars. It was only a few dollars when it first started. And he had them on a hard drive and he forgot about it. And when he moved, he had the hard drive in a drawer. He emptied out the drawer and threw it away. And it literally had millions and millions of dollars in that hard drive. And he threw it away. It was a hard, what they call it, where you keep them on your hard drive. And he just, 100 million. Yeah. It was worth so much money, and he just threw them away. And they said they tried to go back to the landfill to see if they could find it later on after he realized how much it was worth. And they were going to try to pay somebody to go in there to pull it out. All right, some big news. Hold on. Before we spin, hold on. So by executive order of the Supreme Leader, Admiral Habibullah Sarari was appointed as temporary chief of staff of the Iranian armed forces. President Trump said that the United States will defend itself and Israel if Iran retaliates. Israeli claimed a target. Okay. All right. So that's it. Are you guys ready? Here we go. All right. Round and round. Here it goes. Somewhere it stops. Only God knows. I can't look. Let me see. I'm going to guess. Who would I think it is? I was going to say A-Dub. Tyler Bennett. Is Tyler Bennett in the house? Tyler Bennett? Tyler Bennett, I'm in my deep underground military bunker, getting ready to send you a go bag, which they, in another way of saying it, is a bug out bag. Let's see, where are we at here? Tyler, are you in the house? Tyler. Call in Tyler. Taylor, is that you? Taylor Norton? No, that's not you, is it? No. Bueller. Do you guys know who Tyler is? How many of you guys know who Tyler is? If he doesn't claim it, then I will spin it again. Okay, so if he doesn't claim it within a day, I'll spin it tomorrow, okay? You got to claim it. You got to be here and you got to know. Now, I know he's a subscriber, so he probably will watch it. And I'm sure he's probably listening. He'll probably listen. But I can't just pass him over because he is somebody that is supporting us. But it's nice if he's, we go on and on. Let's see if he's in that. There's a way to look at your participants here. Let's see if he's in here. Taylor Norton is in here, but that's not Tyler. I don't see Tyler. I think he's on my front page, though. Now, if you're a member, there's a member list on the front page. Did you see that? It gives the first 8 people. I wonder if I can. Let's see if he's on there. It doesn't really show the name. It's weird. All right. Well, let's go back to the cam here because they're saying imminent attack. So we'll see what happens, I guess. What do you think? You guys think it's going to happen soon? Or is this just another one of those? Because Iran said they were going to retaliate the last time that they were attacked by Israel, and they didn't. I don't think they did. I think they were too scared. Now they're probably, what is this? What is this? Unidentified drones over western Iraq. Now, why would you identify your drone on an app that can be traced if you're trying to go in stealthily to try to attack somebody? I don't know why they would. Those aren't even supposed to be. Anyways, just in $335 million liquidated from the crypto market in the past 60 minutes after Israel launches strikes on Iran. 335 million? So what is that? That's just like not even a billion. I mean, that's chump change today, isn't it? Isn't that chump change? 335 million is nothing. Now, if you said 335 billion with lasers on their heads, then you could say that would be actually something, right? But, now when you say you're a millionaire, it doesn't mean anything. Back in the day, it was like, you're a millionaire? Oh my gosh, how could you be a millionaire? Now it's like, you got to be a billionaire. So let's see what they're saying here about crypto market. Oops. Crypto market. Oh, by the way, if you're a winner, Taylor, if you're out there, you're listening, message me, blazingpress@gmail.com. blazingpress@gmail.com. Send me your information. let us know in the text, in the chats, or whatever that you're here, that you got it, or that you're aware. Let us know, and we'll send it out to you. Okay, brother. Thank you. I'll wait a little while to see if he doesn't claim it, then we'll pass it on to somebody else. I think the Israelis are in. I think Amir is in his probably is in his. Let me just see. Hold on. I can't do that. Taylor is on chat. Taylor is in the chat. Oh, is he? Let me see. Taylor, are you in here? Hold on. Where's Taylor? Oh, Taylor Bennett is in the house. Taylor Bennett, you won the bug out bag. Did you just hear that? Okay, so he just got here because I didn't see you in there. Taylor, did you just get here just now? Did you just get here just now? You must have just got here. Okay, scroll back like about 10 minutes. You just won, man. You won the bug out bag. See, he's in the green right there. Taylor Bennett. Taylor Bennett. Yeah, about 5 or 10 minutes ago. You must have just got here, man. What the heck? Where have you been? He lost his A. Tyler. I just probably spelled it wrong. I'm always misspelling names, I'm telling you. Let me see. Did I spell it wrong or did I just, I'm just typing it out. I'm always ask anybody. I always just mangle people's names. Going all the way back 15 years since I've been doing this. Everybody, I always have the reputation of mispronouncing, misspelling people's names. I don't know if it's my ADDHD, my ADDHD TV that I view everything behind a, kind of a filter. My ADDHD TV. Okay, so let me just see if I spelled it wrong. I'm looking at the names here. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. It's Tyler. Tyler, I'm sorry, but I know I got your last name right. Bennett, Tyler Bennett. There is no Taylor. I don't think we have a Taylor, do we? I said it right? Yeah, Taylor. Oh, I spelled it right. Taylor. I spelled it right on here. I spelled it right. On the spin on the wheel. I just said it wrong. All right. So Taylor, are you here? Tyler, what's going on, man? It's Tyler with an O. Tyler Bennett. Gotcha. We got it. Tyler Bennett. Tyler. We got it. So send me your info, bro. Right to blazingpress@gmail.com. Send me your shipping info and I'll send it out. You got it, man. Why are you confused, Molly? What is there to be confused about? I know Tyler. I think we do have a Tyler in the house too, don't we? On the stream. Let me see. Participants. There is a. No, there isn't. So what do you guys think? Do you think there's going to be a response here within the next few hours, or should we just go to bed? We're going to go to bed and it's going to happen, huh? Yeah. Oh, Lord. You see, how long have you been watching AW? You've been watching for a long time, haven't you? You know how I mess people's names up all the time. Heidi, you've been around for a little bit too. Adul. Abdul. I call him Abdul. I was thinking he was like some foreign dude. I was like, oh, Abdul. Hey, Abdul, how's it going? My friend. Hey, my friend, Abdul. He's like, oh, man, you're funny. My wife's funny. She's sending me some funny memes in the background. See, a lot of times I'm talking to you guys. My wife's speaking to me in my text on Telegram, my private messages. So she's telling me stuff while I'm talking to you guys too. A lot of what I'm talking about, I haven't even looked at. She's kind of like the producer right now. So she gets all the stuff and I just talk about it. She's feeding me. Well, some people are sending her information. I'm getting information too from other sources, but she gets a lot of that information and puts it out there. So she did a really good job tonight. So you got to thank Mrs. Blazer, Miss Beloved One. That would be wife. Play the song. What song? Saudi Arabia has condemned Israel strikes. Wow. Saudi Arabia is upset, huh? Saudi Arabia has condemned Israel strikes. Amazing. Beloved One is loved. She is very loved. Very much. Thank you, Honey Bunny, for doing all this great research. She does great research. Sometimes I tell her, "You're on there too much. We need to do other things. Let's go out and have some fun." But we gotta stay focused. We gotta stay focused. But this is important, especially right now. She's kind of a prophecy type buff too. She kind of looks at a lot of things that are in the news prophetically as well, like me. We got a lot of that in common, I guess. That's kind of good. It kind of works hand in hand. So I don't think I could do it. Otherwise I'd just be a plain old preacher. And that's all you'd get is my preacher channel. You wouldn't get this channel if the wife wasn't helping. So you need to all thank Beloved One. Otherwise I'd just be preaching. That's all you'd hear. Is just preaching. And hey, preaching is important. It is a part, or it is the main focus. It really is the essence and the substance of who you are. But it all affects the way you look at the world, right? It affects the way you do things. It affects your relationships. It's really what infuses you, the who you are. And I think that it's not just personality, it's presence. I don't know if you know the difference between someone that has presence and someone that just has personality. I think a presence is an awareness. And that awareness, if God's aware of you and you're aware of God, then there's some kind of presence. And I say that we like to have presence because awareness is it's not just intelligence or knowledge, but it is a person. When you talk about doctrine and scripture and Bible study and things like that, you're not talking about just some creed or some understanding of a position of thought. You're talking about a person or a being. You want to say, what is God? What is God? How do we define God? What is God? We're part of the creation. Do you think we can ever really understand the Creator? Do you think we're going to really be able to fathom the one that brought all things into existence, including, we are including ourselves because we're a part of that? and I do believe we're the apex of the creation itself, even though that would seem kind of selfish to think that we're the crown jewel of his creation. But I think we are, in a certain way, we are, because we are made in the image of God. But to have the ability to know God, that is the most important thing. And that's where the preaching comes in, because how do you know these things except that you have a preacher? And how do you hear unless you have a preacher? And how does he preach unless he's been called? And how does he called, or unless he's been equipped and sent? And how does he be sent unless he has heard the call and gone out and done it? For some reason, God chooses the foolishness of preaching to bring the message. I mean, he could do it in any other way, send an angel, or by osmosis. You could just be laying in bed and he'll just like put it in your head. Here I am, follow me, and he can do that too. I'm telling you, God can speak to you just directly as well, but he chooses to send people to carry the message. How beautiful are the feet of those who bring good news, right? Your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. When you have someone that brings a message of good news, it's a great thing, Somebody's got to tell you. So here's another update. It says Israel's attack on Iran cannot be justified. This is senior Russian lawmaker. They said Israel's actions cannot be justified legally, politically, militarily, or morally. The worst part is, this is not the end of the story. Iran, here's Gog and Magog. This is Gog and Magog right here. He said the worst part is, this is not the end of the story. Iran's response to Israel is inevitable. The vicious cycle of escalation is rapidly spinning upward in a dangerous spiral, unquote. This is Konstantin Koshachev posted on his Telegram channel, and it's quoted, "A hard night for the whole world," he added. "A hard night for the whole world." Let me see who this guy is. I'm just kind of curious. Who is this guy? It says he is a Russian politician and a former diplomat. He is a senator at the Federation Council and chairs its Foreign Affairs Committee. He has been on the U.S. sanctions list since 2018. He's 62 years old, and so he's a Russian parliament's upper house. He's a senator at the Federation Council. So, he's a pretty high-level guy, I guess. He's kind of like a Lindsey Graham. A Lindsey Graham kind of guy. Not saying he's like Lindsey Graham, but, I thought I saw something Lindsey Graham was just saying tonight. You know how he always pops off. Let me see what he said. Game on, pray for Israel. 4 hours ago, he said, game on, pray for Israel. There you go. Well, it's still early. I know 9:47 is still early, I guess, if you were really to sit here and wonder when Iran is going to retaliate. But it might be, they're saying in a few hours, but who knows? We could sit here and wait for them to do something, but I do not believe the Persians are going to go quietly either. I think that they were preparing for this. I think they were somewhat ready, but I don't know if they were all the way ready. I know, nothing ever happens, Bane. Bane, I know. But love the hype, I know, Bane. I know. It just seems like they just kind of, it's always like almost in the reach. It's like, almost. This is almost World War III. It's almost World War III. Come on, man. I'm in my bunker. When are you going to pull the trigger? It's like, I'm waiting. It's like 2 more weeks. They have this thing on on some of the forums where they always say 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it never happens. It's always 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away, and they make fun because nothing ever happens. They say it's almost here. It's like the economy's about to crash in about 2 weeks. It's like, but anyways, adrenaline, it's always up. No, but we are getting closer. It's kind of like we're inching closer and closer and closer. I always told you about that time when I teased that chow. You know what a chow is, right? A chow dog. They're called the Chinese pit bulls because they're kind of mean. You can never tell when you're looking at a chow. They look like a big lion. You know, they got a big mane. Some of them don't have manes. They're little shorter hair, but there are most chows are like, they look like lions. They got purple tongue. Anybody have a chow? They got purple tongue. They're not the smartest dog, but they're considered Chinese pit bulls, and they used to accompany the Chinese out on war campaigns. They were war dogs. So they'd go out and they'd fight with the warriors. But anyways, so one time I'm out in my apartment complex at the time when I was staying in an apartment, and I had gotten some pepper spray. And I was all like, I got this pepper spray. I'm going to carry it with me. And I don't know what it was, but just having a pair, because in California, you can't carry, like in the state I'm in now, everybody can carry, people carry guns all the time, but it's not a big deal because you're out in the middle of nowhere anyway. There's grizzly bears and everything. So, everybody's packing a gun because who knows, a grizzly bear or a mountain lion might try to attack you. But in California, you have a gun and it's a bad thing. Oh my gosh, you got a gun. Oh my gosh, terrorist is here. Look at the terrorist. He's got a gun. You better have a carry permit if you got a gun or you're going to get in trouble. So you carry a little pepper spray, right? So I got a little pepper spray. I'm going to defend myself. And all of a sudden one day I'm walking out and here's this dog, and it's a big chow. It's not like a small chow. It's a big chow. And they look like bears, kind of like, too. They kind of look like a bear. And I was like, looking at this dog, and I went up to it like this and, like that. And it kind of ran back. It was really skitsy, really kind of scared, really afraid. I was like, this thing's afraid. Look at this. And it would run back. It would run back and look at me. And chows are weird because when you look at a chow's face, you can't tell if it's a friendly chow or a mean chow. It just looks at you like this, so you never know if it's going to bite you or not. And it was a big chow. It wasn't a smaller one, because there's different sizes, but this one was big. It looked like a lion, like a cross between a lion and a bear. And so he was really afraid. So I was like, cool. So I was like, and I was having fun making it run. And then at a certain point, it didn't run anymore. It just stood there and looking at me. And I was like, rah! And it was just looking at me like this. And I go, rah! And then it took a step toward me. Like it started stalking me. And I was like, holy cow. I'm like, rah! And it didn't move, and it started coming toward me like another step, and it's just looking at me like it's going to eat me. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I started backing up, pull out my pepper spray. I'm like, thank God I got my pepper spray. And I pull out my pepper spray. I was like, and you're not pepper spraying a dog. It's not a good thing because they got really delicate noses and it's very a bad thing for a dog. And I was like, oh no, what did I do? I got this dog, now it's stalking me and it's coming closer. And I'm like, dude, stay back. I'm like, you get any closer, and I'm backing up and it keeps coming. And now it's going quicker and it's looking at me like it's going to attack me. Now you're my dinner. You mess with me and now I'm going to mess with you. And I'm backing up. I'm backing up. I'm backing up. I got my spray. I'm like, you better not any closer. And I'm like this, any closer, I'm going to spray you. And it kept coming and I had to spray it. I had to spray it because he was going to jump on me. He was that close. He got really close. So I sprayed him, and as soon as I sprayed him, he jumped in the air toward me. He couldn't see me at that point because I got him in the face. And he started going like this. He had all this snot. Everything was just flying off of his face. And I started running as fast as I could. And he was still trying to find me. Like he couldn't see me, but he was trying to attack me. This dog would have ripped me to shreds if I wouldn't have done that. But anyway, I did feel bad after the fact because I was like, I instigated that dog. And the reason I bring up this story is because it's kind of like, it's kind of like what's happening politically. Like we're kind of taunting, the bear. We're poking the bear. We're poking the bear. We're poking. And, it's like one of these days, it's going to be pow right in the kisser. Who used to say that? One of these days, who was he saying it to? His wife? Who was the one that used to say that? My goodness. We can hang out just a little bit longer here. Scott, do you remember that story? Ralph, the honeymooners. Yeah, that's it. One of these days, who did he say it to? He said it to his wife. Was he talking to his wife? Ralph, he would say it to his wife, right? Jackie Gleason. I think it was Jackie Gleason, not Johnny. Wasn't it Jackie Gleason? One of these days, somebody, he would say it to somebody. Who did he say it to? No, it wasn't Archie Bunker. Pow, right in the kisser. Well, the kisser is your lips, because your lips are what kiss. So you're gonna punch somebody right in their lips. Why would you want to punch him right in their lips? Was he talking? Yeah, his wife, Alice. He would say, "One of these days, Alice. One of these days, Alice. Pow, right in the kisser." It was Alice. Poor Alice. That's like spousal abuse. Were they like glorifying spousal abuse back in the day? What the heck was going on? Glorification of spousal abuse? He was going to punch his wife in the nose or in the lips? He was always picking on his wife. Now, if I did that to my wife, she would literally hit me in the face. If I ever said that to my wife, I would get powed in the kisser. Are you here, honey? You're not listening, are you? I hope she's with the kids. I hope she's not listening. Shh. She'll give me a pow in the kisser. Let's see. Iran's Tasnim news agency has confirmed the death of Major General Gholam Ali Rashid. Well, he's dead. He's dead, Jim. Commander of the Iranian Armed Forces. He is the commander of the Iranian Armed Forces. Wow. As a result of an Israeli airstrike. Like I said, you would think that these guys would have been in a place where they couldn't have been hit, especially coming upon what is going on right now. Dow futures are down 600 points. Dow futures. Oh, tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath. Is it going to hit us hard? What's going to happen? I have a feeling, guys, a bad sense of what's about to hit the fan. I just got a really bad feeling about where this is all going. And I had that the last 2 days. That's why I've been talking to you guys for the last 2 or 3 days about what I think is coming. Well, it's been more than that. It's been about a week. If you guys have been watching me for the last week and listening to what I've been talking about, I've been going into great detail about what I think is about to unfold. And this is exactly what I said would happen. When this happens, this is it. This is going to unleash hell. This conflict here is going to affect the United States in a very deep way. I hope you're all ready for what the dominoes that are going to be tipped on this one. I prefer pie hole. Paul Walker, kissers. It's so funny because I was thinking about that phrase pie hole. I don't know why I was thinking about that phrase. I was like, why do they call it a pie hole? Because you stick a pie in your mouth and there's a hole right here. Yeah. You stick a pie in there, they call it a pie hole. Like, really, you get this imagery of someone just shoving a pie in their face. It got to go in that hole. You don't stick it up your nose. You don't stick it in your ear. You stick it in your pie hole in your mouth. That's a good one, man. Pie hole. Jordan has closed its airspace. Jordan has closed its airspace. Lebanon has closed its airspace. So you got Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Israel, Iraq, Iran. Is Iraqi airspace closed too? Yeah, I think Iraqi airspace is closed as well. So you got a lot of stuff going on right now. It's going down. Downtown. I always like these old songs too. I don't know why. I guess when I was growing up, my mom used to listen to all that old 60s music. Kind of got stuck in my head. Even though I wasn't really a 60, I was a 60s baby, but not really someone that listened to 60s music growing up. Well, we kind of did. I mean, Anyways, let's see what else we got here. Okay, so here, Iran launched 100 drones toward Israel. Efforts are underway to intercept them. Okay, so Iran has launched 100 drones, supposedly. Let's see if this is a legit news story here. This is coming from Hanaya Naftali, Israel News. Okay, is that Hannah Naftali? Is that Israeli live news? Is that who I'm thinking? Honey? Hold on. I'm hearing something outside. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Hold on. All right, I'm back. I'm back. The hills are alive with the sound of music. I need to turn up my microphone. Is that better? 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that better? I still need to turn it up. I think I need to turn it up. I think 8's better. Is that better? Okay, there we go. So what was I saying before I left? I was talking about something. Okay, Jordan closed it, Lebanon. Okay, Iran launched 100 drones toward Israel. Efforts are underway to intercept them. The IDF reports that Iran has launched 100 drones toward Israel. No. Isn't Naftali Hanaya? Isn't that Israeli News Live? Isn't that who that is? No, I guess I'm wrong on that. Okay. All right, so Israel drones are en route to Israel. How long is it going to take for a drone to get to Israel? It takes a long time. So it depends on what kind of a drone it is. I mean, what kind of a drone? If it's the kind with little propellers, it's going to take forever. But if it's a hypersonic drone, I don't think they have hypersonic drones. Oh, you think I should put it on live cam? Okay. Yeah, but it's going to take a long time for drones to get there. It's going to take a long time. I'll turn it up. Let's see. How long does it take for a drone? This is what's so crazy about the internet now. If you type in a question, the AI answers it immediately. It can answer most all your questions. It didn't used to do that before. The drones are the beginning of an attack. Yeah, I think so. So let's see. How long does it take for a drone to go from Iran to Israel? It looks like people have asked this question before. It says drones launched from Iran to Israel traveling over 1,000 miles may take approximately 9 hours to reach their targets, while ballistic missiles can reach Israel in as little as 12 minutes. Drones are much slower. Reports suggest that Iranian drones in recent attacks took hours to reach Israeli airspace. So we're talking like 9 hours? Serious? Man, I'm going to bed. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Maybe they're going to launch missiles too. Who knows? The drones deployed by Iran will arrive within hours. Assessment: the Iranians will try to time the arrival of the drones with the firing of ballistic missiles. So they're going to do it all at the same time. That is interesting. They want to try to overwhelm the Israeli defense systems. In addition to the Israeli Air Force attacks, the Mossad has conducted covert assassinations in the heart of Iran. Covert assassinations, so they're just basically going after and shooting people. This is according to Israeli Channel 12, citing officials. Oh wow. A massive fire breaks out in Iran's Dior port in Bushehr after Israeli bombing. Look at this. This is a pretty big fire here. I didn't see this one. Let's look at that. Look at that. Wow. A lot of black smoke. That don't look good. Absolutely, Josh. Everybody should have a plan. So they say many hours until they arrive with multiple waves expected. Multiple waves expected. So there's going to be a number of waves. Ballistic missiles and cruise missiles will follow these waves of attacks. So we're probably looking at about what? What time are you thinking, honey? They said 9 hours, but, you know, it could be, what, 6, 7, 8 hours from now? We're talking about maybe 3, 4 in the morning? Starting about 3, 4 in the morning? Should we go get some rest and just kind of keep this on, or what? What should we do? I don't think they're going to shoot any missiles right now. I think they're going to wait till the drones get there. The drones are probably going to be en route. Israel has confirmed that Iranian retaliation is underway. Unidentified drones over western Iraq. Western Iraq. Over 200 drones were launched. I'm trying to think of like how long it's going to take. It says here 9 hours, but who knows? I mean, is that really 9 hours, or is it a couple hours? We need to know, like, if it's a couple hours, I'm going to stay up. But if it's going to be like 9 hours, I think I'm going to go to bed. If it's going to be 9 hours from now, I want to go to sleep. But if it's 2 hours, then maybe I'll stay awake. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, Iran drones over Iraq. So how far away is Iraq? In about, okay, oh my gosh, he said this. Listen to what he said. So he said, Iranian drones over Iraq. In about 30 or 40 minutes, the drones will arrive to Israel. 30 or 40 minutes. Oh my gosh, okay. 30 or 40 minutes. Okay, I got the footage right here. I got the footage. All right, everybody, let everybody know this is incoming. So we're looking at an attack in about less than an hour. Less than an hour. Did you put that footage up already? No, you didn't. Okay, here we go. I was going to say, that was quick. All right, so there you go. Look at that. Oh, I didn't show you guys. Okay, so look at this. Here we go. Watch this, guys. I'm just posting this to our Telegram page right now. Iranian drones in Iraq. They said 30 to 40 minutes. Now, that was only one drone, so I'm not sure if that... It says the number of Iranian drones has reached 200. They are heading to Israel. Jordanian news agency, air traffic for all air traffic arriving, departing, and transitioning through the Kingdom of Jordan has been temporarily suspended. Well, we're going to hear it right here in our background, guys. We've got the feed right here to give us a heads up on everything that's going to happen when it hits. Right here. You got Jerusalem. You got Tel Aviv. You got a Haifa skyline. And you'll hear it in the background because these all have audios. Drones that are over Syria right now. Drones are over Syria. Drones right now are over Syria. Okay, so they're going to launch these missiles any moment, I bet, because they want to coordinate it with the timing of the drones coming in. All right, let's make sure that we got everybody up to speed on what's coming in. Hold on. I keep hearing something outside. What the heck is going on out there? Those dogs are getting uptight here. Let me go check. Something's going on outside. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm seeing more drones. Oh, more drones. There are Shahed drones over western Iraq. Okay, there's more. Put that one up too. I'll be right back. All right. One of my dogs got out. I knew I was hearing something because he jumps over the fence. This dog is so smart. I mean, I have to. So it says Iran has targeted Israel's Dimona nuclear facility. Sirens to ring out in the next few minutes. Sirens to ring out in the next few minutes. Missile launch is imminent. Missile launch imminent. You guys got to get this out. Get the message out. Everybody needs to hear this. It's happening right now. It's happening. This is it. This is the big one, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, are you in the house? This is the big one, Elizabeth. All right, we got to get this out here. I got to get these up here. Sirens in a few minutes. This guy better be right. If I'm posting it right now. He better not be wrong on this one. Missile launch imminent. U.S. Air Force jets scrambling from Al Udeid. Missile, U.S. jets are scrambling. U.S. Air Force is scrambling right now in Al Udeid. Udeid, wherever that is. Let's see where that is. Missile movements detected from Yemen. Missile movements have been detected from Yemen. The military base is southwest of Doha, Qatar. Okay, so the attack is massive. They said the attack is massive. Missile movements detected from Yemen. Massive attack. It's a massive attack. Incoming massive attack. Everybody, wake everybody up. Everybody wake up. It's a massive attack. It's coming. It's incoming. We're looking at, they said within a half an hour. I don't know. Maybe sooner. I don't know how it can get from, I think they're launching from Yemen and from other Iraq. But who knows? Are they going to send in those hypersonics? If you have a hypersonic missile, I'm going to look and see if they launch hypersonics, how long does it take for a hypersonic missile to get from Iran to Iraq, or from Iran to Israel? How long does it take for a hypersonic missile to go from Iran to Israel? It says that from Iran to Israel can reach its target in a matter of minutes. Okay, so a hypersonic missile from Iran to Israel can meet its target in a matter of minutes, according to Mir news agency. Some reports suggest a travel time of 4 minutes. 4 minutes. That's it, guys. Other sources estimate a time of around 12 minutes for ballistic missiles in general. Hypersonics are a lot faster. So you're talking 4 minutes. Under 5 minutes. So they could be launching these things at any time. They're already incoming from Yemen. Shelter in place ordered. Sirens at U.S. bases in Iraq. Sirens at bases in bases in Iraq. Shelter in place ordered. Right now. This is why that's why they evacuated. Interceptions over eastern Syria have been reported. Interceptions of probably drones over eastern Syria have been reported. So it's coming from the Red Sea. I see he posted Red Sea. I don't know what he means by that. We have 322 people in the house. 322. Weird number. It's a weird number. All right, so we have Iran. We will teach Netanyahu a lesson. The Zionist entity, for all its existence, will pay the price for its crimes. Oh my gosh. What does that mean? Are they going to send in some kind of nuke? I mean, I don't know how. When they say they're going to pay the price, it has to be something, because they sound so confident. Iran has stated that we will teach Netanyahu a lesson. The Zionist entity, for all of its existence, will pay the price for its crimes. U.S. jets over central Israel. U.S. jets are now over central Israel. Missiles have been detected from Iran. Missile launches have now been detected from Iran. I'm telling you, those are the hypersonics. Those are the hypersonics. Israel jets are scrambling. Israel jets are scrambling right now. All right, we should be hearing something right now here in the background. Let's listen in and see if we can hear any sirens coming in. Pay close attention. U.S. fighter jets are flying over Iraq and Syria. The Iranian army commander says Israel has not yet realized the size and capabilities of the Iranian people. The Brits have arrived, Eurofighters, over the eastern Mediterranean. So the Brits have arrived. What? What is going on here, man? All right, you're going to hear our Telegram page go off the charts when these incoming missiles start coming in, because you're going to see the Kumta alerts pop off. Kumta alerts are going to pop off. All traffic, air traffic for all air. Okay, so we already said that one. Yep. So we've had reports that missiles were launched from Iran. You're looking at, if they are hypersonic, you can expect them to be coming in at any time within the next few minutes. And they're saying that it usually will coordinate with the arrival of the drones to try to overwhelm the defense system, to try to break through. Now, how many missiles are they launching? I don't know. I don't think we know yet. Saudi jets are airborne. There's a lot of different jets airborne right now. U.S., UK, Saudi now. Saudi jets are now airborne. There's something really big going on right now, guys. Something very big. Very huge unfolding right now. It's very big. It's coming in, guys. You don't fall asleep. It's going to happen any minute. Oh. It looks like we've got some major incoming alerts right now. Oh, yeah. So in a move that will surely anger Iran, Jordan has opened its airspace to Israeli warplanes. Not good. Not good at all. Hey Kevin, go in there into Steve Lookner's room and tell them that Blazing Press, everybody go into Steve Lookner's room and say, BP News, just put BP News channel is covering everything. Everybody go into his chat room and say, you guys want real, he's got 37,000 people in there watching him eat. And he's not even telling people what's really going on. Steve Lookner needs to have a reality wake-up call. Robert needs to school him on what's really happening.
Sally has become a member.
But anyways, I digress. Bring some of them people over here. U.S. sirens should be going off. Yeah, really, Maria, you're right. Maybe U.S. sirens should be going off because we've got all kinds of sleeper cells now that they're saying are going to awaken. I mean, why are they sleeping? They're not sleeping anymore. Now they're waking up. And America is just sitting here going to be wondering what happened. Like, when they start doing stuff. See, they've already threatened. The Iranians have said that we are just as much to blame as the Israelis. They are blaming us. And they are going to do something, I think, within our country. Judah, they banned you. They ban everybody. Cutter jets are airborne. They said miscoded jets could also be U.S. Qatari Air Force is airborne. We're probably looking at about a half hour at least, I would think, right? Do we have time to get a bite to eat? A little ice cream? A little treat? No? How about a little... No, forget it. I probably should go see if my kitties are still awake. Hey, Cliff, what's happening? Thank you much, Cliff. Pray for your family. All right, Cliff. We'll be praying, definitely, brother. $500 drones plus and 800 missiles is what I saw. What? Apache Beard, where did you see that at? Where did you see that at, Apache Beard? Yeah, let's pray for Cliff. Pray for Cliff and his family, guys. I'm not sure what's going on there, Cliff, but I'll definitely be praying. Whatever it is, the Lord puts, alleviates whatever is going on there, and whatever it is, let us know if you need specific prayer. We'll get a prayer team happening here. New York Prepper, what is New York Prepper saying? Oh, are you New York Prepper? Oh, New York Prepper said that. Ah. Well, I don't know where he got it from because I haven't seen it yet. The thing I've seen is 200 drones and missiles have been launched. But, you know, New York Prepper did say that nuclear missiles had been launched. So I would be careful about what he says. He may be trying to sensationalize just a little bit. Embellishing. We're trying to make sure that we hold true to whatever is really actually happening. If we make a mistake, we apologize. We will definitely try to make it right. Now, New York Prepper, I don't even think he apologized for what he said on that when he scared the bejeebies out of everybody. That was pretty crazy. Nuclear bombs are on their way. Everybody was freaking out. But hey, you know what? Everybody likes to be freaked out, I guess. It's kind of like, why do people go watch scary movies or thriller or horror flicks? Because they want to be scared. So, you know, people like that, they like to be scared. They want to go watch something that scares them, even if it's not real. I try to make sure that everything I say is accurate, and if I do say something, like I said, that's misinformation or disinformation, I definitely will correct it. Jordanian, okay, so we said that. Jordanian jets, Qatari jets, U.S. jets, UK jets, Jordanian jets, they're all in the air right now. Let's see. So countries where all the jets have scrambled: Israel, U.S., UK, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Jordan. All those countries have just now scrambled. They are scrambling their eggs. I mean their jets. They're scrambling their eggs now. And that is a crazy crow. And that is a crazy crow. All right, I got a little bit better focus on Tel Aviv. I'm going to try to focus in on that. We need a Tel Aviv cam, a really close-up Tel Aviv cam. Ice Age Farmer has just posted. What? Another post from Ice Age Farmer? What is going on here? Let's see if I can find a Tel Aviv live cam. A really good one. Okay, so we do have like a little cam here, another cam. Let me see if I can post that. Okay, so Israel is anticipating over 800 projectiles to be launched toward Israel. Over 800. Okay, so it says 800 Iranian projectiles, cruise missiles, suicide drones, and ballistic missiles have been launched against Israel. 800. That's a lot. All right, so we're gonna watch Haifa and Tel Aviv a really close up. I got some really close up cams. Okay. Let me just get them set up here really quick. I just want to set them up very quickly here so we can watch. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's okay. Breaking news: Iran has refused to attend the 6th U.S.-Iran talks in Oman, so they are not showing up. Uh-oh. That's not good. Don't mind me. I'm just taking a little nap. Yeah, I saw that. The round of talks with the United States will not be held following the Israeli attacks. Senior Iranian lawmaker, a member of parliament, has security for ministry said on Friday. Yeah. The Iranian army has announced that it has launched Operation True Promise 3.
Okay, welcome back. Okay, I'm off the Black Balls. It is about time for us to get off of the air. We stayed on a little bit later than usual.
So they're going off air, and they're gonna miss it, honey. They're going off air, and they're just going off right before it happens. So yeah, their feed wasn't as good as I thought. I mean, it's the same one I got here. I'm looking at pretty much. Mine's a little bit better, actually. I was thinking maybe I should just watch from up here. Help. I'm hanging by my toes. Somebody help. Yeah. Now I know how bats feel. Whoops. Wrong one. Whee! Let's go over on this side. We want to be on the left. We got to give the left a little bit of love. Too. Right? This is what happens when I get tired. I do stupid stuff. Yeah, I can intercept them from up there. I'll intercept the missiles before they come in. They do believe the U.S. was involved because the U.S. is not being truthful, and anybody that really looks at the matter would know that we're just kind of playing both sides. You know, when you have someone that's trying to make a deal on both sides, that's not really committed to either side. I don't think he's really committed to Israel either. Then they look at it as, oh no, hold on. My dogs, I think. Hold on. Oh, so my dogs are crazy because we just had. Have you ever seen how people they'll drive by and they got that bass? You know, you can hear them like 2 blocks away. They got the bass on. I don't know what goes on in a person's head or their ears. I mean, they've been doing it so long they can't hear or what? But the whole thing just booms and it shakes the house, and they're like 2 blocks away. I'm like thinking, how in the world does a person like that inside of a car listening to that kind of bass? You know, it sounded like an earthquake. You know, my dogs freak out. They're out there like a block away, at least a block away, and I can hear the whole house shake. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, we supplied them, exactly, Molly. We supplied them all of these weapons, these huge bunker buster Moabs. And, you know, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. We say that we're not with them, but then we are, but then we're not, You know, it just, I don't know. It's weird. So they said so far the interceptions over Syria and Iraq are working. So these fighter jets are shooting these things out of the sky. They're shooting things out of the sky. Look at that. I got a little heart in my back. I got a little heart on my back. Oh, how sweet. A Moab is an EMP bomb? Really? I thought it was just a big, massive, conventional type thing. Let's see. Marco Rubio called on Iran not to attack U.S. personnel in the region in the wake of the Israeli attack, as the U.S. did not help Israel strike Iran. Israel has told the United States that it considers strikes on Iran necessary for its defense, he said. The audio is on. Anytime. Yeah, the Fox Live News went off the air because they didn't want to wait. I'm kind of feeling the same way, but, you know, I know it takes time to get those things across. It's not going to happen instantly. You know, when they said a couple hours, I'm thinking, well, it says drones from Iran take at least 9 hours, so I'm not sure exactly how they could say 2 hours. I don't know. Let's see. Can I just have a little bit of fun while I'm sitting here with you guys? Do you mind? What is this? Okay, hold on one second. I'm just gonna have a little bit of... No, just play. Just play audio. Take a break. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'll play the audio. I was gonna just play around and have a little bit of, you know, but I'm gonna take a break for a minute. I am gonna go get some... Whoops, my mic's out. Hello? Testing, 1, 2. Where did my mic go? What happened? Testing, 1, 2. Oh, it's right. I was looking at the wrong one. See, that's when I'm tired. I'm sitting there looking at the wrong source. I'm looking at the wrong audio mixer. Okay, I'm sorry. So you guys can't hear me. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break, and if something goes down, just yell and scream, "Robert, it's going down." My wife will see it, and she'll tell me to go back. So what we're going to do is going to listen to a little commentary here in the background. And just let me know. Well, if you do see anything, just let my wife know, you know, by typing them in the chat, and I'll run back.
Punishment in retaliation for the attack, saying Israel has brought a bitter and painful fate upon itself, and it will certainly face it. Well, the strikes, including on the capital Tehran, have killed the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Major General Hossein Salami, according to Iranian state media. Israel's military says 200 fighter jets completed strikes on more than 100 targets, including nuclear facilities in different areas of Iran. Israel's military claims Iran is advancing a secret program to build nuclear weapons and says Tehran has the capacity to make a nuclear bomb within days. Well, Iran's supreme leader says residential areas in Tehran have been hit, while the International Atomic Watchdog has confirmed the Natanz nuclear site was also targeted in the attacks, and Iranian media is reporting 2 of Iran's top nuclear scientists were killed. Well, this is where strikes have been reported so far. In the capital, Tehran, where Iranian state media is reporting residential areas have been hit and civilian casualties have been reported. Khorramabad in western Iran, which is home to a large missile base, and Iran's main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, where the International Atomic Agency is now closely monitoring radiation levels. Well, Israeli military has confirmed Iran has launched more than 100 drones towards Israel in the past few hours. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it launched the strike because Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to the country's very survival.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
Well, let's cross live to Jerusalem and talk to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. So, Alistair, Benjamin Netanyahu has called this a decisive moment in Israel's history. Just how significant would you say these strikes are?
I think they're very, very significant. It is a completely different tone to what has happened before in April and in October of last year when Israel again struck Iran and Iran hit back. This time is different. This time it's not a one and done. This time I don't think there is going to be, despite the efforts of Sakir Starmer and others, I don't think there's going to be a successful attempt to try and calm things, at least for a couple of days. I think Israel is planning to carry out more waves of strikes across Iran, and really the gloves are off. They have struck not just nuclear facilities in Iran, they have struck at major military sites as well, the ballistic missile program. And I think in some respects the key, the most significant element is the fact they've taken out senior figures within the Iranian regime, military commanders, the commander of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, the head of Iran's emergency unit, the head of Iran's military, and possibly, we understand, other senior figures as yet unnamed. These are people who are very close to the supreme leader. These are key figures within Iran, and whether or not Israel sees it this way, for Iran, what has happened over the last couple of hours is an act of war.
And what kind of response might we see from Iran?
Well, I think we are seeing the first element of it. 100 drones have been launched. Some pictures showing them flying over Iraq on their way to Israel. The Israeli military will try and engage them and bring them down before they reach Israeli airspace. You know, as a response, that's not particularly significant. I would expect that most of them will be eliminated. I think the question, though, is whether or not this is a multi-layered response. Go back to April of last year, Iran launched drones, and they take a number of hours to get here. But then they launched cruise missiles, and then they launched ballistic missiles in waves, all to arrive roughly at the same time in an attempt to try and overwhelm Israel's defences. Now, Israel's defences are very, very good indeed. This obviously has not come out of the blue for them. They've been preparing for this, and they'll have made sure their defences are in the best shape possible. But April of 2024, there was a coalition. There was warning. I've spoken to foreign ministers around the region subsequent to that, and they said, yeah, we knew this was happening about 3 or 4 days beforehand. So you had a coalition, primarily of Israel, America, with support from Britain and France, helping shoot down those drones. But also you had a sort of an informal coalition as well of Arab states allowing Israel to use their airspace or giving them forewarning of stuff passing through their airspace. I think it's probably too soon. If a coalition of that kind is going to be formed, I think it's probably too soon. So we'll wait and see. You know, I'm not exactly sure when they're going to arrive here, maybe the next hour or two, and we'll see whether or not that's it for now, or whether or not it's followed up with a more powerful response. Because I think there is, this morning, a question mark over what damage Israel has managed to do, in particular to Iran's ballistic missile array, and whether or not they have damaged Iran sufficiently enough to really quite significantly limit any response Iran wants to carry out.
Alistair, we'll be watching very closely in the hours and days ahead. For the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, as we were mentioning, the US has denied any military involvement in these attacks. Well, let's get the latest from our correspondent, David Blevins, who joins me now from Los Angeles. And David, tell us more about how the Trump administration has responded to these strikes.
Well, the response so far has been fairly measured. Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing the strikes on Iran as unilateral. So keen to emphasize that this was Israel's decision and Israel's alone. But of course, there are potential implications, especially for US personnel in that region. They are right now the #1 priority for the Trump administration. We know that the White House was advised in advance of the strikes. The president's national security team watched them in real time from the Situation Room at the White House, and they have already begun to evacuate non-essential personnel from their embassy in Baghdad and to restrict the movements of other US personnel in Israel, for example. And Marco Rubio has sent a very clear message to Iran: do not strike US targets. That's because they're aware of the risk now posed. The president didn't want this. Many people were skeptical when he authorized engagement with Iran in relation to its nuclear capability. But Donald Trump has always believed those talks could prove fruitful. He didn't want strikes at this time. We're told there was a very heated telephone exchange between him and Benjamin Netanyahu last Monday. Now, Netanyahu values his relationship with Trump, but ultimately the timing of these strikes has been on Israel's terms. And the big question right now, I suppose, is will the strikes push Iran towards agreement with the United States in relation to its nuclear capability, or have these strikes dashed any hope of that completely?
David, thanks very much indeed. Now, Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency has released a statement attributed to the country's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It reads, "This regime must await severe punishment. By God's will, the powerful arm of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not let it go unpunished. In the enemy's attacks, a number of commanders and scientists were martyred. Their successors and colleagues will immediately continue their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime has brought a bitter and painful fate upon itself, and it will certainly face it." Well, let's talk now to our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's in the newsroom for us this morning. Hi there, Dominic. Give us your analysis of these strikes. What do you make of them? This feels like Israel has gone up a level with this attack on Iran.
Yeah, this does seem to be Israel going all out to not just to degrade the Iranian nuclear program that it's always regarded as military and an existential threat potentially to the Jewish state, but actually to destroy it completely. And I think, if you talk to military experts about this possibility, and, this is a moment, we have to say that the region and any observers of the Middle East have been, I guess, fearing but expecting for years, because it's something that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has made it very much a lifetime ambition to achieve, the destruction of that threat. But experts have been pretty sceptical about the chances of Israel achieving and completely following through on this ambition to destroy Iran's nuclear program, because it is buried deep within mountains and underground and hidden away and very secret, and the Iranians have done their level best to protect it from what appears to have been started overnight. I think the couple of questions, obviously, what does Iran do in response? The Iranians have always said if they are attacked in this way, they wouldn't just strike back at Israel. They would assume that it wasn't just the little Satan, as they call Israel, but the great Satan, America, involved as well. Now, the Americans have been saying it's a unilateral strike, but I don't think that will hold much water with the Iranians. They'll believe the Americans were very much complicit in this. And as I say, they've always said that if they are attacked, they would attack America back. So that could be American bases in Iraq, it could be American bases in other parts of the region, it could be American installations in the Gulf. And I think, one scenario, and if the Iranians really want to make the Americans think twice about letting the Israelis continue with this, and certainly the Israelis are saying that this is a kind of rolling program of action, so it's in the Iranians' interest to try and stop it and get the Americans to stop it. Something that would focus minds in Washington would be attacks on not just American bases, but American allies in the Gulf, oil refineries, sinking a few oil tankers, closing the Straits of Hormuz, turning the Persian Gulf into a war zone would have a pretty immediate and fairly disastrous impact on the world economy. So that's something the Iranians may be considering. Has to be said, though, I think we're not entirely clear what the Iranians have in terms of capability to strike back. They fired hundreds of ballistic missiles in October in the first direct exchange of fire between these two sworn enemies. And what they have left, I think, is an open question. Reportedly, they've fired or launched 100 drones that will be making their slow and ponderous way towards Israel. They've got a lot more than that in their arsenal, and I guess the question is, what do they do next? And also, then, what does America do in response if Israel's attacked? It almost certainly will have to come in on the side of protecting its ally, and then you've got an even more grave and escalating situation in the region.
OK, Dominic, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. So let's get more now from both Deborah Haynes on the military side of the overnight strikes, but also some political reaction as well from Amanda Akas, who's here. And we have heard from the British government, haven't we? Fill us in on who's been saying what.
Yes, indeed. So we've had statements this morning from both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary really urging de-escalation, calm and diplomatic approach to the situation. So the Prime Minister said the reports of these strikes are concerning. We urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Stability in the Middle East must be the priority. We are engaging partners to de-escalate. Now is the time for restraint, calm and a return to diplomacy. Fairly similar but slightly perhaps more punchy lines from David Lammy saying stability in the Middle East is vital for global security, that further escalation is a serious threat to peace and stability, and also then going on to say this is a dangerous moment and I urge all parties to show restraint. I think what's quite interesting about this is that you can see that the diplomatic efforts clearly going on behind the scenes, referenced by Sir Keir Starmer saying that they're reaching out to all parties involved with this. Also interesting, there isn't an explicit expression of support for Israel here. Previously, when we've seen Israeli action against Iran, albeit in response more directly to attacks from Iran, there's been sort of expressions of support in the comments about Israeli right to self-defense. Of course, we know that the situation between the UK and Israel is in a more delicate place than previously with the sanctioning of ministers, with the pressure on the Israeli government over Gaza. We don't know anything about UK officials out in the region. We know, of course, the US had recommended partial evacuation of its embassies in the broader Middle East region. We haven't yet heard anything from the Foreign Office on that. We do, there are reports that David Lammy, who was planning to travel to the US for talks with Marco Rubio about Russia, that's actually been cancelled because of all of this. We don't yet have that confirmed, but that seems likely to be the case given the developing situation. More broadly, the UK position on Iran, obviously, they've been very critical, very concerned about nuclear programme in Iran. Of course, the UK was part of that deal struck in 2015 with the Iranians, which then Donald Trump pulled out of. But clearly, I think the UK government very concerned to see what's happening in the Middle East and more broadly about the implications of what's happening with the Iranian nuclear programme.
OK, Amanda, thanks very much indeed. And we're going to be talking to Deborah in just a moment. But let me just remind you that Israel's President Isaac Herzog has released a statement on X saying the attack was a targeted operation to neutralise an immediate and existential threat. And he went on to say the international community has seen how over the last decades the Iranian regime the helm of a global terror empire has continued to radicalise and destabilise the region with its proxies while working relentlessly to advance its military nuclear capabilities and expand its ballistic missile arsenal. Iran's leaders have made no secret of their openly repeated intention to annihilate the state of Israel. Israel has the inherent right and the solemn duty to defend itself and will always do so with determination and clarity. So that's what the Israeli government is saying about these strikes. So let's bring in our Defence and Security Editor, Deborah Haynes, now. So, Deborah, first of all, tell us about the targets that have been struck.
So obviously this is clearly a long-planned operation. For example, I know that when the British government, when the Starmer government came into power, they were receiving briefings last year to anticipate a potential Israeli attack on Iran. So this is not something that's just going to be a surprise. And for Israel, they've been long planning how to do this. And there was always these discussions of whether, if Israel were to make this move, the goal is to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to be able to produce nuclear weapons, so to go after the the enrichment facilities, the nuclear scientists, the plants, the vast plants that are well protected, one in particular under a mountain, to destroy Iran's ability to develop the bomb, which Israel sees, of course, as an existential threat to its existence. So plans to do that have always, people have thought, like military specialists, would require the Americans to help, because the American military have the sort of the bunker-busting bombs that could potentially, it's the Fordo facility in a mountainside by the city of Qom. They would be able to blast through that and destroy those nuclear facilities in there. It's not clear whether that facility has been targeted. That's not come out from the reports, but certainly the strikes have gone after other nuclear sites, clearly the intent being to degrade Iran's ability to develop the bomb. But further than that, they've also gone after senior military leaders, the Israeli military saying that Iran's top 3 military commanders have been killed as part of this operation. And that really indicates that it's wider. It's, yes, going after the nuclear capability, but also attempting to degrade Iran's ability to be able to conduct the military operation that Israel is clearly anticipating. The fact that it's telling its citizens to stay in bunkers, to stay home. They know that a response will be coming, and they're getting ready to brace themselves for it. But clearly for Israel, this isn't going to be something that's over, in the next few hours. It seems from the language coming out of the Israeli government that this is the start of a campaign, the goal being to degrade the Iranian nuclear capabilities.
And what do you think we'll see from Iran?
Well, we've already seen the start with these drone strikes. I mean, that's what they did before with. You'll remember last year there were two direct confrontations, overt confrontations. Of course, there have been many constant covert confrontations between Iran and Israel over the decades, but the overt strikes from both sides and from Iran launching a barrage of ballistic and cruise missiles against Israel. They've been developing a huge arsenal of ballistic missiles. So for a start, you can anticipate a large wave of missiles. Presumably, that's presumably what Israel is bracing for.
OK, well, Deborah and Amanda, thanks very much indeed. And I know you'll keep us up to date with all the news developments for the moment. Thank you. Well, earlier we heard from Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He says Israel targeted Iran's nuclear programme, as we were just hearing, as he says it poses a threat to the country's very survival.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival.
Well, we can get a reaction from the government now, because here with me is Industry Minister Sarah Jones. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for coming in. What is your reaction to Israel launching strikes on Iran?
Well, of course, this is an emerging situation, and we want to see de-escalation. This is a dangerous moment, as the Foreign Secretary has said this morning, and we will be doing all we can, as you would expect, to work with our allies to urge for restraint and for de-escalation in the region.
Did the British government have prior knowledge of the strikes?
We weren't involved in the strikes. Obviously, I can't talk about information about what we did or didn't know. That wouldn't be appropriate. But the priority now, I know, for the Foreign Secretary, who will be leading on this, working closely, of course, with the Prime Minister, is to work with our allies to urge restraint and to de-escalate.
Israel has said that it had no choice but to attack. They say they'd gathered intelligence that Tehran was approaching what they call the point of no return in its pursuit of a nuclear weapon. Do you agree that they had no choice?
Well, I don't think anybody questions how destabilising Iran is being, of course. But what we would say is that this is escalating, not de-escalating the situation, and we would urge restraint, and that's what our Foreign Secretary, our Prime Minister, will be working to do.
So was Israel wrong to launch these strikes?
I don't think, I would say as a Foreign Office, not a Foreign Office minister, things that perhaps the Foreign Secretary may or may not say in due course. What I would say from the government's perspective this morning in an emerging situation is we are doing everything we can to urge restraint and to try and de-escalate the situation. And I think that is the right approach. We need to be calm at this point, work with our allies, do what we can to stop escalation, because we do not believe escalation is going to be helpful in the region or the wider world, of course.
How great a risk do you consider Iran's nuclear program to be?
Well, of course, we know, we've all known for some time how destabilising Iran has been in their actions. I think in this moment now, which is a dangerous moment, we just have to focus on de-escalation, and that's what the government will be doing.
And the US was due to hold the next round of negotiations with Iran on attempts to find a nuclear deal just this weekend, on Sunday. Do you expect those talks to go ahead?
I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will say more on these matters in due course. For now, the priority for us is to try and do what we can to de-escalate, and of course there'll be allies around the world who will be helping us do that.
And what about British workers, British citizens in the region? Is there any move to pull embassy workers, for example, out of the region? What steps are you taking there?
Well, the Foreign Secretary will be making those kinds of decisions as we speak. Of course, he's been dealing with, of course, the absolutely horrific crash in India as well, the Foreign Office in crisis mode, trying to support families there. He will now be looking at this emerging situation and making sure we keep people safe wherever we need to. Of course, that would be a priority for him and the government.
And Iran's supreme leader has said that Israel must await severe punishment. You talk about the need for de-escalation. So what would your message to Iran be as it considers its response?
Well, we want all parties to de-escalate, not escalate. The language that's being used there, you can see how dangerous a moment this is, and this government will be doing what it can.
And give us an idea of what that involves. When you say the government will do what it can to de-escalate, what room is there for diplomacy, and what role might the UK play in that?
Well, the UK has many allies around the world who will be wanting to do the same, to get that restraint, to get that de-escalation. How that operates, how that works, the Foreign Secretary will say more in due course.
I want to also just get your response to the devastating plane crash that occurred in India yesterday, which had such awful consequences. What is the latest you're hearing from India about the crash?
So the Prime Minister has offered his condolences to Prime Minister Modi. It's obviously an utterly devastating situation. Many families will be absolutely devastated. I'm an MP in Croydon. We have a large Indian community there, and I know that people are completely distraught. We have sent some air investigators to India to help with the investigation into what happened. The Foreign Office has, of course, a support line that people should ring. We will be there to offer all the support that we can to those families. We need to get to the bottom of what's happened. I don't think anyone is suggesting foul play, but it will take time to establish what went wrong. But of course, so many people have lost loved ones, and our thoughts are with them today.
Absolutely. And you mentioned those 4 British investigators on their way out to help authorities there. Give us an idea of other support that might be offered to India at this time.
Well, we'll offer whatever support we need. Of course, our immediate concern will be the families of loved ones from the UK, and how we support them, how we make sure they get all the support that they need. Of course, there will be a significant investigation into what happened, which will take some time, I suspect, to get to the bottom of, and we'll be there to support with people on the ground and people here in the UK too.
Well, Sarah Jones, another time we will talk about domestic policy, but I hope, as you understand, international events have rather overtaken us this morning. Thanks very much indeed for coming in and giving us your response. So let's get more then on our top story this morning. Israel has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Iran's nuclear facilities and other military targets. Benjamin Netanyahu promised the mission, dubbed Operation Rising Lion, would continue for as many days as it takes, saying Iran's nuclear program poses a threat to Israel's very survival. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei vowed a harsh punishment in retaliation for the attack, saying Israel has brought a bitter and painful fate upon itself and it will certainly face it. Well, the strikes, including on the capital Tehran, have killed the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Major General Hossein Salami, according to Iranian state media. Israel's military says 200 fighter jets completed strikes on more than 100 targets, including nuclear facilities in different areas of Iran. Israel's military claims Iran is advancing a secret program to build nuclear weapons and says Tehran has the capacity to make a nuclear bomb within days. Well, Iran's Supreme Leader says residential areas in Tehran have been hit, while the International Atomic Watchdog has confirmed the Natanz nuclear site was also targeted in the attacks, while Iranian media is reporting 2 of Iran's top nuclear scientists were killed. So this is where strikes have been reported so far. In the capital, Tehran, where Iranian state media is reporting residential areas have been hit and civilian casualties are reported. Khorramabad in western Iran, which is home to a large missile base, and Iran's main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, where the International Atomic Energy Agency is now closely monitoring radiation levels. And the Israeli military has confirmed that Iran has launched more than 100 drones towards Israel in the past few hours. Israel's military spokesperson has said the country is in for a rough few hours. Well, our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle has the latest from Jerusalem.
They're targeting not just Iran's nuclear sites, but also their ballistic missile program. And as we know now, key leaders in the Iranian regime, the head, the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, the senior political advisor to the Supreme Leader, and potentially others. Multiple waves of Israeli strikes over the last few hours. More than 200 Israeli aircraft involved in the operation, we're told. They've struck more than 100 sites in and around Iran, the length and the breadth of the country. This is designed to, if not totally eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities, at least to severely degrade it and push it back many, many years. But it is more than that. It is striking at Iran's wider military capabilities, its ability to be able to respond to Israel. And interestingly, in the last few minutes, we've heard that Iran has launched around 100 drones at Israel. Israel's working to shoot them down now. That would be Iran's first response, first retaliation as we know it. And it's not in the form of ballistic missiles, it's in the form of drones that can be lethal, but obviously travel much more slowly than ballistic missiles and don't carry the same payload as ballistic missiles. Maybe that points to the damage that Israel has managed to inflict on Iran's ability to respond to this. We know that in addition to the Israeli Air Force operating overnight, many reports around in Israeli media that the Mossad, Israel's famous intelligence agency that has had success in Iran before, they have also been working to eliminate ballistic missile sites and parts of Iran's nuclear capability. So a huge, wide-ranging attack on Iran, and just the beginning. We expect this to last many days. This is not a one and done, but it does look as though Israel is trying to make it once and for all.
So let's just bring you some breaking news on this story. The IDF has said in the last few moments that it's eliminated the 3 most senior military commanders of the Iranian regime. They've gone on to say that more than 200 Israeli Air Force fighter jets, guided, they say, by precise intelligence from the Intelligence Directorate, struck over 100 targets across Iran, something they've already announced. But they also say it included the hideouts of senior operatives in the Iranian military leadership. They say that the strikes eliminated those three most senior military commanders. They say that is the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Iranian regime, Mohammad Hossein Bagheri, a Commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Hossein Salami, and Commander of Khatam al-Anbiya Emergency Command, Gholam Ali Rashid. Well, let's get a little bit of reaction. Deborah is back with us. So, Deborah, what do you make of these claims by the IDF?
Well, that's what I was referring to when we were speaking earlier. I mean, it's part of not just trying to prevent Iran from developing the nuclear weapons, but also degrading its actual military command and control. The best way to attack, well, one of the ways to attack an armed force is to go after the leadership. And so the fact that they have managed in this one strike, this first initial onslaught, to take out the top three military commanders for Iran, that's a huge blow to the armed forces. Of course, they'll have deputies, they'll have people ready to step up and take over. But in terms of causing confusion and maybe affecting Iran's immediate ability to respond, going after the leadership is exactly what the Israelis clearly intended to do. And for Iran, I mean, they've lost key leaders before. You'll remember Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds force inside the IRGC, when he was killed by the Americans. That triggered a huge response and almost brought Iran and the US to direct confrontation. And so the fact now that Israel has gone so much further, going after these top three leaders, again, it just underlines that Iran absolutely will need to respond. How and how effective it can be, that's the main question.
Deborah, thanks very much indeed for that very swift response. Let's get more reaction now. I'm joined by Iranian Studies lecturer at Reichman University, Dr. Mir Javandanfar. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us. First of all, your reaction to Israel's strikes on Iran.
Well, this seems to be an operation with two main strategic goals, decapitation and dismemberment. Decapitation of Iran's military command and decapitation of Iran's nuclear program, the senior leadership and senior scientists, and also dismemberment of Iran's nuclear facilities and key military infrastructures. This is an operation that it is extremely unlikely to have been undertaken without coordination with President Trump, who is currently involved in the talks with the Iranian government over Iran's nuclear program. And I think there are various reasons why Israel undertook this extensive operation. One reason that really stood out to me and was new is the remark by Israel's Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, last night, in which he said, in recent months, I'm quoting him exactly, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize its enriched uranium. And I think this is probably one of the biggest factors that pushed Israel, with America's agreement, to undertake this operation.
So let's look at the effect that those strikes might have. We've just had the news from the IDF. They're saying that they've eliminated the three most senior military commanders of the Iranian regime. What impact will that have on Iran and potentially on its ability to respond?
Well, it is extremely unlikely that the Iranians are not going to respond. This is expected. But I think this is going to severely disrupt the way the command and communication of senior leadership is carried out. And I think that would undermine the quality of the response. I think right now, as we speak, Iranian intelligence right now and senior Iranian military leadership is extremely concerned about deep penetration of Israeli intelligence inside Iran's military. So they would be concerned that whatever decision they undertake now, Israel is going to know about it. Because last night Israel was able to kill at least 5 senior members of Iran's military and nuclear leadership while they were sleeping in their beds in separate parts of Tehran. This is in addition to other senior Iranian nuclear scientists. So the fact that Israel, according to this operation, has access to such precise and real-time intelligence would make them hesitant in terms of making the right decision, because they would worry that whatever decision they make, Israel is not going to know about it beforehand. But in any case, the Iranians are going to respond. As your correspondent in Jerusalem said, they have fired 100 drones at Israel. But I think the biggest response that Israel would be looking out for is whether Iran is now going to make a nuclear bomb. Because this has always been one of the reasons why Israel has been hesitant to attack. We have to now wait and see whether Ayatollah Khamenei gives an order for Iran to leave the non-proliferation treaty and officially make a nuclear weapon.
And in the meantime, what damage do you think Israel will have done to Iran's nuclear facilities and abilities to develop its nuclear program?
To be quite honest, Anna, I think we have to wait and see. All we know now, until now, is that major sites have been attacked, but I don't have access to any informed sources in the media that tell me the extent of the damages. But I assume that Israel would have undertaken key measures in terms of planning such attacks so that they at least severely delay Iran's nuclear program. But we have to wait and see. What is interesting right now is that we are awaiting the arrival of 100 Iranian drones. It takes about 5 hours for them to get here. Some people might say, okay, it's 5 hours, it's a long time to get prepared. That's true, but the fact that they are so slow actually makes them more difficult to shoot down. So we are right now facing a major challenge in terms of large numbers of drones being fired at Israel, and we have to wait and see the response of the Israeli Defense Forces and most probably our American allies.
Well, Dr. Mir Javandampar, we appreciate your time this morning and your response to the events overnight. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Anna.
And of course, we'll keep you up to date with all the developments on those Israeli strikes on Iran throughout the morning. But I just want to take you to one other main story this morning now. And aviation specialists will today begin to investigate what caused an Air India plane bound for London to crash shortly after takeoff. 241 passengers and crew were killed, and rescue workers are continuing to search for missing people. Well, miraculously, one man, a British national, survived. Experts will be hoping to find the plane's black boxes, which hold data about the flight, including altitude and speed, as well as recordings of the pilots. India's Prime Minister visited the crash site this morning and met some of the injured people being treated in hospital. Well, our India correspondent, Neville Lazarus, is in Ahmedabad for us now. Morning to you, Neville. So, India waking up still with that devastating news to comprehend. Tell us a little bit about this visit today.
Well, it was absolute shock and horror to see what happened yesterday. The Prime Minister came to this civil hospital, one of the biggest hospitals in Ahmedabad, and he visited, before that, he visited the crash site, walking through a lot of the debris of that crash, and also into those buildings, those block of flats, which housed a number of medical students who belonged to, who were interning and belonged to this hospital. He then came here and met some of the survivors, including a number of students, but also met with Ramesh, the British national, who was the lone survivor, who sort of almost walked out unscathed. Last night I did manage to meet him in his ward. Access was very, very tight, but we did have at least 20-25 seconds of a meeting with him. I introduced myself. I asked him how he is. He did say he's okay. He nodded. He acknowledged. And then I was soon ushered out by plainclothes policemen and some of the hospital staff. But he looked fine. He was half sitting on his bed. He had bruises on his hands, a few on his face, and he was conscious. He was acknowledging. He was talking to others, to some of the attendants, and acknowledged my presence. And when I spoke with him, I even spoke to the first doctor, Dr. Sharik, who sort of treated him when he when he came to the hospital. He was brought by the ambulance. He said he had a slight limp while walking, but he looked fine. They did internal checks. He was okay. The only thing he said, he is undergoing a lot of mental trauma, and that you could very well imagine it, looking at the kind of social media pictures of this plane crash when it plummeted into the ground, erupting into a fireball. Here, there are still DNA samples being taken of families out here, so that then they will give the bodies back to them, because some, a doctor was saying, are burnt and charred beyond recognition. But a real shock and horror for one of the worst aviation disasters this country has had.
Indeed. Neville, thanks very much indeed. Well, details of the 52 British nationals killed in the crash are beginning to emerge. And of course, we're learning more about the one passenger who survived. Our correspondent, Oliver Whitfield-Mirchich, is at Gatwick Airport this morning. And Oliver, so many families affected by this tragedy. Tell us a little bit more about what's being done to support them.
So here at the airport, there has been an emergency centre being set up by Air India and by Gatwick Airport to help try and get some of those families to India, where of course they're going to have to go through the formal identification process and to do the formal repatriation of those bodies back to the UK. And we're starting to learn some of those names of the 52 Brits who have died in this tragedy, including the Nanabava family. That included Akhil Nanabava, his wife Hannah, and their 4-year-old daughter Sarah, with the news of their deaths confirmed by the Gloucester Muslim Community Group, which said that they were profoundly heartbroken by the devastating loss of life. Now, Sarah's headmaster has actually paid tribute to the family, saying they were known for their generosity and for their fundraising effort. He believes this was a last-minute trip to India for the trio. Also amongst the dead is the British couple, Jamie and Feeble Greenlaw Meek. Now, they ran spiritual wellness centres here in Kent and in London, and they had gone to India for a restful break. In the days before their flight, they'd said that they'd had a magical time in videos posted to social media just before that flight had taken off. They'd also posted a video in which they could be seen teasing each other. They also said that they were coming back to the UK wonderfully calm and relaxed. And then, of course, there is that miraculous survivor in the emergency exit row of economy class, 40-year-old Vishwash Kumar Ramesh from Leicestershire. His family had received a call from Vishwash just before the flight had taken off, saying that he was ready to depart. And then a few minutes later, another call saying that he did not know how he had survived the fireball that had erupted after that flight had crashed into the residential area in Ahmedabad. Indeed, he didn't know how he had gotten off the plane. But this is a bittersweet moment for the family, because Vishwash was actually travelling with his brother Nayan. And so while they have had a miracle in the fact that Vishwash has survived, it is tinged with sadness and with loss, because they know that only one of the brothers will eventually return to the UK. But here at Gatwick Airport, flights are continuing to take off. Gatwick Airport is working in conjunction with Air India and with the Indian High Commission, with helplines set up for families and for people who've been affected by this tragedy.
Oliver, thanks very much indeed. Well, as we were just hearing, the cause of the crash is unknown, and investigators are still looking for the plane's second black box after one was reportedly recovered from the wreckage. Well, let's talk to Mitch Fox now, who's the director of the Asia-Pacific Centre for Aviation Safety at the Flight Safety Foundation. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us. So the cause of the crash not yet established, but give us an idea about how the investigation is likely to be carried out to try to find out what happened.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on your show. On behalf of the Flight Safety Foundation, first, I'd like to express our heartfelt condolences and our thoughts to all of the families of the victims in this tragic accident. So let me start from what we know and then where we expect things to go from here. So we know that Air India 171 departed from Ahmedabad bound for London Gatwick yesterday. We know there were 230 passengers and 12 crew members, and as you just reported, there was an extraordinary survival of one of the passengers. After the takeoff, the airplane reached an altitude of approximately 625 feet and then began a descent until it crashed into the ground. The airplane was a Boeing 787-8. The 787 has an excellent safety record, and in fact, this is the first fatal accident of a Boeing 787 since it was introduced in 2011. Now, there's a lot of speculation going on concerning the potential causes of the accident. Of course, this is understandable. People want to get to an answer fairly quickly, but it is too early to speculate on the causes. So right now, as you can see, and your reporter reported on, the site has to be secured. This is a recovery effort now. Before the accident, investigators can actually get in and start to do their job. At this point, we really don't know what the cause of the accident is, and that determination will require a thorough investigation. And as you mentioned, the flight data recorders, the digital flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder are absolutely essential to get to some answers and causes for this accident. I do want to emphasize at this point, this occurred on takeoff, and I want to mention that pilots are trained continuously for engine failures and other malfunctions that could occur on takeoff. Now, as we go into this investigation, the actual process and responsibilities for an accident investigation are laid forward in international standards that are put together by the International Civil Aviation Organization. It's a specialized agency of the United Nations. Those standards put forth which authorities are responsible for the investigation. And in this case, the state of occurrence, India, is the responsible party for the investigation. In India, it's the India Accident Investigation Bureau, or AAIB, that will lead the investigation. And the AAIB has already initiated the formal investigation. As I mentioned, it's vitally important to retrieve both the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorder, the so-called black boxes. We've yet to confirm whether or not either one of those recorders have been retrieved. But once they are...
Okay, guys, so what's up? Everybody there? Okay, so they're saying it's going to be the main Israeli media is saying that these missiles should be incoming here real soon. So, and drones or whatever. Well, I guess we're going to find out right now. Who's all still in the house here? We still got some people in here late night. We're probably the only ones that are going to see it if it happens. I do think that something is afoot here that's about to go down. Otherwise, I'd be in bed right now. If I didn't think something was potentially going to go down here, I would have been in bed already. But so it says Iranian drones are already over Syria. Let's see here. This is, how long ago was this posted? What time is it now? So that was, okay. How close are we to this happening? Okay, so air raid alert sirens in Amman, Jordan. So that must mean that there's missiles flying over here. Let's see. That was 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. That's in Jordan, so that's pretty close. Oops, there we go. That's pretty close. Air sirens are happening in Jordan right now. And that means that something's coming in to Israel, right? Let's see. Yep, they're incoming. So they're getting closer to Israel. Guys, they're getting close to hitting Israel. So I'm going to be putting this louder so we can hear it. And I'm going to post that things are about to go down.
לא צריכה את כל מה שכתבת לי, נכון? אני לא צריכה להעתיק את הכל.
Where am I hearing this from? So people are talking. Okay. All right, so all right, I'll just turn it down just a little bit. I got allergies.
למטה, downloads. הנה, אולי זה פה. open downloads. אוקיי, בוא תראה עכשיו. האחרון, מי המספר? בלי הזיק. ועכשיו, ירד למטה וזה. לחצתי וזה מה שנפתח. פתח את כל מה שאתה רואה, את כל הסדרה הזאת עד למעלה. open in Finder. לחצתי, כשלוחצים עליו, ראית מה יצא כשלחצו עליו? יצא כל הסיפור הזה.
All right, so they're saying it shouldn't be that much longer. I mean, they're looking at these things already over Jordan, the incoming missiles and drones now over Jordan.
אבל איפה? ב-open in Finder או למי?
I got allergies.
יש לך זיפ, זיפ, זיפ. מה שאתה רוצה. תסתכל. אני יכולה להראות לך את זה בווידאו, למה אני צריכה לצלם לך בתמונות? ולחוץ על הדאונלודס.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down. I'm getting a little too excited here. Woo. I gotta keep myself awake. Okay. So at 11 o'clock, 11:09, my wife posted that Israeli news outlets are reporting that drones may not arrive in Israel for another 1 to 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours. Okay. So I know that jets are up in the air right now trying to shoot down as many of these drones as they can. But if it's 2 hours, that means we got a 1 to 2 hour period here. But let's see, how far away is Jordan from Israel? Because they're saying that these things are above Jordan. I'm telling you, I'm just like, if missiles are incoming, then that means it's pretty big. But they're saying 800.
Amazon fighter donated $2 Canadian and 79.
I mean, 800 units, or 800 projectiles is a large number. So how many of these are they going to be able to shoot down, and how many of them are going to get through? That's what you got to ask. I've got really bad allergies right now. Okay, so they're saying here, let's see. Saudi jets are patrolling Yemeni border. So far, interceptions over Syria and Iraq are working well. Israeli news agency says drones could take another 60-odd minutes to reach Israel. That was at 11:04, and that's about an hour ago. So I guess anytime. It is estimated that 13 Iranian fighter jets were dropped in air battles in Iran. So does that mean that there was dogfights and they shot down 13 fighter jets? Is that what that means? Airspace over Jordan is being cleared at 11:07. UAE jets airborne. So countries that have scrambled jets are now Israel, US, UK, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Turkey, and UAE. So Turkey is also. Azerbaijani jets are airborne. What? More Iranian drones over Syria. Bunch of drones. It's like World War III. Let's see. Iran will pay dearly for any casualties in Israel. Israeli official has stated. Crude oil has jumped from $68 a barrel to almost $75 a barrel, which is going to increase prices big time here at home. That was at 11:23. 11:25. Israel released an infographic showing which regions have been struck. Air raid sirens going off in Jordan. That was at 11:40, almost a half an hour ago. Still no sirens in Israel. 11:42. Visuals from Amman, Jordan. Air raid sirens. I guess there's something that went through the sky there. Explosions reported over Golan, Syria. The Golan Heights. Explosions. So that means that they're taking out either missiles. That was about 20 minutes ago. So it should be any time. If it's not happening now, then I'm kind of wondering, like, I think it's going to happen here in the next few minutes. Because everybody's anticipating something happening right now. All the different channels are just waiting. The Iranian president's statement on Iranian TV says, quote, "We are ready to give a full, forceful response to the child-killing Zionist enemy." Oh, wow. Air raid sirens in the Jordan capital. Jordanese capital. Jordanian, I'm sorry. I don't know what this lady's yelling about here. I'm going to look up flight radar and see what's going on. Let's see if I can find and track stuff. Let's see how good I am at this. So we're going to look at this flight radar. What do you think? Me and you and a dog named Blue. Me and you and a dog named Blue. The war has begun. What is this? The war has begun. Israel strikes Iran, targets nuclear sites. Dugan. Who is this? Oh, that guy. Okay. Hey, look at this. Okay, so here's flight radar. I'm on flight radar. Hello. Let's see if we can see any. There's some Jordanese jets right there. What is that? Jordanian jets. Is that a military jet? That's not a military jet. That's a regular civilian jet, looks like. What are these? Two Israeli officials tell Al Arabia that Iran is expected to launch hundreds of ballistic missiles within hours. I thought they already launched them. What the heck are you telling me this for now? It's 12:15. I'm going to bed. The Iranian, I'm just going to go to bed if it's going to take another 2 hours. I am not staying up. The Iranian armed forces issued a statement saying that Tehran has no limitations in responding to Israel. The Israeli Broadcasting Authority says Mossad agents on the ground in Iran destroyed Iranian aircraft, anti-aircraft, and defense batteries. What? Why am I hearing things outside? What is going on out there? Hold on. Oh. Well, my dogs are going crazy, and I smell a terrible skunk smell. So I'm thinking there's a skunk out there. We got lots of critters everywhere out here. Emirati fighter jets have lifted off to defend UAE. The Mossad destroyed Iranian air defense systems in an operation inside of Iran. That's interesting. Iranian drones flying above Bekaa, Lebanon. Ooh. Okay, so they're over Lebanon right now. Additional Iranian drones now passing over Syria. Yep. They're on their way. So they're over Syria, Lebanon. They're getting close. So drones close. What about missiles? Are missiles going to be used too, or is it just going to be drones? Let's see what else. What other planes are flying around here? That looks kind of dangerous to be flying around there. A big old hole. There's nothing going on in there. I like that comment, Patriot West. I agree. You don't get to get raptured out of this. You get to deal with the tribulation just like the rest of us. Absolutely. All you Christian escape, what do they call it? Escape artists or whatever. Escape. We can't. You can't think that you're not going to have any kind of suffering in this world. You're going to be tried and you're going to be tested. And you have to submit to God's will in the midst of whatever tribulation comes. But I don't think Scripture really does teach that we're not going to go through tribulation. And in fact, I think it's going to be tribulation of the last days that Christians are going to have to witness. But it's all for the glory of God. It's not like, God doesn't just evacuate planet Earth without a witness. There's going to be witnesses in the midst of all the tribulation, but at a certain point, it's all said and done, and that's it. If you go into tribulation, then your faith is in vain. How could you say that? It is a point. It says, for all who are godly in Christ Jesus will suffer persecution. They will suffer persecution. What is persecution? It's a tribulation. You're going through. What does tribulation mean? If you look up the definition of tribulation, the definition of tribulation is trouble or suffering. The cause of trouble or great trouble or suffering. Okay? So, are you saying that we shouldn't have trouble or suffering? Are you saying that we shouldn't bear a cross, or that we shouldn't make up, like Paul said, I make up for what was, in my body, the lack of the sufferings of Christ? I mean, you're basically taking on a mindset to suffer. Those who suffer in the body, it says, are done with sin. I think it says that exactly the way it goes. Those who suffer are done with sin. That is 1 Peter chapter 4, verse 1. Therefore, since Christ suffered in his body, arm yourselves also with the same attitude, because whoever suffers in the body is done with sin. Right? It's a suffering that leads to a purification of a true motive that really comes to the point of oneness, not just in thought or in creed or in belief, but an actual union in the actual experience that you have, the experiences that you have working out that thought process. That it's a similar idea as if you have a thought, it ultimately leads to a lifestyle, right? Or to a destiny. A thought leads to an action leads to a habit leads to a lifestyle leads to a destiny. So you're going from a thought, an idea, or something that is imagined, but there's a reality to that. And that reality is you become one with the author of the thought. Well, where does those thoughts come from? Those thoughts could be born in rebellion, or they could be born in the very heart and mind of God. Now, if they're born from the very heart and mind of God, and you accept that thought, you give place to that thought. It's a seed. It's a thought seed, a seed that's a thought that grows. The essence of that thought begins to reveal the actual spirit. Remember, Jesus said, my words are spirit and they are life. The flesh profiteth nothing. My words are spirit and life. He was talking about eating his flesh, drinking his blood. They were like, what? We cannot follow this. He's trying to promote cannibalism. And the disciples, the 70, turned away from him. They didn't follow him anymore. Well, he was talking about this awareness of the thought process of God that reveals not just in an outward sense of a thought, but the actual essence of what the thought leads to is the reality of the presence, reality of the substance. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things that are not seen. By faith we know, by faith we understand that the worlds were created from what was not. The very spoken word of God was in the heart of what we know as God created all things, right? So what was created came from nothing. By faith we understand and know this, right? It's a substance, not just a belief. So James says, if you have faith without works, I'll show you my faith by what I do. I'll show you my faith by what you could say I manifest. What do you manifest? What are you revealing? Are you revealing the presence of God in your life? Or are you just revealing your own brand of thought, as a human? It's just an earthly, natural thought that's born in time and space that may in fact be influenced by, other spiritual sources that are of the creation, demonic or whatever. Other entities that are not from the eternal realm, they're going to ultimately, they're a part of the rebellion. They're going to find their lot in the second death. They're not going to be eternal. And so you're wedding yourself as a believer to the eternal truth that is God, right? His own essence or his own being, his word. It's a seed that's being planted that's growing an eternal vine. It's connected to the eternal vine, right? You are the extension or the branch of that eternal essence of God. And so you are in possession of eternal life, and you will inherit it. You will ultimately bear fruit unto eternal life as well. So you're bearing the very nature of the divine. You're bearing the divine nature, and you escape the corruption that's in the world, that's in the fallen nature. It says that by these promises, these great and precious promises, you participate in the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that's in the world caused by lust. So that lust of that natural world is, you're escaping it. You're no longer bound to it. You're no longer a slave to it, because the promises which are precious and exceedingly precious promises, have freed you. If you do by the Spirit put to death the deeds of the flesh, you will live. And you do that through the word, the very nature and the very divine nature of God puts to death that principle of death. God's word puts that, it nullifies that, its power over you, so that you can now escape. You are literally escaping corruption. And the only way you can do that is through God. You cannot save yourself. You cannot extricate yourself from the death, as Paul called it, the body of this death. In Romans chapter 7, he said, who's gonna save me from the body of this death? And it's talking about a part of you that's going to just, it's like the black hole of your soul. It's going to suck you into a place of death. And the devil loves that playground within your soul. He can manifest, he can manipulate. He's just right behind that fallen nature to suck you in. And he wants to pull you away from the true thought of God to following the Lord. And so what does it say? Paul's talking about who's going to save me from the body of this death, because I do the things that I don't want to do. The things that I do want to do, I don't do. And he says, wretched man that I am, who will save me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord, that he is going to save us from that. So when he talks about the body of death, they're talking about, when the Romans would give capital punishment to certain offenders, many times what they would do if they were a capital offense of death, they would tie a dead body to you, if you were a person that was going to have the death penalty, and they would wrap that body around you, like you would literally be tied to it. And as that body decayed, it would literally it would disintegrate and putrefy and just turn, how something is decaying, it's just got, it just begins to all of the bacteria and everything just break down that flesh and everything else that's in it, and that starts to affect the living body. It just starts eating into your body. You literally die from this bacterial decay that eats into your body. And so this is what sin does, is it literally begins to decay your eternal prospect of being a saved soul. If you don't receive Christ, you're going to literally just be eaten up by this fallen rebellion, the nature of rebellion that has infected. It's a part of your nature, and the only one that can save you from it and heal you, really set you free from it, is the Lord himself, right? Because he tasted death for every man, right? It says that he bore the sin of the world. He tasted death for every man. So he literally overcame death, hell, and the grave. He triumphed over it, taking the keys away from the prince of this world, which was the devil, and he triumphed over him in it. And it says he took away the keys of death, hell, and the grave, crushed the head of the serpent, and literally stopped the process of death. Physical, there is a physical consequence to sin. Sin does lead to death, but it's also the death of the soul, right? It's not just the death of a physical body. Now, the physical death, the remnants of that fall, are ultimately going to be overcome in the redemption of the body, which is the culmination of the age, when literally he puts all things under his authority and overcomes the whole of, because right now the creation itself is still, it says, groans and travails until the manifestation of the sons of God. So that natural world and the natural creation is still subject to bondage. And that bondage is the last redemption that will be the new heavens and new earth, right? That also encompasses your physical body, because there is a resurrection of the physical body. That redemption has not taken place. But the redemption of your spirit and soul, the soul ultimately is being renewed day by day. It is in the process of inheriting, even though you've already received Christ by faith, you receive that imputation of his righteousness. You're going through the process of working out your salvation, right, with fear and trembling, for it's God that is at work within you. So God works it in, and you renew your mind, you wash it with the water of the word, and you're being perfected and prepared ultimately for the eternal place that you're going to be. For, if you're not being prepared, then you're one of the foolish virgins. You might think you're saved. You might think that you know something about God, but you're not really preparing your garment. You're not ready for the marriage feast, right? You're not being set apart. Your garments are not being ironed out, right? Without spot and without wrinkle. Remember that parable Jesus said, hey, how did you get into this banquet? You don't even have a garment. You don't have a wedding garment. You got to have a wedding garment. If you don't have the wedding garment, you're not one of his. So it doesn't matter what you say or what you believe. It matters what you do and how you're prepared. Are you prepared? Foolish virgins, they weren't prepared. They didn't have the oil. They had no lamps. They had no light, in the lamp. They had a lamp, but they had no oil. And when Jesus was at the door, they realized that they didn't have any lamp. They didn't have no oil. So they came to the ones that did have the oil, and they're asking, hey, can you give me some of your oil? No, I can't give you any oil. I got to have it for myself. This is what's going to keep, if I give it to you, then I won't have enough for me, right? And so you have to go out and find your oil. You got to go and seek and try to figure out where the oil is coming from here. Where does the oil come from? Obviously, that's the Spirit of the Lord. But the Spirit of the Lord is given by your mining of that and that application of that truth. And that comes over a period of time. You don't just, by osmosis, wake up one day and you're one with God. It has to be something that you work out, and it's over a period of time, and it's a process, and it's a investment, and it's a commitment to suffering, and also to experiencing all the rewards of that commitment. That ultimately you do get rewards even here in this world, but in the preparation, of that, you have to be willing to bear a cross. You have to be willing to bear suffering. You got to go through tribulation. You can't expect this to be just some kind of, slosh fest. I mean, there's Christians on there that are like, oh, the drunken glory. We're going to toke the ghost, like they're all about feeling the Spirit. They want to just have an experience, like, oh, we don't want to suffer. We don't want to go through any kind of suffering. No. The suffering, it just means that God is just abusing his bride if he's going to dip you in hot oil or have your head cut off, or maybe you're going to be put in prison, or, who knows, they're going to do something, the terrible things the world will do. I guess that's just God not loving you because he's allowing you to go through tribulation. He's going to put you to the sword. What a terrible God we serve if he allows us to suffer and die. Isn't it a terrible thing? He's going to save you from that. He doesn't want you to suffer. He doesn't want you to die. He just wants to pull you up by your hair right at the last second, right before the tribulation comes, so that you don't have to suffer. No. I don't think that's the way it works. You're going to have to go through some suffering. Tyler says, I love pain. I would never, and I understand what you mean by that. And I understand that pain is not something that's easy, believe me. And you build the tolerance over time, but I think the Holy Spirit insulates you at a certain point. The body does too. If you were to really suffer physically, your body goes into shock. There's a reason why your body goes into shock. And it insulates you from a certain amount of pain. But I do think the Holy Spirit also, in a certain sense, prepares you for those moments. Like, for instance, Stephen, the martyr Stephen, when he was being stoned, it says that those who were stoning him said his face shone like an angel. When he looked up to the heavens, as he was about to die, he had the glory of God's presence upon him. Well, what does it say? When Jesus said, when you suffer for my name's sake, blessed are you, right? For all the prophets before you, they have suffered the same way. It says you should glory and be thankful. And it says, for the glory of God and of Christ rest upon you. So if you want the glory of God and of Christ to rest upon you, well, then you have to embrace and trust that God is going to secure you in the moment of the suffering that you might have to endure, and whatever kind of suffering that is. I mean, there's been saints that have been chronicled in the Book of Martyrs that when they were being burned at the stake, they were singing songs. Well, what did they? Did not feel the pain of the fire? What happened? How were they insulated to the point where they were singing? They looked as if they were going to a wedding feast. They weren't even They weren't even worried about the suffering that they were about to endure. One of them was, they said of the person that was going to the stake, to be burnt to the stake. They said he was. I think it was either John Knox or one of them, one of the Bible translators. They said he looked as if he was on his way to a wedding. He was all excited. And so if you have that kind of relationship with God, then God will definitely insulate you. Just look at Dmitry Duduman. I mean, if you study his book, when he was going through all those tortures inside of the prison of Romania, they were literally electrocuting him. I mean, they were shocking him with huge amounts of electricity, breaking every bone in his body. I mean, to the point where all of his teeth fell out because the root systems just, the electricity just fried the roots of his teeth, and they all just fell out. And he would pretty much be on the brink of death, and they would send him home, and he would sit there and have to take months and months to recover where he could even get out of bed, and then they would do it all over again, haul him back into prison and do it again. And he said that while he was on the floor, he would just be in a place where he would be praying, and an angel would literally come to him and strengthen him, speak to him while he was on the floor after they broke every bone in his body and was electrocuting. I mean, they would put electrodes to different parts of his body, you can only imagine, and just started shocking him to the point where he was, just pass out. No, I don't think you're starting to fight. I think it's important people understand the difference between the wrath of God and God's promotion through suffering, because suffering is a part of identifying with Christ and actually embracing a true cross. But those who want to escape any kind of suffering, many times are not committed to Christ in the first place because they don't really endure hardship. They're not looking at the Christian life as a disciplined kind of soldier would, right? As it says, as a soldier disciplined, and understand that you are a part of a spiritual army, and that you have a training to go through in order to win the battle. There is a battle that's happening, and it's a battle for people's hearts and souls. It's not a natural kingdom that you're fighting for, but Jesus said it's not my kingdom's not of this world, but our battle is not with flesh and blood, but it's with principalities and powers. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. So we're literally winning and waging war spiritually through prayer, through meditation on God's will and purpose, and acting on it. Like, when he gives you the message, you go, you run with it. When he tells you to work, you work. You do the things God calls you to do, and the power of God comes to aid you. The Spirit of God comes to aid you in that battle that you're actually waging. Many times you don't even realize the spiritual dimensions of what you're actually doing, how it's impacting the world that you're in. You're literally resisting demonic powers by following God's will. And it says that the devil will flee when you do that. When you draw near to God, he'll draw near to you. And then you'll resist the devil, and the devil then flees. So you can't resist the devil without drawing near to God. If you don't draw near to God, how's the devil going to even hear or listen? He's not going to listen to you. He doesn't listen to any human. The devil has no obligation. In fact, his desire is to possess, to kill, to steal, and destroy humanity and God's creation. Now, the only one that can overcome the devil is those who know this is the victory that overcomes the world, the flesh and the devil. He that believes that Jesus is the Christ. Do you have true faith and have a relationship that is true? Well, then the Lord is with you, and he will give you the power, as Paul had, to cast out demons, right? To resist the devil. And the devil will say, Paul I know, and Robert I know, and Jesus I know. But he'll say to someone that doesn't know Jesus, who are you? I don't know you, and I can do anything I want to you. See, that's the way the devil did it, with the 7 sons of Sceva. The devils didn't even know who they were, and they were sitting there trying to do stuff and resist the powers of darkness, right? They understood the powers of darkness were real, but they did not know the name that's above every name. They did not know the Lord. They tried to use the Lord in his name, but they didn't know him. You know, they were using the name as if it was a talisman or some kind of, icon of, it's kind of like people that use the cross as if it's going to somehow have power to cast a demon out. The cross ain't going to cast no demon out. Some symbol is not going to protect you, from demons. The pentagram is, a lot of the witches will use that symbol to try to protect themselves from evil. That ain't going to protect you from evil. The only thing that's going to protect you from evil is going to be your prayer to the Lord, and the Lord himself, guarding you and watching out for you, sending his angels to war on your behalf. And then your faith in him that does cast out demons, your word is going to be one with his, right? These things, these kind don't come out but by prayers and fasting, right? So you have to fast, you have to pray, you have to seek the Lord for those people to be set free from demonic influence. The reality of what that is, it's real, and it influences people's lives on many levels, on high levels and on low levels. We go after all of the demons that are blinding people. We ask God to set people free every day. Amen. Pre-tribulation is not a false teaching, but it's not a salvation issue. Absolutely, I agree with you on that. I agree with you. If you have a belief in pre-trib, I don't have a problem with you not being right with God or anything like this, but I just think that it could be a symptom of people that are looking to take the easy way out and not in any way wanting to commit to the Lord's will all the way to the point of giving up your life. You might have a desire to kind of, either it's escapism, like where you just don't want to be tested to that point where maybe you're afraid of death. That could also be a problem. Some people are just like, I don't want to die. I just want to be raptured out of here. I don't want to die. I just want to be raptured out. Like that might be a problem. So, you just got to be really careful at how you perceive what are these doctrines that people hold to. Is it easy believism, kind of escapism, or is it a true commitment even unto death? Right? We overcome the devil by the word of our testimony, by the blood of the Lamb, and we love not our life even unto death. So if you're trying to save yourself, and I'm not just saying there's a desire, there's self-preservation is a instinct. We all are trying to not die. We don't want to, we're not suicidal or anything, but whether or not we are trying to secure our own personal idea of what it means to, how can I say this? If you're trying to save your life in this world, you're trying to establish yourself in the world as your own, you're not connected to the real reason for why you're created. Your true covenant that is an extension of God's will. Do you do God's will or do you do your own? Right? Do you do God's will or do you do your own will? That's really what it comes down to. And that's where you realize whether or not you're truly willing to do God's will. Because if God calls you to suffer, then you're going to be like, can you take this cup away from me, Lord? But if not, your will be done, right? You're going to be, ultimately, you're going to wrestle, but you're going to say, yes, Lord, I'll do your will. Whatever it takes, I will do your will and I'll be committed. That's what you should say about mid-trib or post-trib. Well, Lord, if it's true, I'll be willing to go your way. I'm not going to be so dogmatic about my doctrine that I'm going to be letting it stand in the way of a deeper commitment. I would be willing to suffer and die for you, Lord. Can you even say that? Or are you like, no, Lord, I'm only going to be raptured out of here, or otherwise I don't know if I want to believe. I just want to escape without any pain. But see, it says it is, man is born into trouble as the sparks fly upward. There's no way of escaping tribulation. Every human's going to suffer. However, there's a special type of redemptive suffering that the Lord himself metes out to his special chosen ones. It's called discipline. He's training you. He's molding you. He's perfecting you. He's purifying you, unlike those who are of the world, who don't have a father, right? If you have a father wants the best. He wants you to be in his image, pure, without any fault, without any imperfection. But if you're a child that has no father, well, then you just go ahead and you're like a weed. You just grow any way that you choose. You just go out into the world and be a street kid. You could just live on the streets and do whatever you want. Just smoke as much pot as you want, drink as much as you want, do whatever you want. And then, look at the way you'll turn out, because you didn't have a father that watched over you, that you didn't submit to. Maybe you didn't want to have a disciplined, structured life. You didn't want to submit to it. You just wanted to do your own thing, like a prodigal. You're just going to go out and do your own thing. Well, you reap the consequences. Eventually, you'll find out that the pigs aren't a good place to be hanging out with, hopefully. And you wake up clueless in Seattle. Clueless in Seattle. Or was that, what was that movie? Remember that was it? Sleepless in Seattle. Man, Sleepless in Seattle. Clueless. Fire by Night. No, I wasn't mocking. That's kind of the belief system, I think, of people that are pre-tribbers. Pre-trib belief is kind of like an escape type mindset. Escape from suffering, right? Escape from tribulation, escape from wrath, And I always say, well, what is wrath? I mean, the Israelites were in the midst of the wrath of the Lord. They were in their homes, but the death angel passed over them, right? But they were still there. But the wrath didn't light upon them. The wrath passed over, right? So lightning will strike the guy on your left and maybe on the right, but it won't strike you. So what's wrath? Does that mean you can't be in the midst of a tribulation period of time, that God's wrath might, strike the guy over here? We have this romanticized idea of, the Left Behind series, like this is the tribulation. This is the way it's going to look. There's going to be this man that's going to, he's going to do all these terrible things, and all of these terrible events are going to start unfolding on the planet, and we're just going to be out of here before that happens. So I'm like, no way. We're not going to even be here. But I can understand why people might think that, I just think that we're going to be, and I think it's more exciting to even be in the middle of the tribulation or toward the end of the tribulation anyway. Don't you? Wouldn't you think that would be an interesting place to be, to see how God can perfect you, and in the midst of that, those times the Bible speaks about. I mean, listen to what it says. It says that in the latter day that this beast, he will overcome and trample underfoot the holy seed. He's going to literally overcome physically in the natural world with all of these technologies. This demonic power is going to literally just crush the saints. But does he really stop them from having a relationship with God? No, nothing can separate you from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus, right, our Lord. tribulation, suffering, trials. It says sword or peril, nor demons, angels, principalities, nor height, nor depth, nor anything in all of creation can separate you from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus. Nothing. Nothing can separate you. So do you think that the devil in the end times with the beasts and all the tribulation that goes along with that is going to somehow separate you from God? No. All it's going to do is liberate you from this physical world and the plane of this natural, and it's going to afford you great reward, and you're going to have great, a great reward for that. But when it talks about trampling underfoot and overcoming the saints, it's kind of like the early saints of the second century that were given to the lions. Don't you think that Rome trampled underfoot the saints? Yeah, they were used as torches to light the streets. They were crucified. They were boiled in hot oil. Their heads were chopped off. They were handed to the lions, given to the lions in the Colosseums. They were persecuted and hounded and hid in the holes in the caves in the ground, and went outside of civilization itself to try to get away from the sufferings and the killings and the persecution. But were they right with the Lord? Did they have an intimate understanding of God's will and purpose? Yes. Were they at peace in their heart? Yes, they were. Maybe not outwardly. The world was not their home. The world is a chaotic and evil environment. But why would they not want to be a witness in the middle of it? They're standing against the tide of the time. They're not going along with it. They're not being swept away by it. They're being a witness against it. They're shaking the dust off their feet in the middle of it and resisting. And that resistance is what creates the awareness that there is a God, because people see it. Now they're going to be lightning rods for the demonic power to attack them. They're going to be something that the devil's going to want to snuff out. But that's the amazing thing that God is able to do. He's able to keep that. What's going on here? What is this? Oh, this just shows that they're taking out some of these missiles of the Iranians, these mobile missile vehicles. So I'm not saying it's not going to happen here, but it's already 1 o'clock. And we did 11, 12, 1. They said 1 to 2 hours. This is going on 2 hours now. We're at 2 hours. What do you guys think? Hello? Is it going to happen? Honey, where are the missiles? Fire the missiles! But I'm tired. All right, go take a nap. And then fire the missiles. Does anybody know where that comes from? It's about that time. Cheerio. Does anybody know where that comes from, by the way? Can anybody tell me? I want to see how many YouTube connoisseurs out there that have been around for a bit know the cult, the internet culture. Yeah, I want to see who knows what I'm talking about. They got them all? Do you think they shot them all down? It's a pretty weak response from Iran. That really makes Iran look stupid. That's old school internet. I think it's E-Bomb's World. It's fire the missiles. It's the end of the world. It's called End of the World. I think that's the one it's called. It's got some cussing in it though, but it's the concept of everybody firing missiles at each other. End of the World. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. End of the World. 2003 original 4K. It's got, really? No, it was 7 years ago. So this was actually posted in 2003, 18 years ago on YouTube. Can you believe that? That's like when YouTube was brand new. 18 years ago. It's only got 18 million views. That's it. It's only got 18 million views. You would think that if it was that old, it would have a lot more views than that. But so that was in July 14th, 2006. End of the World. This is probably appropriate for what we're looking at now. Around. And us with nukes. And then everybody starts firing their nukes and their missiles at each other. It's the end of the world. He's like, fire the missiles. And then Russia's like, the motherland. The UK's like, they're playing cribbage or something on a cruise, and they're like, it's about that time, cheerio. Canadians are laying on their back with their hockey suits on and their hockey sticks in their hand. And they're like, what were they doing? I think they said, oh, eh? What's going on, eh? Sounds just like Canadians. Australians, they just have nuclear winter. They're down there in the south there. But the French, you know how the French are. They're tired. All right, so I'm still waiting. Hello, where are you? Okay, so I guess it's good though. At least we didn't see anybody blow up. We didn't see the Israel disintegrate. Let's see. Israel for a minute. Let me get some updates here really quick. We do see a lot of these drones still flying around in the sky, but they probably shot them all down. It says additional Iranian drones now passing over Syria. Okay, according to reports in Israeli media, the Mossad okay, we knew that. Okay, Israeli, they probably shot them all down. No official word yet. Somebody said Israeli Home Front Command, they may still be warnings due to missiles or drone fire, but there is no need to stay near protected areas. The ban on gatherings is still in effect. Okay. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar says, quote, we made this decision at the 19th minute after all other ways had been tried. The whole world saw and understood that the Iranians were not willing to stop, and we had to stop them. We know that challenging days lie ahead, but we have no other choice. Okay. Israeli Defense Minister Katz says anyone who works to destroy Israel will be eliminated. The IDF will continue its activities to thwart the Iranian nuclear program. Iran will pay increasing prices as it continues its aggressive activity. Call it a night. That's it. Let's call it a night. Amen. All right, guys. It says all 100 plus drones launched by Iran against Israel have reportedly been intercepted by the Israeli Air Force and allies. So all of those planes that we told you were up in the air were supposedly shooting them down all throughout the Middle East. So it says security sources estimate that Ben Gurion Airport will remain closed for at least 3 to 4 days. So there you go. They shot them all down, I guess. I thought there was like 800. Are you sure? Not one got through? You got to be kidding. So Iran looks pretty weak now. This was their response. Not one of them, not one missile or drone got through. Serious? All right. So maybe I should just keep this running just in case. I think I'm just going to keep it running for you guys. Let's see. How long have I been on here? Should I just stop it? It's been on 7 hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So maybe at 6. 8, 30, 9, 30, 10, 30, 11, 30, 12, 30. Okay, wait, hold on. The red flag of revenge was raised above the mosque in Iran. A red flag of revenge? Really? What is that going to do? Come on, don't just sit there and do this kind of stuff. Just do something. Jeez. We're going to put a red flag of revenge. Isn't that what they did last time? They never really responded last time either. Israel did what they did and they got away. They didn't respond, and now it's like let me be clear. The attack on Iran's nuclear sites is not over. In fact, it has only begun. All right. Well, I guess we're going to see more attacks and more non-responses by Iran. This is terrible. Oh, gosh. All right, guys. Well, I guess we'll find out where things go in the near future. We may hear some more things after we go to bed, but I'm going to bed. And in the meantime, you guys keep your focus on the most important things, which are not things that are in this, that are of the world in the sense of, the politics and everything that affects us in the natural is something we should be praying about. Scripture is really clear about praying for your leaders, praying for your country, because you will have a peaceful life if you do. And that peace comes because you pray, not because they're going to be at peace. They may be at peace with you. And if a man's ways please the Lord, even your enemies will be at peace with you, right? So you can still be in this world and not of it and have peace. Occupy until you come. But still there's going to be war. There's going to be there's a terrible dog barking over here. I'm turning this thing down. But I just want to encourage you right now to stay true to your true mission. It's not about politics. It's not about partisanship. It's not about getting caught up in the intrigues of this world. It's about exposing the unfruitful deeds and doing God's will. Don't become a part of the deception of the age, but rather expose the unfruitful deeds, right? It says we expose these dark deceptions by being light in the Lord. If you truly know the Lord, then his oil in the lamp of your soul is going to be being a light, right? Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. It's really about God's work. It's not, when it says your works, it's talking about God's works in you, right? You own it because it's coming through your faith and obedience, right? But it's really the Lord's presence, right? The light that lights every man is the Lord. The candle of the Lord, the spirit of a man is a candle of the Lord, right? And the Lord himself lights it. So if you see the good works, you're going to glorify God. So see the good works, pray for those good works that God would give them, that give you favor to be a light. And in the midst of all this stupidity, this WWE fighting, the devil's out there just, entertaining people. He's out there trying to deceive people. He's trying to get them to go this way and go that way instead of going this way. You know, like, look up. Don't look around here and try to figure everything out and trying to make everything. Look up, for your redemption is drawing near. It's getting closer every day. Keep your focus in the right place. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. We pray you bless everyone here tonight. Give them a good sleep. Bring them back once again tomorrow, refreshed, renewed, restored in your image, being born in them daily as they come in your presence and you speak to their hearts in preparing them for the days to come and for that ultimate eternity that you want to have with us. We pray as the bride of Christ, be set apart in Jesus' name. And I praise the Lord, and thank you guys for hanging out with me. There's something I was thinking of. I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm trying to remember the scripture. There's a scripture that just popped in, but I'm trying to figure it out. But anyways, God bless you guys. I'll figure it out after I get off. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. And unless something major goes down between now and then, I'm not going to know because I'm going to be asleep. So you guys have a great sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at the devotional. Okay? God bless. Have a good one.